News right here on Talk 0344 499 1000. So let's look at this story. Greg Wallace. I'm intrigued by stories when I see that. I think we all are to a degree. Certainly from an industry perspective, you know, somebody has reported somebody for something. And so, therefore, the first thing you must do as the person who's been reported is walk the plank. Under the public gaze, walk the plank and be off. But you can come back if it's discovered that there's nothing to see here. Well, it's going to be a bit tricky, frankly. Not sure there is a way back once the finger has been pointed. But nonetheless, there are people who have suggested that he should be investigated for allegations of sexual misconduct, allegations of inappropriate behaviour by the TV presenter towards women on the set of the show are now being examined. Let's speak with Andrew Gold, former BBC presenter, now running an incredibly powerful and very highly watchable YouTube channel with an enviable list of fabulous guests and interesting people. Andrew, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me back on.
It's a pleasure. Nice to have you back on with us. I mean, you've worked at the BBC, so you know what it feels like to, you know, be in that place where somebody doesn't necessarily want you around any longer.
Well, I should say I was a freelancer, but I was there in discussions about making more documentaries. I made a documentary for them about exorcism, and long story short, the issue was that I was a white man among the production companies that worked with the BBC, and they didn't want me to be on screen anymore. So I've sat in those meetings where people have looked at you and gone, OK, you're not quite right because you've got the wrong skin colour, and they look at you like you're dirt. And these are people who are fresh out of university, who somehow have this real high sense of self-worth about themselves, having not really lived in the real world, which I think a lot of people feel about the BBC in general.
Yeah, I mean, that in itself is... Who taught somebody that to be a sort of a normal position to take on something? I mean, it's a completely irrational, anti-intellectual, abnormal position. But somebody somewhere has gone, let's reverse all logic and truth, and your opinion will be this. And perhaps having been ingrained with that kind of thing for so long, then going on to actually believe it.
Yeah, I think it's a cultish atmosphere, and it's not necessarily easy to pin down an individual to blame at the BBC. You end up with this society of people. I mean, there's hundreds or thousands who work at the BBC. It's this institution that we seem to be... I mean, I just heard on your show they were talking about the licence fee going up. We're all being forced to pay this big group of people who feel wonderful about themselves going around, I work for the BBC. Well, I think that it's very natural that this kind of cultish ideology starts to fester within, and before you know it, you're focusing so much on who said the wrong word, who's done the wrong thing, and people are out. I should just say that with regarding Greg, you know, it appears that he may have actually behaved extremely inappropriately, you know. Yeah,
indeed, and I think, you know, having said that, and you know, the caveats are obviously there. Look, if there's something terribly inappropriate, then, you know, nobody's going to do anything but condemn that in the most robust fashion. That almost doesn't need saying, but you kind of have to. However, my sense of this story, and I still think it's worth kind of pursuing this a little, Andrew, because there could be something of what you went through in this story, and that's my problem. I used to, last summer, I got on the train on the way home every day, just after 4 o'clock, and Greg Wallace was always on the train. And I remember sitting there kind of opposite him a couple of times. Oh, you're the bloke from the MasterChef show. You know, as you do when somebody's, you know, quite famous. And I don't really watch MasterChef, don't know an awful lot about Greg Wallace. But what I did like about Greg Wallace was his backstory, the fact that this bloke used to flog fruit and veg for a living, working-class boy, and there he was on the BBC, and how interesting in the current backdrop of what the BBC is like, and tick box mentality and goodness knows what else, and diversity, inclusion and equality diktats and directives. How amazing it is that this man is still on the BBC, and this was never lost on me in a curious way. Maybe it was just me that thought this, and possibly yourself, Andrew. And then suddenly this happens. Now, I can see Greg Wallace being a bit of a kind of, I don't know, a bit of a 1970s comedian on set. You know, I can say, apparently Rod Stewart was one of the people that complained about him. I can totally see Greg Wallace turning up on set singing Do You Think I'm Sexy while gyrating with a Black Forest Gatto. You can sort of imagine that. because that's probably his humour. Now, if it is that, and Kirsty Walk, when she was interviewed, sort of suggested it might be that kind of thing. I don't know if that should be career-ending, but the fact that he is a middle-aged, sort of slightly older than middle-aged white bloke, I don't think will go in his favour.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. You know, would this be different were he's a sort of, I don't know, minority who's LGBTQI and has 3 boobs on his head or whatever it is? You know, would he be getting off lightly? However, I mean, look, some of the things that you've just seen, it's a similar thing with Russell Brand. I mean, Russell Brand, we don't know about the actual allegations. I don't believe that you should just believe anyone who makes accusations, but they were quite similar and whatever. But we do know that the things he actually did were not very nice. And it's really hard when you're representing the BBC, this institution we're all forced to pay for. I suppose you should have to behave in a certain way. And you can see videos of Greg Wallace. There was that one he was talking about munching on someone's tart, which is a clear euphemism about it's not a nice way to be treated as a woman on these shows. And they're on there to make desserts and things.
Well, indeed. But would that not be a case if again, just for those who've tuned in at this very moment, if this guy has done something horrendous, throw the book at the bloke. Send him to jail if you have to, if it's that bad. But if we are talking about a bloke who is, I don't know, a bit salty in the way that he talks, a little bit end of pier in his humour, a slight nod to Jim Davidson in that sense. I mean, if it's just that, I hope that should not be career-ending and more a case of somebody takes you into a room and says, mate, you're living in the wrong century, your humour is horrendous, you've got to pick that up, sort it out, apologise to anybody who's a bit upset, get on with it, and then go and judge some cakes again. That's the best way to deal with this stuff, right?
I think that's a reasonable point. And look, if it ends his career there, fortunately, we do have this other world now where, what I do for a living, people have this influencer world. You see all sorts of people who are disgraced from GB News or wherever it might be, and they end up on YouTube and they're earning a good living and having a good life. So he can always go that way if he wants to. If nothing was illegal or whatever, then fine. I think the issue I have, and I think even particularly given my story of the DEI stuff, that I was pushed back because of being a white man, was that I behaved impeccably, and it's very frustrating for those of us who do, in a sense. And then these guys, I mean, Hugh Edwards, okay, we found out about what, some horrible things he was doing, but we also found out that he was just bullying and hectoring people. That sort of got buried in the story. He was apparently not a very nice person to be around. And I think, again, if you get that luxury of being able to work for the BBC, the taxpayers are paying for your, you need to be impeccable. And so if he wasn't, then I understand why they might want to investigate him and maybe oust him. Yeah.
I'm still fascinated, but I can't get out of my head, Andrew, just the thought of you in, one of those production meetings where, you're chewing the fat over some ideas and there's some great proposals and formats that need to be sort of ironed out and thrashed out, and it comes up that you're not just the writer or the design, the person that formatted the idea, but you should be the presenter, and somebody around the table not just disagreeing, but thinking it was the most ridiculous thing they'd ever heard in their life. It was the way you described it at the beginning was a really powerful way, because that's exactly what some of these people absolutely believe. I mean, why would you put a bloke who's over 35 and white on the ridiculous idea?
Well, I should say I was 28 at the time.
Well, that's even worse, isn't it? You're 28, for God's sake.
Well, I was told by Vice Media. They said I was too old, that their typical presenters needed to be much younger than me. I thought it's pathetic, but they're not doing very well now. The BBC, it was more of a case of they would never have this kind of thing in writing. So it was always a case of, oh, okay, well, we love these ideas. Can you just go through this production company? And all of the production companies they got me to talk to, I spoke to 100 of them or so in about 5 years. Every single one of them, somewhere through the meeting, would say, oh, my God, we love these ideas, but we need to talk to you about something a bit sensitive. And after a while, I would say, I know what it is already. I know it's because of my skin colour. I get it, And after 5 or 6 years of it, I actually started saying, I'm Jewish. That used to be considered a minority. I understand that Jews might or might not be overrepresented in the media, but if we're talking about minorities just for minority's sake, which is ridiculous anyway, I am a Jew. That's a thing, right? And they just laughed me out of the offices. So it wasn't a nice experience, and it wasn't something I want to be involved with. And luckily, we live in this age right now where I was able to start a YouTube channel, because bloody hell, I don't know what I'd have done.
Would Gage you have kind of helped it along the way? I don't know. I mean, if you'd have gone there, would that have made a difference to the DEI kind of quota machine?
Would what have done?
If you were a gay Jew, would that have made a difference? Yes.
I thought you said something like geisha or something. It was Japanese geisha.
Yes, it's a new phrase that we all use.
Well, this was the joke that was made in countless production companies because, look, not everybody, I mean, a lot of them are sympathetic to this DEI nonsense, but not everybody was. And some people would jokingly say, look, this is ridiculous. Do you want us to break your legs? Are you sure you don't fancy me? Are you sure you're not gay? These would give you some sort of minority points. What was really frustrating was I was hoping to be some sort of multilingual Louis Theroux. So I went around learning 5 different languages so that I could make these documentaries and interview people around the world.
Yeah.
So the idea that they would just take a minority, whoever that is in the UK, and go and do the stories that I'd researched by being able to speak the languages of these people, and they wouldn't be able to do it. That's the point. So it was just madness, and it just shows their closed-mindedness.
Well, also, I mean, you've answered it there, really. The idea that you have come up with a format and an idea, and you've got all of the strands that are going to make it relevant and bring it to life, and you can write it and put it together. But then just get somebody in who looks the way that these people have an idea of, to present it, to know absolutely jack about the detail. Doesn't matter. They can just voice it, and once in a while, you can film them on a bridge in Wyoming or something, to make it look like they're, at the scene. And then everybody's happy. I mean, that's just a nonsense.
Yeah, that's the issue with it, and I think that's why I'm slightly less sympathetic than you are to Greg right now, because I do feel like, come on, man, and I feel like there's an institution here, a cult-like institution that has been more concerned over the years with misgendering or DEI and these ridiculous things, and they've missed what might be years and years of bullying from an unpleasant man.
Yes, absolutely.
Yet again.
Yeah, and if that, my only take really, just to clarify that on Greg, was that I can see how easy it would be to get rid of a working class old white bloke.
Yeah, this would be much more difficult. Have you seen those videos of the people from Wicked, the 2 actresses from Wicked, Ariana Grande or whatever her name, and the other one? And I swear to God, if it was one of them who'd been behaving in this way, they would not be fired. They couldn't fire them. There'd be uproar,
Yeah, absolutely spot on. Listen,
Ellen DeGeneres. Sorry, just to say, Ellen DeGeneres didn't lose her job, did she? When it all came out that she was doing highly inappropriate things in the US. I know we're not talking about the BBC there, but Ellen was an utter bully for years and years, and just nobody seems to care.
Yeah, nobody.
Had that been a working class bloke, no, they're out.
Well, I mean, when you consider to go back to the perhaps where some of this started, or I don't know, but the Andrew Sachs, Jonathan Ross, Russell Brand phone call, where what was said to Mr. Sachs was pretty grim. It was pretty horrible stuff, and they did eventually end up getting. Did one of them leave and one of them was told? Whatever way it was, but the point was a senior member of editorial listened to that before it went out and said it was okay because the 2 people you were dealing with were sufficiently famous and valuable to the company that you could. Now, if that was a bloke working on, Leicester FM, he wouldn't stand a chance if he'd rang up Andrew Sachs and said that about his granddaughter.
This is the cowardice of it, and that is why, on the one hand, it's great that these mostly women are able to come and speak out. I think with Rod Stewart, it was about his wife, wasn't it? His wife was badly treated or something. It's great that these people are speaking out now, but I would like to say to those people, why didn't, and I know this is not, I don't mean it in a victim-blaming way, but I'm not just talking about the women, I'm talking about the men who worked with him. Why didn't you say this over the years? Because you thought he was too powerful and you might get in trouble. And I just think, well, you know what? It's pathetic then. If you're only able to speak up, and you only do it when you're not going to get in trouble, then I don't want to hear, Yeah,
fair enough. Everything's going well with you, Andrew. The channel seems to be doing incredibly well. Who's coming up on the programs that you put out, which are just for those who haven't seen it, lovely sort of tete-a-tetes and moments of. I said tete-a-tete like it was a genre, didn't I officially recognise that? But just nice conversations with people who are in the news or certainly notable for a variety of reasons, some of which the kind of areas we've covered this afternoon.
Lots of tete-a-tetes, yes. Thank you so much for mentioning it. Yeah, Heretics YouTube channel. We've just had, the latest episode was Andrew Doyle, who many will know from GB News.
Yep.
Isn't he wonderful? And he just got a hit piece on him from The Guardian. So he talked about the utter lies from The Guardian and how The Guardian has left X, Twitter, because they started getting community noted about their lies. Anyway, that was the most recent episode. And just before that was Ayan Hirsi Ali, who many might know as this ex-Muslim who had a fatwa against her. Just what a phenomenal person. And Helen Joyce was just on as well.
Indeed, Helen is always a good voice on these kind of issues of utter sort of societal insanity that we seem to be going through. Listen, Andrew, great to have you on again. Thank you. We will speak soon. Andrew Gold, author and YouTuber, the Heretics programme. I don't want to call it a podcast, really, because it's more than a podcast. You know, this is how sort of TV and stuff works. It's on YouTube. Seek it out, have a look. It's well watched, it's well respected, and there is a backlog of incredible faces and voices that you can review if you want to catch up on what's gone before. Thank you to Andrew Gold. 0344 499 1000. We're going to be back with more of your calls shortly. We've got Will Guyatt on the way as well. This is Talk.
Apparently Gen Zers, right, our favourite people, have decided that they want to have good old-fashioned, what they call IRL contact. You know what that stands for?
IRL. In real life?
In real life, very good.
Real life,
so actually wants to meet people in real life.
Well, I think that's the best way to go about it.
Maybe civilization has been saved after all.
Yeah, I think that what's very clear is that many of these users, they've explored these dating apps and it hasn't gone according to plan for them.
No.
So I think that ultimately...
Well, apparently there's too many men on them, right? So women can't decide because it's too difficult of a choice.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is talk.
Says, yes, like the man always doing carry-on humour in the pub. Listen, I'm going to say this again. This is the Greg Wallace comment. Yeah, the bloke is always doing willy jokes in the pub and matron and double entendres and the like, which gets really tiresome, and sometimes it's inappropriate because it's around the wrong people and it's a bit dated. And God, man, once in a while you can hit a bullseye with a very funny gag, but it's relentless. And I think we've all met those people. I don't know whether that's Greg Wallace, but I can imagine from a lot of what we've heard, that seems to be quite central to the kind of way this man behaved, and these are the allegations he will have to face. If there is any more to it, then I'm the first to want to stick the guy in jail. But I do genuinely think that there is an issue around what would be called, I don't know, inappropriate language, as distinct from people acting inappropriately in the physical sense. Now, obviously, there's a distinction there, but when it comes to losing your job, your career, your livelihood, I'm not sure whether broadcasters are brave enough to make that distinction. So if it turned out, and again, my point about Wallace is that, guilty as charged, if that's the case, fire him, never employ him, all the rest of it. But if it is a case of somebody acting inappropriately in the terms of how they spoke and what they said, and somebody who'd been, mostly liked, but just a bit weird, he's always doing a, quote, knob gag wherever he goes. If that is the case, then clearly somebody should have a word. But is that career ending? And I don't dispute for 1 second, but for some people that might have been uncomfortable. Should that end your career, or should somebody just have a word in your shell and say, can you not do that, mate? Because it's boring, it's rubbish. Some people really don't like it. It's just not appropriate. Do you have to? And I wonder whether his own backstory, the fact of who he is, would pressure an organisation like the BBC to take action where they might not have taken it if it was a younger person, if it wasn't sort of a white, old, working-class bloke. Will he get treated differently? And I shouldn't be analysing it through that prism, but in the wake of sort of DEI insanity, you are kind of forced to wonder whether that will sort of play out against him. Was this man more Bernard Manning than, anything else? Look, we'll find out in the fullness of time, but certainly anecdotally, we're hearing a lot that this guy, spoke a lot of inappropriate stuff. He was a little bit sort of sexual and a bit with how he communicated. And if that was threatening or uncomfortable to somebody, that's a terrible thing. The bloke should apologise rigorously. But where is the line where you lose your career? I think that's a really important one. Let's go back to the other issues that we have up and running here. By the way, we'll go out talking tech a little later. The results of that assisted dying bill, 330 yes, 275 no. Keir Starmer voted for the bill. Rishi Sunak voted for the bill, but less than 20% of Tory MPs did, which is interesting. Less than 20%. We're still waiting to find out how Kemi Badenoch voted on this. The Cabinet mostly backed it. 15 Cabinet members, Starmer, Cooper, Miliband, Ben, Campbell, McFadden and the like all backed it. 8 opposed it. From the Labour front bench, David Lammy, Angela Rayner, Jonathan Reynolds, Streeting, Phillipson, Mahmood, Dodds, Jones all opposed it. So it was divided up. There was one abstention as well. But it was a 55 majority, which isn't huge. Back to your calls. On this very issue. John is in Cornwall. How are you, John?
I'm great, Ian. Good to speak to you.
You too. What are your thoughts?
Well, I've always believed totally in equality and fairness. Mm-hmm. Trouble is, in today's world, equality is so close to hypocrisy many times. Now, I could speak about personal experiences, but they're my own. I grew up in a world where I was taught by my mother, never be judgmental of anybody unless you're prepared to be judged yourself. Now, why I called in was, for many years, you probably know this already, but for many years, if you had the money to go to Switzerland, you've had that choice about end of life.
Yeah.
But the people at the bottom of the pile don't get that choice.
No, this is not. I don't know what it costs, but I know it's not cheap.
Yeah, well, I believe that I'm glad the vote went the way it did today, because that shows about equality.
Yeah.
You can't have one person benefiting because of their situation. I'm not damning them either. And then say to somebody else, you've got to watch your loved ones suffer terribly. And I know what that's like. And so I was glad the vote went it did. But I think I was surprised there wasn't more made of the fact of the people that go to Switzerland and by the end of life, it's not fair.
What about the argument that obviously keeps coming, John, from quite a lot of people, is that palliative care is incredibly efficient and unrecognisable from where it was a few years ago. We do hear lots of families of patients say that just wasn't borne out in their own experience, but it's certainly got better. Is that not enough to appease those that, are wanting to end things but have no means of doing it under the current law?
Well, the problem is that where do you draw the line? That's the hard part. Where at the moment, and I firmly believe this, that people are kept alive when death would be far kinder. You can have a living will,
sure,
which would limit what you do, but people are kept alive. Are they being kept alive because people care, or are they being kept alive in the hope that we can find answers to medical questions? Yeah. And I think, the likes of many people now are living much longer. I mean, I'm 10 years older than my father was, and only 8 years younger than my mother was when she passed. But they was gone in a day and a half. There was no hanging around.
Sure.
And that, of course, is the way it was 50, 60, 70 years ago. You had something happen to you as you got older, and you passed, and your family celebrated your life.
Yeah, you didn't hang around. It was almost illegal to hang around. just the way it went, was it? Listen, John, I've got to move, but thank you. John in Cornwall, powerful stuff. Here's one from Michael who says, on the assisted dying bill, William Nolan and George Johnson wrote a novel in 1967 that should act as a warning as to where once assisted dying has become the norm and the law. The pretentious book Logan's Run. I didn't even know that was a novel. I'm sure it's a more respected novel than the TV show. I don't know. How long until it becomes a duty to society to protect the planet to be assisted to die at 70, then 60, then 50? This is a very dangerous path we've embarked on, says Mike in Lincoln. It's a great comment. Thank you, Mike. Dan in Kent, who was listening to the MPs debating this, listening to the MP for Vauxhall, Florence Eshalomi, brought me to tears. Our only hope is governments don't manipulate it. Only time will tell. I might seek that out now, Dan, that you've raised that. I hadn't seen it. I don't know whether I would imagine she's pro the bill. I'm basing that on nothing, but probably for very personal circumstances. This one comes from Mike. So much love for your caller, Maggie. What a brave lady to come onto the radio to speak about her son who was taken far too young. I'm sure he would be proud of his mum, says Mike in Colchester. We've got a lot of response on that caller, all echoing a pretty similar sentiment as well. It's a Friday. We're going to change gear a little bit. We're going to talk technology. We live in an era now where tech stories don't just dominate technology pages in goofy anorak magazines for techies. They dominate the front page. There's too much going on in the world of tech, the digital world, and all that happens with it, to ignore it. Hence, every Friday, we look at those big stories. We might even bring you a Christmas gadget recommendation along the way as well. Will Guyatt, our tech correspondent, is with us next.
UK. On DAB+. On your smart speaker. On your smart TV. And on your side. This is Talk.
It's 25 to 4. Goodness me. We got at Drive this afternoon. We've got Peter Cardwell at Drive, I think. Peter Cardwell is in the hot seat at Drive from 4 o'clock this afternoon. Before all of that, Will Guy, our technology correspondent, is back with his darkened our doorstep yet again. Can't keep the fella away. How you doing, Will?
I was just limbering up in case you had nobody for 4 o'clock then, making myself available if Peter wasn't there.
Indeed. Well, you never know. You might still get that call.
Who knows?
It could happen. There's a lot to talk about here. Well, we are going to come on to some... Oh, by the way, it's Black Friday, isn't it? So we'll come on to some deals that are out there that may or may not be recommended for the Christmas stocking as well. But there's deals to be had, it should be said. We'll come to that shortly, but let's talk about something we did touch on a little earlier in the programme. Australia passing this social media ban for under 16s. It's, sounds worthy. Notionally, I think people are going, oh, that's a good idea. Who wants under 16s, monkeying around on that kind of sewer of a platform? But can it actually work, Will? This is my biggest concern. Will it work?
Point number one, as to social networks being a sewer, they're not brilliant and there are all kinds of problems.
Yeah.
But we still don't have enough evidence-based information as to the true impact of social networks. I know we're not launching into a conversation about that right now.
True, but you don't, even whatever the long-term impact is, and I hear what you're saying, but we also simultaneously know unequivocally we don't want our 10-year-olds watching hardcore porn.
I was not talking about 10-year-olds watching hardcore porn, but what I was suggesting...
No, I know you weren't, but that is, however worthy somebody wants to be, that is the upshot. That's what's there at the moment.
There are examples of that. Yes, that's true. Yeah. But at the same time, bigger conversations need to be had before governments just start banning it willy-nilly. But the good news is, well, potentially the good news, the Australian government has no way of banning social media to under 16s. The technology simply does not exist. The technology is not there yet. What they have is age verification. Sorry, they have age estimation or, age prediction. They don't have age verification. The technology at the moment, even the best company selling that to gambling companies and nipping out to Australia this week to try and lobby for their technology to be used, at best it's about 65 to 70%. It's increased a lot over the last few years, but that is still 30% of Australian kids still getting onto social networks they should be banned from, unless the technology improves massively in the next year. The other issue that's a huge problem with this Australian one, Ian, no mention of parents. The Australian government have stepped in, and Albanese's come out and said, the Prime Minister's come out and said, I'm doing this to protect future generations of Australian kids and to back up you parents. Well, why not say to the parents, you probably should be doing a bit more too?
True.
Because I understand all the pressures that people face, and as the dad of a 6-year-old, I'm terrified of the moment that she wants to get on the internet and wants to use it. But I'm going to have conversations, and I'm going to have to say, look, the internet's a great thing, but it's also full of rogues. This is how you go to places where you should be safe. You should talk to people about this, that, and the other. But none of that seems to be coming through. All governments want to do is blame tech companies. All Ofcom wants to do in the UK is suggest it's entirely the fault of the tech company. Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, or anybody from these social networks do not deliver a phone to your door with the apps installed.
That's a fair point. But are we talking about something that is so influential, so seismic, so ingrained in the psyche of certainly young people that we can no longer just write it off as, well, it's personal choice, parental responsibility? Because, of course, the problem we have with mobile technology, digital technology, is that if you have the phone, then you have all the platforms that go with it. Because we could forget social networks for a moment. I mean, you can ban Twitter, but you could go to the website on a search engine. You could do the same with probably most of them. So similarly, I told you, my little boy, I mentioned it a little earlier, take the YouTube app off, just goes through Safari and has a look at it. I mean, there's always ways around it. Ultimately, the only way you would get all of these people to feel satisfied who want to ban it is to ban the internet, right? Forget parts of it. You'd have to ban the internet.
Yeah, I've heard stories that your son has fast become technical support round at your house now. He's so much ahead of you in terms of technology.
He's repairing my laptop as we speak.
Your point is correct. Where do you end this conversation? Because somebody will get there. And trust me, if Talk was around 60 years ago, you know, James Whale was on air then, but I don't know who else was, Mike Graham or whoever, they'd be having an absolute, they'd be melting down over the influence of the Beatles and pop music. And this stuff is corrupting children's minds. We're in a situation.
I think we're in a different place to that.
No, I think we don't have enough information. I'm not for a second ruling out that there's been some tragic cases, and we've heard of cases in our own personal lives where really bad things have happened through using social media and the internet. I'm not ruling that out for a second. But what I am suggesting is there isn't enough evidence-based information to make really big, sweeping statements and assessments about the impact of the internet and social media on our lives.
I think this is, look, listen, now Elon Musk is your new best friend, Will. I know you're doing a lot of work with Mr. Musk. I think that's what's happened here, is that you're taking that, you know, you're like the spokesman for the company that dropped oil in the ocean. There's nothing to see here. Is that what's happening? You're blind, Will Gurd.
No, I'm not. Elon Musk, good old E as I know him, is an absolute clown. And he's going to run whatever he does in the US into the ground. The fact that the bloke has taken a role in a government department that's not really a government department should tell you everything you want to know about Elon Musk's rush for legitimacy.
Yeah, he's a businessman that wants to further his business, right? But you know, I know you two are almost twins, joined at the hip secretly.
Yeah, no, I wish I had half of his money or even a quarter of it. Yeah. I'd be quite happy with that. But we are in an interesting stage where governments around the world are going to start looking at what's going on in Australia. Australia's got a year to get there. Australia was going to trial and test loads of these age verification, estimation, prediction services. They've decided not to do any of that because the this has become a really populist policy out there. So they're going to rush into this and they're going to absolutely screw it up. And hopefully what will come from it is suitable learnings for other countries. And what will be interesting, Ian, is in 5 years' time, when you and I are still doing this, when you're 110, we will be discussing whether or not the 5th anniversary of the ban of social media in Australia has made a blind bit of difference.
We'll watch with interest. Let's talk about Uber. Now, just before we do, Will, I was hosting an event last night. This was the Landlord Investment Show Annual Awards, big event in central London. And they very kindly, second year on the trot, asked me... No, this was to get home. I made my own way there after work. I went across there, and it was a great evening, all sorts of people there. And at the end of the evening, they said, "Oh, Mr. Collins, you know, we're going to book you a car." So they said, "We're going to book you an Uber." And I've had this before, and I always say, well, I don't really use Ubers. I've got a principled position against this curious, almost ridiculous company when you boil it down and look at where it's going. Anyway, they said, "No, we've got the business app, and we're going to book it." So 50 minutes later, after about half a dozen Uber drivers cancelled the job, we were still there. They'd cancelled the job because they send a little message to the guy that's got the account. And the reason they cancelled the job is because they didn't have enough charge to take me home.
I was going to say, you need a good 5 gallons of diesel to get down your driveway alone. So
to get to the first turret takes a bit.
People were...
How bad is that? I mean, that's a terrible story of Uber. It's a terrible story for electric cars.
That's cobblers, because the number of times I've been in London and other people have been in London, and taxi drivers, black cab drivers, still turn up 5 years after it's been made illegal for them not to take cash only, turn up and you say, "You got cash?" And you go, "No." And then they say, "No, can't do that." Or you go, "Oh, I want to go to Wimbledon." "No, I ain't going south of the river, mate." All of that
never
sort of
happens.
stuff. Yeah, it does. So to just focus and criticise Uber, which is now
it's a clown show. It's a clown show of an opera. It's utterly ridiculous. It is utterly ridiculous. You have nowhere to. So you're there in the freezing cold in the street. You can't pick up the phone and go, "I'm going to call Beryl on the reception. She can put me through to the driver," and get on the tannoy and go, "Yeah, 1-4 for a copy."
You were sat drinking a cognac and smoking a cigar, So
Yeah.
don't tell me you were stood on the street waiting for
With
this
my
damn
little
thing to turn
suitcase,
up.
waiting for it to turn up. I had to go back in, said to the guy with the app, he hasn't turned up. He said, I'll call you another one. Calls another one. Out onto the street I go. You can't ring anybody. It's not like somebody's sitting there like that, you know, Ozcabs in EastEnders where they can just radio to all the drivers.
I think we should get back to the subject because I've just spotted how many seconds we got left till the break.
Yes, this wasn't the subject we were going to talk about, was it? Anyway,
Uber,
what's happening to Uber? They're being You're telling us how brilliant they are. They're being investigated by the Federal Trade Commission in America.
Yeah, these things happen, right?
Yeah,
They're
right.
good in the UK. Uber have this service and package called Uber One, which is a subscription service, and they're having an investigation now in the US because apparently it's nigh on impossible to cancel the damn thing, which is something that a lot of us experience, whereby, let's say, for example, you can go online and sign up to a company service, and then when you try and cancel it, you got to call a phone number or send an email and wait 9 working days for cancellation confirmation. And the law is going to change. Hey, Donald Trump's doing something good, but Biden had already said he was moving through on this anyway, in that they're going to make it easier for people to instantly cancel stuff in the US and force companies not to do stuff like Uber are doing here with Uber One. So let's see what comes from it. And I know you love an Uber. I'm sure you'll be using them many times over the weekend.
Yeah. Over the years, I've really earned my stride. I'm surprised I'm not banned from using it, to be honest. But by the way, never used it myself, as in I've worked for a couple of companies that supply you one. And do you know what? The guy that picked me up eventually, it was all right. He said, the trouble is, he said, you won't get a car this time. And I said, nobody wants to go where you're going. He said, apart from anything else, he said, not enough drivers. He said, there used to be loads. He said, but the commission is so against us that we don't do it anymore. So, I don't know. There's, you know, it's just...
They don't drive as far as Windsor Castle at that time of night.
It's a rattly old setup of a business. And, of course, it's, you know, it's a tech company, not a taxi company, which is the biggest mysterious. Listen, Will, stay with us. We are going to talk about what O2 are launching, and we've got some, you could call these recommended stocking fillers, or you could just look at them as good Black Friday deals. We'll have the definitive list from Will Guyatt coming next on Talk.
Apparently Gen Zers, right, our favourite people, have decided that they want to have good old-fashioned, what they call IRL contact. You know what that stands for?
IRL. In real life?
In real life, very good.
Real life,
So actually wants to meet people in real life.
Well, I think that's the best way to go
Maybe
about it.
civilization has been saved after all.
Yeah, I think that what's very clear is that many of these users, they've explored these dating apps, and it hasn't gone according to plan for them.
No.
So I think that ultimately...
Well, apparently there's too many men on them, right? So women can't decide because it's too difficult of a choice.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
It is indeed Talk. Will Guyot, our technology correspondent, is with us. Let's talk about O2, Will. Are they dipping their toe into the world of artificial intelligence? Is that a reasonable headline for this one?
Yeah, this is an interesting story, this, because we've all been caught with scam calls on our devices and, companies claiming to be other companies, people calling, claiming they're calling from your mobile company. I keep getting calls. I've been getting calls in the last week from a contact centre somewhere overseas claiming to be my mobile company. Trouble is, I'm not with the mobile company in the UK they're claiming to be from. So there's an awful lot of scam calls going on these days. And back in the old days, it was really easy to stop them. You'd sign yourself up to something called the telephone preference service, and if these companies were operating in the UK,
they still exist.
It does, but it's absolutely blooming useless now because these days all of these calls are bounced globally.
Yeah.
So it's just as easy for somebody in Bangalore to have a Bristol number as it is for somebody in Bedminster and Bristol.
Yeah.
So you can do that super easily now. So what they've done here is it's a bit of intelligence gathering. They're using artificial intelligence and they're using reports from customers, and you're going to be able to report from your smartphone if you've had a dodgy call to your device or what you suspect to be a dodgy call. You're going to be able to press one button at the end of a call and it will be registered and logged with the team at O2. They're going to use all manner of AI detection tools to see just how many calls or feedbacks they get about certain numbers, and then when you as a consumer get a call, you might have a notification on the screen saying this is a suspected spam number, or if they get enough intelligence and they know it's a bad number, they're just going to block the number from calling people on their network, which is really quite a good use of the technology and quite a good way to, try and battle what's essentially become a cat and mouse situation. But the challenge you face here, Ian, is it is so easy now for these companies or elite or crime syndicates or whatever to just buy a number. It takes seconds, and then they just map it to their phone system, and they're back in action within seconds. That's how tricky this is.
Yeah, it is cat and mouse territory, as you say. Listen, let's finish on some. Are these Black Friday deals or are they just good Christmas deals?
It's tricky, right? Finn came to me earlier on, all happy and excited, and said, "Look, give me some really good Black Friday tech deals." And my response to him was, ugh. Because the reality is, everybody's doing Black Friday this year, and there are. I mean,
when Finn normally comes up to you and says, "Have you got any good deals?" he's normally asking about something else altogether, but that's less of his weekend activities. So on this occasion, he was attempting to get a bargain out of you, Will.
Yeah, what the reality is now, Ian, is everybody does Black Friday. Even my local curry house has been sending me Black Friday deals, free poppadoms, and I think you get a naan bread as well.
That should be illegal. That should be illegal. Black Friday should refer only to things you can plug in. Okay, simple as that.
It's a US thing that's come over here, and it's got everywhere. But listen, there are some savings to be found if you're in the market for something.
Yep.
One particularly good saving I found was Sony's XM4 headphones headphones. They're wireless Bluetooth headphones. They're over-the-ear headphones, so not the little white Apple AirPods that you often see on people. But what's fantastic about these headphones is the noise cancelling they've got on them. Absolute next level. He could be stood by you and you could be spouting your usual guff and Finn wouldn't hear a word that you're saying because the noise cancellation is so good on them. They're normally, I think they're normally like 260 quid, and they're cheaper in the sales. Amazon have got them, Currys have got them, various other organisations have got those in the sale. That's the Sony XM4
But they're not,
wireless headphones.
They're not Apple overhead headphones, are they? Which is really that's the totemic headphone you want to be seen with.
They're so heavy. They're heavy. They're old technology.
They are a bit weighty, aren't they? Not as weighty as those Dyson things you tried to get me to try out recently.
Well, James did give me a prototype pair of those, and
Dyson headphones. They look I look like I had two hoovers sticking out of my ears.
But so you tried those. And the other thing, if you are actually at the moment in the market for anything, electrical appliance for the house, washing machine, Hoover, etc., 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 you will find a saving in the Black Friday.
You've got two here, haven't you? You've got two Hoovers.
Yeah,
or vacuums, as they should be.
Well, yeah. When I used to work on local newspapers, if you called something a Hoover, you'd get a letter from Hoover saying that's not a Hoover, it's a vacuum cleaner. It's one of ours. So we've got a Dyson, and I think I chose a Shark. Both available on Amazon and also on Currys and John Lewis and other places. These are devices that normally go for like 300 quid, and they've had 60, 70 quid knocked off the price.
Well, in some cases more. I mean, if you look at the Shark, the cordless vacuum cleaner was $399.99, is now $229. I mean, that is a big saving. And the Dyson one that you talked about, which is the V10, how partridge is that? Was $449 and is now $299, so it's 150 quid off.
Yeah, and it's the thing now that pre-Christmas you get this sort of discount around Black Friday weekend. But you and I have both spoken before that there's never really such thing as an absolute true bargain on Black Friday weekend. The shots of those people, in the Swanley Asda hanging off of a Polaroid LED TV that was probably only 175 quid before it got reduced to 170. Those days are still,
That's exactly right. Listen, Black Friday deals, you should be able to get an iPhone 16 Pro Max for about 30 quid. That's what Black Friday should be all about. None of this.
You're not going to get that.
We've taken 1.2% off. Oh, get in the bin, you tight ass. Listen, thank you very much, Will Guyot. He is our technology correspondent. Always a pleasure. Follow Will on social media. Of course, Peter Cardwell is here.
Hello, sir.
After the noon. After the noon.
After the noon.
It
is in the afternoon. You're technically
It is. We are after the noon.
Good evening. In a court of law, you would.
Welcome to After the Noon. That sounds like a show we should be doing together. Where do you stand on your vacuums, Peter?
Vacuums?
Are you a Dyson man? Are you one of those Shark men?
I'm not a Shark man. I've had a Dyson one previously, but I've got one of those. Is it Miele?
Miele. Yeah, they do. I mean, that's a very good make.
Is it?
Or is it Miele? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Miele or Miele? They do cookers, they do freezers, they do everything.
I'm not the person who made the decision to get it.
Okay.
I took advice from someone in the know and said, which one should I get? And this was the one.
Get one of these.
And it was a reasonable price. So that's the one I get. But no, hoovering is good. Vacuuming, I suppose, is the best thing. I did a big spring clean of Cardwell Towers recently and found something, sadly not. I found half a mouse under a rug, which wasn't very nice.
You found half a mouse?
Yeah. My cat, Jack, had managed to.
Oh, I see. Jack had the mouse, yeah. Well, that's why mice exist, isn't it, really? Just
so cats can catch.
Try and run away from cats.
Yeah.
What's going on after 4, Peter?
Well, the huge fallout from a very big political day. We've got a new transport secretary after the old one resigned after lying. Louise Hay has gone. Heidi Alexander is in there, and she's will be thinking about what the implications of that are now. I'm talking about Greg Wallace and the BBC licence fee and about the Princess of Wales as well. Catherine says we shouldn't judge addicts. I'll be asking people what they think about that. 0344 499 1000.
Heidi Alexander is an Ulez junkie.
The godmother of Ulez.
The godmother. Did you know Heidi Alexander is an anagram of Transport for London? Isn't that interesting?
No, it's not.
Seriously, I worked it out earlier.
No, it's not. Is it really? No, it's not. Where's the axe
People
come
are thinking about
Where's the axe come in?
Peter Cardwell on the other side of the news at 4. Have a great weekend. I'll be back on Monday.
across the UK. On DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, a very good afternoon. It's Friday evening. This is Talk Drive. Thank you so much for tuning in, whether you're watching or listening. Maybe you're one of the car dwellers on your way home on this Friday afternoon. We've got a lot of political stories today, heavy political stories. We're going to wade through them with the help of some experts like Theo Usherwood and Sir John Curtis, Professor Sir John Curtis. We're going to talk to him in a second about this bombshell vote in Parliament. The assisted dying vote has passed by a majority of 55. We also know that there's a new Transport Secretary and she is the godmother of ULEZ. This is Heidi Alexander, the MP for South Swindon. She was a minister, now she's a Secretary of State in the Cabinet controlling transport in this country. The person who imposed and worked out with Sadiq Khan the ULEZ charges of £12.50 for motorists in London. Could it be coming to the rest of England, where she is Transport Secretary for, and what are the implications for the rest of the United Kingdom as well? We'll talk about that. I want your views on that. 0344 499 1000. How do you feel about assisted dying now that it is legal in the UK, or will become legal in the UK? 0344 499 1000. We'll talk about Greg Wallace as well. He's stepping away from MasterChef after misconduct. Quite a number of allegations against him. Another example of what the BBC knew and when claims of inappropriate behaviour should be. We should talk about them like that. Fury of the BBC licence fee as well. It is going to go up by £5. I know there are viewers and listeners who don't pay it. What do you think? Are you going to continue to pay it with everything the BBC is doing, how it has acted in the Hugh Edwards scandal? Now Greg Wallace again, another scandal there. We'll talk about the sport a bit later. We'll talk about the fact that the Princess of Wales, Princess Catherine, has said that we shouldn't judge addicts, whether they are an addict of alcohol or drugs. What do you think? Should we judge these people? Should we help them? Quite a few of them, of course, have caused much misery for families and friends, and indeed have been in prison or arrested for as the results of what they've been up to. What do you think of that? 0344 499 1000. You can text me at 72222 with the word talk in your text. You can tweet me at TalkTV or follow me at Peter Cardwell. And remember, the main number does three things. You can send me a voice note on the main number, you can send me a WhatsApp text message, or you can give me a ring on the dog and bone for a conversation live on air. 0344 499 1000. Plenty to talk about in the next 3 hours here on Talk Drive. So Professor Sir John Curtis is joining us in just a second. He's a professor at Strathclyde University, but of course he's the doyen of polling in this country and political prediction. Of course, we know that the Commons now, 55 majority, has voted for assisted dying. There have been a range of views about this. It has been a tremendously busy and emotional time in Parliament for many people. Let's just have a look and a listen to what quite a number of people, and MPs particularly, have been saying about this afternoon before the vote happened.
Pretty much anybody with a serious illness or disability could work out how to qualify for this bill, for an assisted death under this bill. And if members think that it's far-fetched, that's what happens everywhere else, that assisted suicide is legal, including in Oregon.
What? Catherine Eccles, point of order.
He's using the incorrect language. It's not suicide. That's offensive. Please correct your language, Mr.
That's not point of order, Danny.
I'm grateful for I'm afraid to say, and I'm sorry if offence is given, the fact is that the value of actually having a bill in black and white is that we do need to see what the law really is, and what this bill would do, it would amend the Suicide Act of 1961. It will allow people to assist with a suicide for the first time. So I'm afraid that is, I mean, I respect the Honourable Lady's concerns there, but I'm afraid we do have to use the proper language here.
Robust safeguards for the sick and dying are absolutely vital to protect them from predatory relatives, to protect them from the state, but above all, to protect them from themselves. There will be those who say to themselves they don't want to be a burden. And I can imagine myself saying that in particular circumstances. Others will worry that assets they'd hoped to leave for their grandchildren are being eroded by the cost of care. And there will even be a handful who will think they should not be taking up a hospital bed.
I am very clear that the law needs to change to give terminally ill people choice at the end of life and to protect their loved ones from fear of prosecution. And Mr. Speaker, for those of us here today who are lucky enough not to have personal experience of this issue, sadly, we know that any one of us could end up in this heartbreaking situation. Yep. We are all living longer, which is brilliant. And I've campaigned inside and outside Parliament for a greater focus on prevention and early intervention in terms of illness and disease to keep us fit and healthy for as long as possible. But any one of us or our loved ones could be unfortunate or unlucky enough to receive a terminal diagnosis. And I struggle to see how it is fair or just to deny anyone the autonomy, dignity and personal choice that we might want to take control of our final weeks.
Kim Ledbetter MP there. She is the MP for Labour for for Spen Valley, and she is the person who's been putting this forward. It's her bill. Usually you vote on things, sort of government bills, but this is a private member's bill. She was proposing that. We heard from Diane Abbott there as well, the Labour MP for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, and Danny Kruger, the Conservative MP for East Wiltshire. Well, Professor Sir John Curtis joins me now. John, what do you make of this, and were you expecting this result? Because it is a major change to how things are done in this country, quite literally a matter of life and death.
Sure. Well, the one substantial exercise that was engaged in to try to anticipate what the result would be was in the Times yesterday. They'd managed to get about 500 MPs to declare their position. They had those in favour of the bill ahead, not a long way ahead, and the 100 or so MPs who hadn't declared themselves could, in theory, if they had swung 2-1 against the bill, to have moved in the other direction. But it looks as though in the end, actually, the kinds of figures the Times was carrying have proven to be reasonably accurate. I mean, so far as public opinion is concerned, this is in truth a bill that's been a very long time coming. The recent polling finds only around 1 in 6 saying that they're opposed to at least some kind of provision for assisted dying. You know, the principle. There are clearly debates about some of the detail and how far it should extend. But if you ask people, as a number of polls done, some variety of a question that says, look, should somebody who is dying, got a terminal illness, should they be able to seek assistance to hasten their death if they want to? And the polls have been finding, say, 1 in 6 against, about 2/3 in favour, and then 1 in 6 saying, you know, difficult question, not quite sure. This is not a new mood. I can find you data from all the way back to 1983, with around 3/4 of people saying that they were in favour. This has been an interesting case where, you know, we've had many issues like on the abolition of the death penalty in the 1960s, when the House of Commons was ahead of the public, even on the legal recognition of same-sex relationships in 2005. Well, certainly the Parliament was catching a change in public mood, but it certainly was still relatively controversial for some people. As far as the broader public is concerned, yes, there is a significant debate, but it is a debate where the balance of opinion is actually rather firmly in the direction of changing the law, and certainly the balance is much greater than it is even now in the House of Commons.
John, are you surprised by any of the people who have voted for or against this? We see that, unsurprisingly, Keir Starmer voted for it, as did Rachel Reeves, Rishi Sunak, Jeremy Hunt, Yvette Cooper, Liz Kendall, people like that. Voting against it, Kemi Badenoch, Soraya Davey, the leader of the Lib Dems, and Nigel Farage voted against it, the Reform UK leader, Angela Rayner, Wes Streeting, David Lammy, some big hitters there. Obviously this was a free vote, but it did come into at least the penumbra of party politics at times as well during this debate, and Keir Starmer apparently not too happy about that, especially with his Health Secretary, Wes Streeting.
Yes, of course, it's interesting because Wes Streeting, when the issue came up 10 years ago, did actually vote in favour. He seems to have changed his mind now that he's responsible for the health service. I mean, I think we heard different arguments on different sides. I think on the Labour side of the House, and you kind of heard that reflected partly in Diane Abbott's contribution he's just given, they're basically concerned that the passage of this legislation will adversely affect, people who are vulnerable, including not least those who have a disability, and that, it's fine to talk about individual choice, but as Diane Abbott said, well, but maybe we have to save people from themselves. So there is a sense of feeling that perhaps those who are less well off, those who have less in the way of resources, might end up feeling coerced into taking advantage of the provisions of the bill if it does indeed ever become an act. And that seems to have mattered to some Labour MPs. I think, on the other side with Kemi Badenoch, for example, while her views in general are relatively, socially conservative, I don't think we should be surprised that she would take a view. But on the other hand, Rishi Sunak clearly is somebody who is perhaps much more willing to allow and is more persuaded by the arguments about individual choice. I mean, there are serious arguments on both sides of this debate, but perhaps different arguments affect MPs from different. And for some, although some of them have not been wanting to acknowledge it, the one group in our society that we know, on balance, are against, and that is those who practice a religion on a regular basis, be that Christianity, Muslim, Hindu, whatever. It's certainly pretty clear that some MPs who are known to have a deeply held faith have perhaps also been disproportionately amongst those who've been against the change in legislation.
John, just finally, let me ask you about Louise Hay, the Transport Secretary. She has been found to have a fraud conviction. She had there was a sort of slightly complicated issue around this, but nonetheless, Labour knew about it. They made her Transport Secretary. Nonetheless, that has come to light thanks to some journalism from a couple of organisations. Now we know that she is gone, and Heidi Alexander, the godmother of ULEZ, is now the Transport Secretary. How damaging do you think this will be for Keir Starmer?
Not particularly, to be honest, Peter. I mean, there is a, one of the problems that Keir Starmer has, and he's made the same mistake as Rishi Sunak made. He's made the same mistake that Tony Blair is, which is on coming into office saying, we are going to promote honesty and trustworthiness, and we're going to be whiter than white, which is Tony Blair's phrase. You should never say that, because at the end of the day, politicians are human beings. More broadly, I mean, I think I would just reflect. I do tend to feel that we have politicians who resign over personal issues to a much greater extent than we do politicians who resign because of policy failure. I mean, I think that there's an acknowledgement, frankly, on both sides of the House that Ms. Haig has actually been a rather good politician, young but evidently able. There obviously is a bit of a doubt about, why it wasn't maybe just one phone that she'd lost and all the rest of it. So there's a little bit of doubt there. But to be honest, I mean, more broadly, my concern about this emphasis on individual probity is that, well, when there's a Labour politician in trouble, the Conservatives pile in, as they have just done. When a Conservative politician is in trouble, the Labour side pile in. Individually, of course, for those parties, you can see why they're tempted. But for politicians in general, this is not collectively rational. Because insofar as you make people's personal behaviour, their ethics, etc., a political issue, you're not doing anything to advance people's trust in the wider political process.
And if you say lawmakers can't be lawbreakers and then appoint one as Secretary of State for Transport, you might perhaps, it could be argued, be making your own bed. Thank you, Professor Sir John Curtis there, Professor of Politics at Strathclyde University. On the big issue of assisted dying, I want to hear from you this afternoon. And Ryan has been in touch from Lincoln. He's given me a ring on 0344 499 1000. Ryan, what do you make of this issue? What do you think about what Parliament has just done?
Overall, I think heading in the right direction, but I think they need to look at how they're getting there, because this thing about having to have doctors sign off on it. My grandfather, he's got Parkinson's. He's had it for nearly 25 years, and every year they'll say, "Oh, you've probably got 2 or 3 more years," and it's been like that for the full 25 years.
Right.
So how do we know that what the doctors are saying is inherently what's going to happen? How do we?
And actually, your grandfather wouldn't be. It wouldn't have an impact on him because it's supposedly it is terminally ill people with 6 months or less to live. So presumably, I don't want to assume, Ryan, but presumably your grandfather has a very poor quality of life, and I wonder if it's something that he has ever considered, or you have ever considered or thought about.
I think for me, I've definitely thought about it personally. So, I know that if I ever get to a point where I know for definite that my quality of life is not going to improve, then it's definitely something that I've wanted to look at. But again, it comes down to how do we take what the doctors are saying at face value, because they keep changing definitions and how they look
and
at
there
them
are times, Ryan, I think you're absolutely right. There are times, we'll talk about this with our next guest, Dr. Mark Pickering, after the break. He is the Chief Executive of the Christian Medical Fellowship. He's also a prison GP in London. And Ryan, I think you're right in that, 2 doctors have got to sort of sign this off. But there are many, many times when people say, look, you may have 6 months to live and the person lives for a lot longer. In the exact example that you've given of your grandfather, another 2 or 3 years. Well, actually, that's been a quarter of a century that he has continued to live. So the prediction, doctors aren't saints, they aren't miracle workers, and we need to be realistic about what they can actually say and do.
Yeah, no, I think from my point of view, it's more the fact that the government needs to not necessarily rely on what the doctors say because it can change so often.
Yeah.
And that there need to be sort of systems in place to account for that.
What about the judicial aspect of this, Ryan? Because I'm interested in the fact that judges have to sign this off a High Court judge. I mean, with the abolition of the death penalty in, I think it was the 1960s, we took the power of life and death away from judges. Now we've, to some degree, in some sense, given it back to them. And that, to me, is something that I'm not massively comfortable with, I suppose. I wonder what you think, Ryan.
Yeah, with the judges, I'm not too sure sort of why they're coming into play too much. Like, what qualification or what sort of education do they have over everyone else?
I suppose it's to arbitrate, is it within the law? Is this actually what is in the law and been voted for, and is this being done properly? And of course they'd be respected, and the rule of law is respected by many people, by most people anyway.
Well, if it's the case of make sure that it's within the law, would it make more sense to sort of have like a board of judges rather than just relying on one singular judge's opinion?
Yeah, that's a fair point, Ryan. I suppose the point is that there'd be a sort of High Court judge, but yeah, and how complicated and how long this takes as well. There are lots of questions, I think, still to be sort of worked out. But Ryan, thanks for your thoughts there, and every good wish to your family, and particularly your grandfather. That's Ryan in Lincoln there. Rachel has been in touch on text 87222 with the word talk in her text, saying, this bill is the worst law that will ever be introduced into UK law. I am ashamed to be a member of a country that supports this, says Rachel. And Stephen Suffolk says, I thought assisted dying was already legal. The Labour Party do. They're already assisting the death of the UK. But what do you think? What do you think about what Ryan said, what Steve said, what Rachel said? 0344 499 1000. We'll talk to Mark Pickering in a minute. He is Chief Executive of the Christian Medical Fellowship. He's a prison GP too in London. But keep your comments coming in. We'll reflect them right throughout the programme between now and 7 o'clock. Stay with us.
You know, thanks for giving all of our money away to the train drivers. Thanks for giving the train drivers the ability to work 4 days a week for £80,000 a year. And thanks very much indeed for encouraging other people who work in the train business and the bus business to say that they're going to go on strike in the new year unless they get even better conditions and even more money.
But this, you know...
Deary me. Deary me. Sorry.
What's extraordinary about this is, I mean, she's got Keir Starmer out of a jam.
Yeah.
Because Keir Starmer couldn't sack her because he made the judgment.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Thank you to everybody who's been in touch, including Angela, who sent me a lovely picture of her cat Rodney, who is listening today. Also, Elephant in the Room says Hay should never have been promoted to a ministerial position. This is Louise Hay, who was the Transport Secretary until this morning. She's now resigned, and Heidi Alexander, the godmother of ULEZ, has taken it over. Elephant in the Room continues, this is a matter of trust, and with a fraud conviction, some employers wouldn't have employed her, even with suspend conviction. Banks, for example, Starmer's judgment is flawed. Thanks also to Treacle in Bridgend, who says, it's quality of life that is important to me personally. I'm not afraid to die. I'm being afraid of not being able to live. And that quality of life is something that a lot of people are thinking about today as the assisted dying bill has got through, and we know that there's a 55 MP majority for that. I want to talk to someone who is against it, Dr. Mark Pickering, who's the Chief Executive of the Christian Medical Fellowship. He's also a prison GP in London. Mark, thanks for joining us today. Presumably you're pretty dismayed by this vote. Just tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, we are disappointed that the vote's gone against us, but I think it's because the proposals has basically been all about choice and autonomy, and it is difficult to argue against that. And we're very concerned about the scrutiny that the bill's going to have. You know, there's been lots of reassurance that don't worry, if you've got concerns about it, will all be looked at in the committee stage. Private members' bills don't traditionally get a lot of scrutiny. This is a 38-page bill. I think there's lots of clauses in there that are causing concern, real concern.
What concerns you? What are the things, now it has gone through, what are the aspects of it that you're most concerned about, Mark?
Well, a number of things. The judges is one of them. So High Court judges has been something that's reassured a lot of people. Don't worry, the judges will be looking at it. But we currently have 19,000 hours of High Court judge sitting time in this country. And on a conservative estimate, just alone for this bill, it would take 34,000 hours of High Court judge time to manage this bill. That's almost twice of the capacity we have already of High Court judges purely on this bill.
We can't know that, can we? We can't know that in terms of how many decisions would have to be made.
We certainly can, because in other countries you tend to hover around 3% of adult deaths will go by assisted dying based on other countries. That's from Kim Leadbeater's own data.
Okay.
And that's reasonable. 17,000 deaths a year, 2 hours per case is conservative. That's without having to bring in witnesses or check anything or anything like that. And so that would clearly overwhelm the courts or turn into a rubber stamping process.
The time put in, with respect, Mark, the time put in by High Court judges can't be your main objection to this.
No, but it's a pretty significant one. And if someone says, don't worry, we've got the strongest safeguards in the world, a High Court judge will look at it. Kim Leadbeater actually had to correct the record in Parliament today, because during the debate she said, I've discussed with the highest level of judiciary. Actually, she hadn't. The serving judiciary got back during the debate and said, no, you haven't. She had to go back and say, sorry, Mr. Speaker, that wasn't true. So that hasn't been thought through at the highest level. We're very concerned about coercion. Many people made passionate speeches about the problems with coercion. And it's not because somebody's going to be dragging Granny off to the doctor against her will to sign a form she doesn't want to sign. It's the internal coercion of elderly, vulnerable people knowing that they could ask for assisted dying, maybe that they should do, feeling that everyone would be better off without them, and thinking, yes, I'm a bit selfish really to be continuing to live when I could be asking for that assisted dying. You know, most of us are not really concerned about you know, the people who are already used to exercising choice and autonomy, people like Esther Ranson who've campaigned for this. You know, Esther will get good care, she's got good family around her, she's used to making her views known. I'm really concerned about people who are poor, elderly, vulnerable, perhaps disabled already, may not have English as a first language, may already not trust the healthcare system. There were some really eloquent speeches about black and ethnic minority communities who already have trust problems with the health service for good reason often, and now suddenly they know that doctors could be actually suggesting that they might want to end their lives.
The point is the doctors don't suggest it, isn't it? That's actually illegal to do that within the legislation.
No, it is not. No, it is not. A doctor can bring it up unannounced.
But they can't say to someone, I think you should take your own life. I think that you should you should think about assisted dying.
Well, if you're elderly and if you're vulnerable and that nice respected doctor says, well, there is another option that you might want to consider. You know, they don't have to say you should.
But this is life and death here. You're not going to just be, it's not just going to be suggested by a doctor. You're not going to say, well, the doctor says I should take my own life, therefore I should. I mean, it's a much more fundamental decision than that, isn't it?
Peter, I don't know how many consultations you've been in with elderly and vulnerable sick people, but often they really do take what doctors say.
Not when it comes to ending their own life, and you don't know that, in fairness.
Well, I've talked to lots of people who feel a burden, lots of people who don't know whether they should carry on, don't have any hope for the future. And, you know, for a doctor to be able to suggest it, and some doctors will be quite pro it. We see in legislatures that do change the law, like Canada. There are some doctors that feel quite passionately that it's a patient's rights, and they should be promoting patients' rights. And people do actually cross those lines. Not everybody, but some will.
And Mark, given this is now democratically gone through, there are further stages to this bill, obviously, before it becomes law. But Mark, I wonder what you will do now, what campaigners like you against this will do at this stage.
Well, certainly we'll be pushing for a much stronger funding for palliative care. Lots of people have said that palliative care is so important. It's strange that campaigners for assisted dying have suddenly, you know, discovered that we really need to fund palliative care better. They haven't really been saying much about that before now. So we'll continue to say that and push for that, like Wes Streeting has said. We want to hold them to account in terms of that scrutiny which we've been promised, many hours of committee stages and lots of different clauses in the next stage. And many people have said today that if they're not satisfied with the scrutiny, that they will vote the bill down at third reading. That doesn't often happen, but I'll be looking to see if people do actually go with that.
Okay. Mark, thank you. That's Mark Pickering there, Dr. Mark Pickering, who is Chief Executive of the Christian Medical Fellowship. He's also a prison GP in London. Let's talk to Jay, who's given me a ring from Essex. Jay, you're very welcome to the programme. What do you make of this debate?
Oh, hello, Peter.
Hi there.
I'm glad it went through.
Okay.
I think it's safer in a way because everyone keeps saying, oh, you know, the old people or the ill people will be coerced. Well, if that's the case, they'll be coerced anyway and have to take some tablets or something on their own and die on their own.
That doesn't happen a lot, though, does it, Jay? I know it happens from time to time, but I mean, this is a system that would allow that to happen, isn't it?
No, but what they're saying is, oh, old people might be coerced into doing it. We're all adults. We all have our own minds.
But a lot of people who are perhaps near the end of life actually perhaps don't have the same autonomy and decision-making abilities that you and I do.
But you can't cover every eventuality, Peter.
Yeah, no, it's true.
I mean, you know, we all go by our own experiences. And if you've lived sort of 50, 60, 70, 80 years of a really good life, do you really want to spend like the last few months of it in absolute hell?
No, I don't think I would want to.
It has to be our choice, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I wonder, Jay, what you think about the idea. I mean, we're talking to our caller Ryan a little bit earlier on. His grandfather has Parkinson's. And actually, if you have an ongoing condition that's not terminal per se, I mean, multiple sclerosis is another disease I know quite a lot about through personal experience of relatives and friends, and actually you have the same roughly the same life expectancy in many cases, not every case, but in many cases you have roughly the same life expectancy, but it's not strictly speaking a terminal illness. And I wonder whether those people aren't sort of kept under that, because if you say, if you've cancer, for example, they say you've 6 months to live, well, then you would fall under this assisted dying legislation. But actually, when it comes to those longer term conditions, you wouldn't fall under that. I wonder if you think that's right.
I think it depends. I think the bill will be tweaked as time goes on anyway. But, I mean, when you see people with different illnesses, like motor neurone disease, I can only go by how I feel personally.
Yeah, of course.
I would definitely not want to drag it out any longer than necessary. It's all drawn on our own personal life experiences of our own people, our fathers and mothers that have died or whatever, in an awful lot of pain, unnecessary pain. But we have to surely be given that choice and be given the right to choose for ourselves.
Jay, thank you. Really intelligent call there. Really a lot to think about there from what both Jay and Ryan have said. And if you'd like to join them on the air, 0344 499 1000. We are going to talk about the BBC next and Greg Wallace. He has stepped away from MasterChef after the misconduct allegations against him. I wonder what you think of that as well. 0344 499 1000. We're going to talk to John Mayer in a second. He's a former BBC producer. Stay with us.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, welcome back, and thank you to everybody who's been in touch. Jane says, I'm not sure I want any laws decided by this bunch of politicians. Well, Jane, they're democratically elected, I'm afraid. Leslie says, when the Abortion Act was passed. It is safeguards for medical and emergencies. Now women can have several abortions on demand. Safeguards are soon ignored. Cliff in Berkshire says, personally I oppose the assisted dying bill because it continues the devaluing of life started by the abortion lobby some decades ago. My wife has a terminal illness, but it is not our place to decide when we die. Yes, we are Catholics, so we are very pro-life. To be flippant, the number of people that could use it in the UK would be negligible, because one often waits so long to have an appointment with one's GP, you could have died naturally anyway. Leslie, talking about Louise Hay, says no MP should be in Parliament if they've broken the law. There should be a by-election. Why should they be allowed to vote on our laws when they have broken them? Well, Leslie, I would say I kind of agree with you, but also there's breaking the law and there's breaking the law. I mean, if you, for example, break the traffic laws and you know, lose your licence for speeding, for example, should you be excluded for being an MP? Whereas obviously if you've done something much more serious, you absolutely should. Anyway, I want to talk about the BBC just at the moment, because Greg Wallace is on the front page of most of the papers. MasterChef host out of BBC show, says The Sun, and then a massively big broadside from Rod Stewart. Rod Stewart says, Sir Rod, you humiliated my wife, you tubby, bald bully. So let's hear from what Kirsty Wark has been saying. Kirsty Wark is the very respected presenter of Newsnight. She is someone who I trust, I must say. I worked with her previously when I worked at Newsnight. I have a lot of respect for her. She helped me out personally with a couple of things as well behind the scenes. Really, really trustworthy person. Obviously, all these are just allegations. We've got to be careful about that, but this is what Kirsty Wark had to say.
There were two occasions in particular where he used sexualized language in front of a number of people. And it wasn't as if it was anyone engaged with this. It was completely one-way traffic. But I think people were uncomfortable. And something that I really didn't expect to happen.
Greg Wallace has responded to all of the allegations against him. Well, he's responded by saying that he thanks people for being in touch and supporting him. This is what he has had to say.
I would like to thank all the people getting in touch, reaching out and showing their support. It's good of you. Thank you very much.
That's about all he can say at the moment. And yes, just with Rod Stewart, his reaction to this, it's interesting because Greg Wallace gets very annoyed when you spell his name with one G at the end of it. So I wonder whether this was deliberate or not deliberate for Rod Stewart just to spell it with one G. He says, so Greg Wallace gets fired from MasterChef. Good riddance, Wallace. You humiliated my wife, Penny Lancaster. You humiliated my wife when she was on the show, but you had that bit cut out, didn't you? You're a tubby, bald-headed, ill-mannered bully. Karma got ya. Sir Rod Stewart is what he says there. Well, let's talk to John Mayer. He's a former BBC producer. John, thanks for joining us this afternoon. The BBC has said that we take any issues that are raised with us seriously and we have robust procedures in place to deal with them. We're always clear that any behaviour which falls below the standards expected by the BBC will not be tolerated. Where an individual is contracted directly by an external production company, as is apparently the case here, we share any complaints or concerns with that company and we will always support them when addressing them. I mean, that's not really worth the paper it's printed on here, is it? Given that these allegations go back a very long period of time, they are very, very serious, and it appears that nothing was done about it because Greg Wallace continued to present MasterChef.
Not really, Peter. Good to see you again.
Hello.
Look, I mean, another day, another crisis at the BBC, eh? By my reckoning, they've lost 4.5 presenters in the last month or so, and 4.5 they fired, and 2.5 have left voluntarily, you know. Only the BBC could sort of make such a mess of it. You know, the trouble is that since Hugh Edwards, they've become way overcautious, and anybody who steps out of line is immediately out because they managed to mess up the Hugh Edwards thing so much. But you know, this is not a good look for the BBC to have this hanging over them. But you know, if you hire a barrow boy, a barrow boy acts like a barrow boy.
But, I mean, these allegations are not, were they to get rid of him, if even one or two of these allegations are true, that is not, I mean, that's not an overreaction, is it? In fact, it's an underreaction if the allegations go back a long, if the allegations go back a long time, John.
go back 17 years, don't they? I mean, maybe it should be investigated before.
That's my point, though. My point is this keeps happening, doesn't it? Because the Telegraph newspaper has done a lot of investigating here, and actually the BBC has only acted after they've put the allegations to the BBC. The fact is that the BBC apparently can't be trusted to actually do these investigations themselves. If this goes back 17 years, if even some of this is true, why on earth should that guy, Greg Wallace, still have been presenting MasterChef?
Well, I mean, to give the BBC News some praise, Peter, they've done some investigation as well. They've been doing it for a couple of months, and they did a very good piece today. The BBC is pretty awful at investigating itself, and obviously there was a lot of gossip in the industry about this man, and the BBC should have chased up on it. They didn't, so they ended up with egg on their face again, and an increased licence fee today, I hear.
And there'll be many people, including watching and listening to this programme, John, who will say, why should we pay an even higher licence fee for an organisation that cannot regulate itself, because this keeps happening?
Because it delivers you very good programmes day after day, night after night.
But so many people, I agree with you, it does deliver many good programmes. I enjoy watching and listening to them myself as a licence fee payer, but there are a lot of people who do not trust the BBC. What they think will happen, as has happened on a number of occasions now, is that allegations will be made, often by more junior people. They will be ignored, they will be cast aside, and the presenters will be protected because the management class are afraid of upsetting the apple cart.
This is true. Presenter power, but I mean, look, the BBC is its own worst enemy. I've never known a time when it's had so many enemies in the press and everywhere else. I'm surprised they got an inflation licence fee. But let's talk, beyond that, to 27. What's going to happen then? That's when the whole licence fee comes up for discussion again. And I think that's in great danger. And I think the BBC should be thinking of alternatives like a hybrid fee or some element of subscription.
I agree with you, John. But I mean, the trust issue is such a big one with Greg Wallace here, when it's saying we take any issues that are raised with us seriously and we have robust processes in place to deal with them. The processes are not robust. That's the point.
No, they weren't robust for Hugh Edwards, were they?
No, they weren't, and it just keeps happening. So there'll be so many people who will question this and will say, what more is there? Who's the next presenter that this is going to happen about?
Indeed, and where's the damage limitation? Where's the crisis management in all of this? You don't get the feeling that they're across it all. It just sort of comes out and they say, oh well, we've got robust procedures. Well, actually, you need to be far more robust. But look, I mean, presenters, as you well know, Peter, are funny animals because you have to have an ego to appear on television.
Yeah, that's true.
And that ego sometimes takes over, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but you still have. I mean, some of the behaviour that is alleged here, allegations that Greg Wallace walked into the MasterChef studio completely naked, except for a sock pulled over his penis, before doing a silly dance. This alleged incident was also witnessed by 2 other members of the production team. They alleged he was very touchy-feely and made disgusting sex-related jokes. There's an allegation from Kirsty Wark, who has a lot of integrity, in that she says there were 2 occasions when Wallace used sexualised language in front of other people when she appeared in Celebrity MasterChef in 2011. 13 years ago, and the BBC did nothing about it. And that is another presenter, a very senior presenter, very respected news presenter, making that allegation, presumably at that time as well.
Indeed, so it's likely to be true. I mean, somebody should have done something. She should have gone to the executive, or indeed the commission executive, and said, look, I'm unhappy, as indeed should other people. But as you said, junior people are not believed, So he probably thought... Or worse, John, they are believed, but nothing is done about it because they're junior. Probably true, until it reaches a level where the BBC can't avoid the noise for too much more. Yeah. But presenters are funny. My first job in television was working with Robin Day. He wasn't exactly the easiest man to deal with, but he wasn't someone who went around doing this kind of behaviour that Greg Wallace is alleged to have done. I've worked with some very, very difficult presenters previously in all sorts of media jobs, like yourself, John. They can be, and I include myself in this, they can be eccentric, funny beasts. They're often weird and wonderful people, and that's part of the rich tapestry of what journalism and television is, and broadcasting. And I love that. I love that it's a haven for eccentrics. But there are, and I would include myself in that, but there are clear lines that are just, I mean, some of the stuff that Greg Wallace is, I mean, making a joke about rape, allegedly, around Ulrika Johnson, who herself claimed she was a victim of rape. I mean, that is just absolutely beyond the pale. That's not eccentricity, that's not ego, that is just being outrageously wrong and doing things that should not happen. You get away with it once, you get away with it forever. But as I said, you hire a barrow boy, you expect him to be a barrow boy.
Well, I also wonder about the management, John, as well, and that's at the heart of this. Thank you so much for your contribution. That's John Mayer there, who is a former BBC producer. And yeah, as John correctly says, if you let people get away with this kind of behaviour, they will continue to do so. David is in Clacton, says, I will never pay for the BBC. They're a disgusting organisation and are anti-Jewish. The quicker they're gone, the better for the UK. Well, I'm sure David saw that story. We'll actually be covering it on my show tomorrow between 10 and 1. I'm on tomorrow morning between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. And that is about a union saying to its members that they should be wearing Palestinian garb, Palestinian clothing to support people in the Palestinian territories in the war against Israel. Is absolutely horrendous and like a massive breach of impartiality. Jane says, week after week the BBC are the story. Let's just close it down. Many cannot afford it. Time to scrap the licence fee. What do you think about that? 0344 499 1000. Stay with us.
Keir Starmer is one of the most successful prime ministers ever in terms of his majority, but he's one of the least popular. Yes. This man has risen without trace. He's never, ever been subject to the scrutiny that other politicians have been subject to. So I say right now, let's hit 3 million. Then I will personally go to Downing Street.
With the horns?
With the horns.
On the 6th of January, you'll be there.
No, I won't.
He's not there, he's at his penthouse in Covent Garden.
Oh, with Lord Ali.
The UK on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Thanks to everybody who's been in touch, including this person who says Greg Wallace didn't say he was innocent and will be fighting these allegations like these clowns always say when they get caught out. Very interesting point there. In regard to assisted dying, this person says it may be the right thing. We must not follow a minority of imaginary religious zealots or other minorities to derail this, which try to do everything, says Craig. I agree with this bill. I wish it would include Alzheimer's, says this person. Liz says, I'm off to see my solicitor. I'm totally against assisted dying. I have no trust in government, medics or the law. I'm so afraid that it will kick in and I will be ended when no longer independent, says Liz. Mark says, Dr. Pickering, who you spoke to earlier, seems to think patients will be coerced during consultations. Well, surely that says more about the state of mind of the consultant than it does of any patient. Mark says, I don't see why there's an issue with not wanting to be a burden on your family. If something happened to me and my son had to look after me, where he had to spend the best years of his life with his wife and children looking after me 24 hours a day, I would want to be able to legally take my own life and let him live his and let his kids have a proper childhood, not spend the whole time waiting on me. Well, Mark, that's an interesting one, but this bill actually doesn't cover that. So imagine you did need full care. It's only for people who are terminally ill. I mean, if they say you need full-time care, but there's no limit on what your life will be, if they say, look, you could be fine for another 10 years or whatever, well, or even a year, you know, it's less than 6 months, well, then you wouldn't be entitled to go down that road. We'll continue to discuss this and let us know your thoughts on 0344 499 1000. I want to discuss migration now because Sir Keir Starmer has dismissed demands for a migrant cap despite net arrivals hitting almost 1 million. And also we have the news that the number of migrants living in hotels has surged under Labour. We know there are more hotels that are open than there were when Labour came to power 4.5 months ago, and the spending on migrants waiting to be processed is about £5 billion a year. Stephen Wolfe is with us now. He's a migration expert, former MEP, Director of the Centre for Migration and Economic Prosperity. We've got a bit more detail this week, Stephen, haven't we, in regard to the actual figures here. They've been revised and nobody's coming out of this particularly well, neither the Conservatives who were in government until July or the new government.
No, indeed, Peter. This has been actually an astonishing set of numbers that we've received, particularly the revision upwards from 728,000 net migration to over 900,000, which captures almost 1 million last year, so 2 million in 2 years. And what that does in the research that we've looked, it blows out of the water all the estimates on population that the ONS and the OBR and indeed the Treasury is working on for its tax figures. And let me just put it into this context. Two numbers are important for the government. The first is mid-2026, where they say, the ONS, that population will be, I quote, around 70 million. These numbers already put us today at being 1 million above that.
Goodness me.
That means, therefore, that means also then their estimates for 2035, where they say the population of Britain will be 73 million, is based on net migration of 325,000. As you saw, these numbers are putting us way above 700,000, double that. So the estimates now for 10 years from now is that our population will be 80 million. 10 million in 10 years, 5 million in the last 10 years. What pressures is this country going to have, not only on our schools and hospitals and infrastructure, but really the taxation base to pay for the sorts of people that are coming into this country?
We've got new policy, both from Labour and the Conservatives. Have you any hope or any trust in what they're saying should happen, or in Labour's case, they say will happen over the next 4.5 years? You've got a broad smile on your face there, Stephen. I'm glad I've given you a big smile on a Friday afternoon.
You have, and this is the big question I've been asked several times. Is there any hope that we can see these numbers coming down? The first of all is from the Conservative Party. It was very clear, and as we've seen in the BBC documentary that talked about immigration since 2000, that Boris Johnson wanted to see large numbers of people coming into this country. And that hasn't stopped, and that particularly, we have seen a small change in family members coming over from universities and studying, but we haven't seen the big impact on employment. When you look at the Labour Party are big on the talk that they will stop people coming in this country for work, but we have yet to see any positive plans that will deal with that. And the issue about this is every year that we go on, as I pointed out before, the numbers are just so huge, our population will grow. And it just kicks in. It's further down the line. There were 591,000 births last year from people who were not born in this country. 600,000 coming in. Now, if we carry on with that level, that's where you're going to have real pressures on the health service and hospitals in particular. So the Labour Party and Conservative Party have not set out any policies whatsoever. The closest you might look at is maybe Reform, who are saying one in, one out. There is some positivity to that, but even their policy will not lead to massive reductions in net migration.
Stephen, thank you. That's Stephen Wolfe there, who's a migration expert, former MEP, Director of the Centre for Migration and Economic Prosperity. Thanks also to Paul in Buckinghamshire. He says, I take exception to what John Mayer was saying there, the former BBC producer, snobbish remarks about Barrow Boys. Very inappropriate, but then he has also been touched by the BBC better than you lot disease, says Paul. In regard to the Liverpool care pathway, it was supposed to stop in 2014. Anecdotal evidence shows it was nothing less than rebranded and is still being administered today, some people say. I just want to speak briefly to Jill in Essex. Jill, I believe you have multiple sclerosis, which is a disease I'm familiar with in my own family. Just tell us a little bit about you and how you live your life.
I've got remitting relapse in multiple sclerosis, so I have good days and bad days.
Yeah.
My concern would be, I would love the assisted dying thing for me, not at the moment, obviously, but I know quite a lot of people that have had multiple sclerosis, and obviously tomorrow my MS could turn to progressive MS.
Yes.
And I could end up obviously not being able to clean myself, not being able to do other things for myself, but most importantly, not being able to swallow and choking to death.
Yes.
And I don't want that.
Am I right in saying, Jill, I'm sorry to interrupt you, I mean, am I right in saying that even if it does turn to progressive MS, which it would be a much worse thing, and I hope that doesn't ever happen to you, that actually that could go on for years and years. I mean, my aunt had progressive MS, and I mean, she was in a really bad state for about 7 or 8 years, and there's no sense that it's necessarily coming to an end at any point. And this bill talks about, you know, having 6 months to live.
Yeah, but I don't want to have to go through that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course, of course.
I've seen how bad it can actually be, because, like, your aunt could have. I don't know how well your aunt was, but I don't want to be. I've seen people in a wheelchair, a bit like, I suppose, and I'm not putting anything down, but, you know, in a wheelchair, not being able to move anything but their head.
Yes.
And then they die because they can't swallow properly.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be that person. I've had it for 30 years.
Yeah.
I'm nearly 60. Well, I'm 58, but. I just don't want my family to have to go through that. So,
Jill, I know exactly what you mean. I'm sorry to end the call. We've just got to go to the news. But listen, thank you so much for ringing me, and I wish you well, and I wish your family well as Jill in Essex there, talking about perhaps even extending it. We'll talk more about assisted dying and a whole lot more after the break. Stay with us here on Talk.
across the UK. On DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Well, a very good evening. This is Talk Drive. I'm Peter Cardwell. Thank you so much for your company, whether you're watching or listening. Perhaps on the way home, you're one of the car dwellers listening to Talk Drive. Thank you for your company. There's lots to talk about, including the very big political news. The assisted dying bill has gone through by 55 votes. We'll talk to Theo Usherwood in a second for all the detail on that. We'll hear from a number of parliamentarians who have been speaking during that debate as well. Also, Greg Wallace is in serious trouble. The former MasterChef host has stepped back. I don't ever really know what it means when someone steps back. Does that mean they're not doing it anymore? Does that mean they've been fired? Maybe it's just a nice way of saying that. There are very, very serious allegations against him made by some, not just junior producers, not just senior producers, but actually by some of the stars who have been on Celebrity MasterChef as well. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the sport this hour as well. Want to get your thoughts on the air. 0344 499 1000. Tell us what you think about any of it. 87222 with the word talk in your text. You can tweet me at TalkTV. Follow me at Peter Cardwell on Twitter as well. I don't think we've had voice notes so far today. Maybe you can be the first one. 0344 499 1000. You can also send me a WhatsApp text message on that number or give me a ring. 0344 499 1000. Stay with us here on Talk. Well, there is an awful lot to talk about politically, and I'm delighted that Theo Usherwood, the political commentator, is here in the studio with me. Theo, a busy day for you, and indeed in Parliament as well. Talk us through what has happened in regard to the assisted dying bill.
So it's passed by a majority of 55 in the House of Commons. That was expected, perhaps a slightly larger majority, but given that so many MPs hadn't declared which way they were going to vote in this debate. But it's a result for Kem Leadbeater, who of course proposed it as a private member's bill. You could see in the result... So not government legislation.
This was a backbencher's bill.
And you could see the Cabinet was split when we got that breakdown of which way each MP voted.
Yes, Starmer and Reeves, Rishi Sunak, Jeremy Hunt, Yvette Cooper, they all voted for.
Yes.
But people like Kemi Badenoch, Ed Davey, Nigel Farage, and actually the Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner, Health Secretary Wes Streeting, David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary, voting against. In fact, was there more of the Cabinet that voted against? There's certainly quite a few of them anyway. Bridget Phillips and Jonathan Reynolds, Darren Jones, people like that all voting against.
Six Cabinet Ministers.
Six Cabinet
Ministers voted against it.
But this is meant to be a free vote, isn't it?
It is a free vote. It's to be expected, but I think it's instructive of the fact that there is a split at the very top of government. And it's worth, I think, mentioning, of course, that Wes Streeting, as the Secretary of State for Health, will be expected when, as it now, is very likely this bill passes into law some point next year, his department will be expected to deliver this legislation. And we're now, when it goes into what's known as committee stage, and that's when they go through the fine detail, line by line, who's going to administer the fatal drug, who's going to manufacture the fatal drug.
It's very interesting as well. You talk about the fact that, Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, had voted against this. The Justice Secretary as well, Shabnam Mahmood, she's also voted against it. And, of course, the involvement of High Court judges in this, making these decisions, that's going to, of course, they're independent, but the judicial system is under her bailiwick as well.
And, of course, part of the debate, a large part of the debate today, was around the issue of coercion, that somebody who had said that they would wish to end their life early, suffering from a terminal illness, would make the decision, but would they make the decision because perhaps they wouldn't want to incur care costs for their families? Would they be worried about how much they could pass on in inheritance to their children, or the fact that perhaps their son or daughter might have to give up their job in order to look after them? And then what about the societal pressures? It was even mentioned in the House of Commons that people might think, well, who am I to take up an NHS bed for the next 6 months? Wouldn't it be better just to suffer in pain? Would it not be better actually if I ended my life early and actually freed up this bed for the NHS or for somebody else so that they could use it? It was an emotional debate. It was a passionate debate. A lot of MPs spoke about their own personal experiences, not just in terms of caring for a loved one and wishing that they could end their suffering sooner, but in the case of Meg Hillier, for example, the Labour MP, she spoke about her daughter being severely ill with pancreatitis, and actually there being adequate pain relief available so that they could, so that she could make it through the first few days of her admission to hospital and then come out the other side. What would have happened if actually she'd been given the option to have ended her life then?
And this is the point as well, you know, doctors sometimes get it wrong in regard to saying 6 months to live. They're not infallible. I just want to hear from a few parliamentarians. Danny Kruger is the first one. He is the Conservative MP for East Wiltshire. He's interrupted by an MP briefly on his wording, but we hear from him after that is Kim Leadbeater, who has actually brought this legislation herself, the MP for Spen Valley for Labour, and another MP, Diane Abbott, will be in this as well. She's the MP for Hackney North and Stoke Newington. Just a little flavour, really, of what was said in Parliament this afternoon before the vote.
Pretty much anybody with a serious illness or disability could work out how to qualify for this bill, for an assisted death under this bill. And if members think that is far-fetched, that's what happens everywhere else, that assisted suicide is legal, including in Oregon.
Councillor Nettles, point of order.
He's using the incorrect language. It's not suicide. That's offensive. Please correct your language, Mr.
That's not a point for it, Danny.
I'm grateful for I'm afraid to say, and I'm sorry if offence is given, the fact is that the value of actually having a bill in black and white is that we do need to see what the law really is, and what this bill would do, it would amend the Suicide Act of 1961. It will allow people to assist with a suicide for the first time. So I'm afraid that is, I mean, I respect the Honourable Lady's concerns there, but I'm afraid we do have to use the proper language here.
Robust safeguards for the sick and dying are absolutely vital to protect them from predatory relatives, to protect them from the state, but above all, to protect them from themselves. There will be those who say to themselves they don't want to be a burden. And I can imagine myself saying that in particular circumstances. Others will worry that assets they'd hoped to leave for their grandchildren are being eroded by the cost of care. And there will even be a handful who will think they should not be taking up a hospital bed.
I am very clear that the law needs to change to give terminally ill people choice at the end of life and to protect their loved ones from fear of prosecution. And Mr. Speaker, for those of us here today who are lucky enough not to have personal experience of this issue, sadly, we know that any one of us could end up in this heartbreaking situation. We are all living longer, which is brilliant. And I've campaigned inside and outside Parliament for a greater focus on prevention and early intervention in terms of illness and disease to keep us fit and healthy for as long as possible. But any one of us or our loved ones could be unfortunate or unlucky enough to receive a terminal diagnosis. And I struggle to see how it is fair or just to deny anyone the autonomy, dignity and personal choice that we might want to take control of our final weeks.
Kim Leadbeater there ending just a number of different perspectives there across the House of Commons. We'll continue with that discussion with Theo in a second, but there's a latest line now in that the MasterChef star Greg Wallace, who we've been talking about in this programme as well, very serious allegations about him and what he has allegedly been up to on that set. He has been dropped as an ambassador of a charity called Ambitious About Autism. This is following those complaints. An Ambitious About Autism spokeswoman said in a statement, "In light of recent allegations, we are no longer working with Greg Wallace. We have let him know our decision and thanked him for his support of our work over the last 2 years. Wallace is 60 years old and his son Sid is non-verbal and autistic, and he has raised awareness for the charity in the past. In April, he hosted a fundraiser for Ambitious About Autism." So that is reaction to Greg Wallace. Going back to the assisted dying debate and what has happened in Parliament this afternoon, there's actually been quite a number of other big political stories today as well. Louise Hay, who is was the Transport Secretary, caught out there by some journalists, and now we know that Heidi Alexander, the godmother of ULEZ, is the new Transport Secretary. What do you make of these changes and indeed pressures on Keir Starmer, both the assisted dying pressure and indeed the Louise Hay affair as well, Theo?
Well, let's start with Louise Hay. I think when this story broke just after 6 o'clock this morning, I was a little surprised because Keir Starmer had taken the decision in 2020 to a point...
Knowing this information
to Louise Haigh, that there'd been this conviction going back to 2014, the incident was in 2013, knowing the information we were told in full, and then not only having appointed her into the shadow cabinet, decided to appoint her latterly, or most recently, into his full cabinet in government as the Transport Secretary, which is by no means a minor position given the wrangles with the rail unions.
And let's just remind ourselves that Keir Starmer is the person who says lawmakers can't be lawbreakers. He also said that he was fully committed to transparency, not transparency over clothing, for example, because over the freebies, because some of those were initially put down as office costs or office equipment. They actually weren't. They were clothing. And now we have another example where he knew. Mr. Rules knew that this person had a criminal conviction, okay, not a particularly serious one, but nonetheless a criminal conviction, and appointed her to be a Secretary of State of this country.
Yes, and so when this story broke, it was like, well, what's changed? Because, okay, there's this argument now that more information has come to light, but he knew the salient point in all of this, Peter, that she had she had taken a criminal conviction. She was convicted of an offence of saying that her phone had been stolen. The phone that she then said had been stolen then flashed up as being active again, and from what we understand had been linked to different numbers that had been used previously. Read into that what you will. And now, so number 10 insisting that there is apparently new information that has come to light, but there are questions about Keir Starmer's judgment. If you looked at the letter that he sent back in reply to Louise Haigh's resignation letter, it is terse, it is short, it is terse, it is only 5 lines long, thanking her for her contribution. I've never read a letter from a Prime Minister to a resigning Cabinet Minister that short, and that's in...
Although he did say, Theo, he did say that she's got a big contribution to make, essentially, in the future. Is that just something they say? Because often that's looked at as a kind of, well, he could come back into Cabinet in the future.
I don't think there's any way back for Louise Haigh. In terms of what I think has gone on, I think there is a frustration, especially if you think back to the P&O debacle, where she demanded voters boycott P&O, and then the Dubai World, the owner of P&O, then pulled £1 billion of investment for a new port infrastructure in this country, and then said it wouldn't initially attend a special investment summit, a flagship investment summit. The amount of work that had to be done as a result to get that investment back on track and to ensure that they could attend that summit at short notice was significant from number 10.
Is this a hit job, Theo? Do you think she's been got at by her political enemies?
I'm not prone to conspiracy theories. You can only deal with the facts that are in front of you. But it does look, if you look at the timing, especially with the assisted dying bill today, huge amount of attention on that this seems like an opportune moment for Louise Haigh to get done in. If you look at it, if you look at the way that this has come out and why politically, why has this come out right now?
But I also think there could be dark forces behind this. I mean, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist either. But clearly, she's upset the High Command.
Yeah, she has upset the High Command. And I think there's also, and I think this is just worth bearing in mind because there's a lot of conversation about it. What Number 10 and the Treasury are really sensitive about is this idea of Labour returning to tax and spend. The same old Labour Party. They will put up your taxes and spend the money straight away with... And the rail workers got 14% pay rise over 3 years. Find me an industry in the private sector where workers are going to get 14% across the board.
I'd love a 14% increase. That'd be great.
And they're still looking. We now know Avanti, when it comes to rest days, they're going to get a £300 bonus on top. And I think there's also a real concern in the Treasury that when it comes to these sensitive negotiations, they're detailed negotiations, the RMT and ASLEF, let's face it, they're really good at them because they've got the ability to strike.
I'm bringing an ASLEF representative into my next contract negotiations. They're very good at this.
They are old hands and they've got the ability to cause mayhem at the drop of a hat. And actually, if you look at Heidi Alexander, I know a huge amount of controversy around her, ULEZ and what she did when she was working as a deputy mayor in charge of transport for Sadiq Khan. but actually Keir Starmer has brought in somebody who's going to be much more in hock to number 10, to the number 10 machine, who's going to work much more closely with number 10.
In fairness, he's got rid of a relatively hard lefty from the cabinet in terms of Louise Hay. So the net result of this may well be better for Starmer.
Yeah, and she doesn't. And let's face it. She's there at the behest of number 10. Angela Rayner has a much deeper pool of support within the Labour Party itself. And as an elected deputy leader of the Labour Party, she caused the deputy prime minister. And she hasn't caused as much trouble as Louise Hay has caused for high command.
You're absolutely right. Let me just ask you one quick thing before you go, Theo, which is about the first country in the world, Australia, banning social media for under 16s, outlawing Instagram and TikTok. In a move, there's some speculation that other countries could do this as well. This is something we've thought about a little bit in this country as well. What do you think? I mean, will this be sort of noted, or will this lead?
I think
to
we
anything?
noted this is not the way that Keir Starmer's team and Peter Carr, the Science and Technology Minister, this is not the way they want to go. What they will hope and what they are continuing to hope for, and I think there has been some criticism that they won't be able to necessarily deliver it, is that by threatening legislation or threatening tough action against the social media companies, that somehow that they will acquiesce to their demands to bring in stricter controls. But Australia have gone and done it, and they've made the point that social media is a danger to children under 16, and they've gone and done it. But I don't think at this stage, I'm not picking up any moves within the government to quite yet press the nuclear button with legislation to ban social media use for children.
Theo, thank you. That's Theo Usherwood there, a political commentator. Lots of people getting in touch about assisted dying as well. And Pamela says Diane Abbott is more concerned about the coffers than the individual suffering. Heartless. TF says it's all about personal choice and having that choice now, because if people want to die, that's their choice. Why do we need to keep living as long as we can, suffering in pain? Just for the other people who don't want this opinion, it's quality of life, not length of life. I looked after my dad for 6 years in pain until he died. We're going to talk to Nathan Stillwell, who is a spokesman for Humanist UK, who will be here in a minute or two after the break, and we will talk more about this. Stay with us and let us know your opinions as well. 0344 499 1000.
There's an argument that if someone, so my mother, for instance, she died 15 years ago of cancer, and for weeks beforehand was in acute pain, mitigated by morphine, which was, yes, self-administered. But if she'd been in a position, I think, frankly, if she'd been asked if she wanted to end her life slightly earlier, she probably would have said yes. That, from a doctor's perspective, you could argue, I think quite convincingly, is actually in accordance with the Hippocratic Oath on the basis that that patient is saying, I do not want to suffer anymore.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Lots of people getting in touch about the assisted dying legislation that's gone through Parliament. Andy says, can we have the death penalty back now if we're talking about killing people? Matt says, is this the beginning of the government making a decision on who they will want to live or die? What is next? Assisted dying because of toothache, says Matt. Well, the point is the government's not involved, and actually it's doctors and the judicial system, but does that actually make you feel any better about it, Matt? I don't know. Dorothy in East Kilbride says, good evening, Peter. I no longer believe the massive number of immigrants is political incompetence, but is something the Tories and Labour wanted to happen. Surely they must now see it cannot go on. We are sinking, says Dorothy. Interesting one from Sean in Kent, who says that last year he won an auction bid for a meal with Greg Wallace. This is the under fire celebrity MasterChef presenter who has stepped back from the role. He booked the venue, Greg Wallace booked the venue, paid for the meal personally, and was charming and entertaining company for my wife and for me. He gave up his own spare time to do this in between shooting for MasterChef, and in the process raised £2,000 for a cancer charity. I think the only thing Mr Wallace is guilty of is being a traditional working class bloke in a woke middle class BBC environment, says Sean in Kent. Well, Sean, there's wokeness and there's banter, and then there's, what Greg Wallace is alleged to have done. And some of the things he's alleged to have done go way, way beyond what would be acceptable in any workplace. So, listen, we'll see. He hasn't denied the allegations so far. We'll see if he ends up doing that. George has been in touch and says the latest population growth figures are frightening. Pressure on the infrastructure and the NHS are not the most worrying things, though this country is fast becoming a crime-ridden hellhole. We're the authors of our own demise. We've had it too good for too long. Dean says, if I rebrand myself as a dog or a cat, could I get a veterinary person to put me down? And Lucy, finally, before we go to our guest, says, a dark day for this country. The vote today provides another reason to keep the frail and elderly out of institutions. Speaking from bitter experience, I'd like to mention the vital importance of having in place lasting power of attorney for all family members over the age of 18. The state never knows what is in our best interest, says Lucy. And yes, lasting power of attorney is a very important legal mechanism, a legal thing that you can do, and I certainly have that, and well, I know people in my family have that in place and so on, and it's a very, very important thing because you just don't know what is going to happen, very sadly. Nathan Stillwell is with us. He's a spokesman for Humanists UK. Nathan, you are in favour of this legislation. Perhaps you could tell us why.
So 20 people a day in the UK die in pain, and that's despite the best palliative care possible, the best care possible. For 20 people who are dying, pain relief isn't enough. There's nothing that can be done to stop their suffering. Now, for those people, they have three horrendous options. First, they can go abroad. They can go to Switzerland for an assisted death, and that's horrible to force someone out of their own country, their own bed, away from friends and family. They can take matters into their own hands. They can die by suicide. They can refuse food and treatment, or they can suffer at the very end of their lives. And those three options are wrong and horrible. They should be given choice and dignity at the end of their life.
So that choice and dignity is something that people are quite worried about in regard to how it would be administered, how the mechanisms would actually take place. Why are you confident that what has been voted for today will actually assuage people's worries about this?
So the bill that's been put forward is strong. It's very safe. A person is asked 8 times, sometimes written in a written declaration that's witnessed. They have to go through 2 doctors and quite a long process to be able to get the end-of-life medication that they want. And that process is a safety mechanism, but also allows these people who I've said are suffering to have that choice and dignity at the very end of their lives.
Surely a lot of people will go to a lot of bother, a lot of worry, a lot of emotional energy into being made into this decision, which is now or will soon be legal, in order to make a decision to end their life, when actually the process that you talk about may well end up, especially with court time, with the different aspect of it, they may die before they've even got to the end of that process. Is 6 months long enough, do you think, in order to get through all that?
I think you actually make a very good point. We really need to balance the person who, by definition, is dying and the safety of others. And that's a really difficult balance that politicians have to tread. I think the proposals that have been put forward tread that balance and give that safe option. But we should, at the forefront of our minds, always be thinking about the person who will be going through this process, who is by definition dying. Do we want to make them jump through too many loops? Do we want to make them jump through too many kind of bureaucratic processes? What we need to do is make sure that there is a safe and viable option available. Because you have to remember, right now, there is no option available. There is nothing that's safeguarded. People can take their own lives and do take their own lives, often in horrendous fashion. So any safeguards that we put in are going to be so much better than the status quo that we have right now.
I accept democracy. I accept this is the democratic will of what Parliament wants, and it will go ahead and it will become law, and I get that and I accept that. What I am nonetheless worried about is the fact that this will only be the start. And I see what happens in Belgium, I see what happens in Oregon and other aspects, I see what happens particularly in Canada, actually, where people are almost coerced into death in many respects, people who have mental health conditions and so on. What would you say? I mean, there's no suggestion, I'm not suggesting this legislation does that, I'm not saying that, I'm not being a scaremonger here, but there will be people who will worry, Nathan, that this is just the start. What would you say to them in regard to that, those what I think are actually quite reasonable worries when you look at other parts of the world?
So firstly, I'd say in these other parts of the world that you've mentioned, the existing dying laws there are safe and compassionate, and people
Do you think the assisted dying laws in Canada, where people who have mental illness have been essentially told, take your own life and here's how, you think that's compassionate?
So people in Canada cannot have an assisted death for mental health reasons, but they are allowed.
It has happened in Canada.
They're not allowed under the law in Canada for mental health reasons. But what these laws are in Canada, Belgium, the Netherlands, are well supported by their people. But to go back to your original question of whether the law will change, the courts in the UK have been crystal clear that where politicians draw the line in the sand in this is where the line is going to be. There is no other mechanism of change in this law apart from the politicians, and that would restart this whole debate. So the proposals that we put forward, this line in the sand that's been suggested of people who have 6 months left to live or fewer, that's what it's going to be, and that's what politicians debated today.
Okay, thank you, Nathan Stillwell there. He's a spokesman for Humanists UK. Appreciate his contribution. Thank you also to Texter, who says, if the person with a disabling illness who is unable to make an end-of-life decision, who decides, relatives or doctors? No, they don't. The point is that the person themselves has to decide, and actually, you know, Nathan talking about those 8 separate occasions when they're asked, if they don't have capacity to consent, well then it doesn't happen under this legislation. Jackie's been in touch and says this assisted dying vote should not have just been in the hands of politicians. This is a moral, religious and social problem which changes the relationship between the state and the public, which should have gone to a referendum, and that's a view echoed by Mary in County Down, who's made that point as well. Rob says, regarding assisted dying, personally not in favour. I've been a paramedic for 30 plus years. Is it now time for capital punishment, safeguards, etc., that only certain criminals qualify? Just asking, as although not quite the same, it is still morally similar in principle. Thanks, Rob, for that. I don't think it's the time for capital punishment. I don't think it's ever been the time for capital punishment because it doesn't deter people from committing crime. There's never been any evidence to suggest that. Peter in Croydon says, I've cancelled my licence fee for the BBC. I'm done with them. I'm half Jewish and disgusted with their blatant anti-Semitism. Well, Peter, watch my show tomorrow, or listen to my show tomorrow between 10 and 1. We're going to be discussing this exact thing and the fact that a union told BBC employees to dress in Palestinian dress. Actually, the scarves, the kippah, or not the I can't remember what you call it, but the scarf that many Palestinians were, well, that is something that they were encouraging people to do whilst working at the BBC, a supposedly impartial organisation. It's ridiculous. We'll be talking about that tomorrow on my show, Peter, so do tune in for that. Stuart says, I hate when people say MS isn't a terminal illness. I know that's technically correct, but most people do die much younger, and at 53 I doubt I'll see 54. No one dies of MS, but rather complications due to MS, and I'm now suffering many infections are the typical cause of death for us. Stuart, you're absolutely right. Technically it isn't a terminal condition, but of course it can feel for many people like one. My aunt, who was a wonderful woman, Sheila Morrow was her name, she had MS and was in basically a vegetative state for about 7 or 8 years towards the end of her life. She had many, many problems before then, and certainly it was actually a heart attack that was the reason she died, but you know, her whole system was weakened. Stuart, I wish you well. My best friend has MS as well. She's very well. I have another aunt who has multiple sclerosis who is doing really well as well. It is a horrible thing, and I know that there are brilliant people at the MS Society, for example, at the Claren interest here. I used to be on their board in Northern Ireland. They're great people. I've done a bit of fundraising for them over the years. I did the Berlin Marathon. You'll notice, Stuart, I said I did the Berlin Marathon rather than ran the Berlin Marathon. We're dealing in facts here. But listen, thank you. It is, I really, really do wish you well, Stuart, and I hope that you do have a long and as healthy and comfortable life as you can have. Please keep listening and give me a ring sometime as well if you want to talk about it. 0344 499 1000. We're going to take a load of calls in just a minute on assisted dying and other issues as well. If you want to get your call in, Maya is on the phones today. 0344 499 1000.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Quite a number of people getting in touch about multiple sclerosis, and this person says, I do support assisted dying, but feel they're missing the people that want it the most. For example, someone with severe multiple sclerosis who can't eat or walk with no quality of life should have the choice. Usually when looking deeper into these people who seek this option are younger people who have a severe disease but don't fall into this category. I basically agree with that. I'm still kind of on the fence on assisted dying. I must say, I think I'm probably against it. But at the same time, I do see people with very, very long conditions that aren't necessarily life-limiting, but the quality of life is terrible, some of whom want to die, some of whom don't, who perhaps should be given this option if it is there. Lee in South Wales says, I have a friend in his 50s and he's been diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy. I must say I haven't heard of that, Lee. It's a rare progressive and degenerative brain disease that affects movement, vision, speech and swallowing. There is no cure. We've been friends since infant school and it's heartbreaking to see him slowly dwindle away month by month. He wants this bill to go through to put himself out of the pain and poor quality of life he has, and I have the utmost respect for him in making that decision. I also want to see this bill come to fruition. Well, Lee, you sound like a really good friend to this guy. And I know that you will continue to be a tower of strength for him, no matter how long his life is. Very kind message from Stuart in Perthshire as well. Thank you for the kind words, Peter. Much appreciated. Well, Stuart, thank you. And I hope that, I mean, I love doing this job because you can actually be sometimes, not to exaggerate or big anything up or whatever, but occasionally some people are very kind to get in touch and say that, you know, watching or listening to this is maybe a bit of comfort or a bit of a friend or someone you can listen to and rely upon, and I hope we provide that. And Stuart, I am thinking about you today because I know a lot of people, we talk about these issues sometimes as if there aren't real people at the end of them, and there absolutely are. This person says, how about stopping the NHS putting people on a Liverpool pathway before getting involved in assisted dying? They're killing people without consent already. They think they're being kind. They're not. I've heard a lot of different thoughts on the Liverpool pathway, and I'm pretty sceptical myself, I must say. John is in Birmingham and has given me a ring, 0344 499 1000. John, perhaps you could tell us why you feel strongly enough about this to give us a ring.
Thanks, Peter. Great show, mate. I love all that's on your show.
Thank you.
I've been ill, basically, for about 3 years. Started with heart failure. I was swelling up, all the things, my liver, my kidneys, everything was starting to degrade, and they couldn't find out why. I went on lots of tests. I was in hospital in and out, sent to different places. Nobody could find out what it was. And then the one suggestion was that there's a teaching hospital in Sheffield, which I might be able to get a place in, but everybody kept saying, oh, it'll take months, you'll never be able to go there, and blah-de-blah-de-blah. But in the end, one of the nurses was really helpful and managed to get me a place at Sheffield that came up just to find out what it was. I thought I'd got my arteries was covering up in the heart.
And did they work it out, John? Did they work out what was wrong with you?
Well, this is the strange part. I went up to Sheffield with pulmonary hypertension, and they said, "Oh, it doesn't really happen to men. It's a woman's thing, but we'll take you up." And I went up to a specialist ward in Sheffield, and I was there for a while, and they put me on these different things, and I had a camera down through my neck and into my heart.
You've been through a lot of procedures, a lot of examination, John.
Yeah, and you could actually see it on the screen. I could watch it myself. They asked me if I wanted to watch it, and I said, "Oh yeah, I'll have a look." And they put this things down, and they said, "Oh no, nothing's wrong with that." They said, "We can't find anything wrong." So anyway, blah de blah. And then just as an offshoot, one of the consultants come in one morning, and she said, "Oh, do you mind if I bring some students in?" And I said, "Yeah, everybody, you're all welcome. I don't care really." And she just had a quick look, and off the cuff, she said, "Oh," because I'd got a sore throat at the moment, at the time, and I was having trouble swallowing and things like that, and my voice was coming in and out. And she said, "Oh, that's funny," she said. And one of the things I'd noticed, probably 12 months later, I started shaking. My hands were shaking, that I couldn't keep them level. And everybody had pat, "Oh yeah, well, you're getting old, blah blah blah." I'm 67.
So what did they come up with, John?
Well, this specialist, she said, "You've got thyroid trouble."
Right.
And I said, "Oh well, And she said, hang on, let me check. And they checked, and it apparently it's a basic test that they're supposed to do, but they hadn't done it. So I'd been like, this was like 12 months on, I suppose. They hadn't done the test, la. She said, oh, I'll answer it. So they started me on treatment for this, and the moment I started the treatment, I started feeling better, which is amazing. And I was amazed.
Yeah.
Anyway, roll on a couple of months and whatever, I started getting some growth in my neck, and I started having and they diagnosed me with thyroid cancer.
Right.
I had some biopsies. It's you've got the only way through. It said we'll have an operation.
And what John, I do want to talk to you about how things are now as well. What is actually the case now?
Yeah. Okay. Right. So going on from that, I had the cancer treatment. Come back out the other side, and I sat down with the oncologist, and he said, "Look," he said, "I'll how do you want it?" I said, "Look, just tell me the truth."
Yeah.
Because it's hard to find the truth in the NHS. They all want to push it onto somebody else.
Yeah.
No, I'm fair play to them. That's the way they do it. That's the way it is. But he said that he sat me down and he said, "Look," he said, "I'll be truthful with you." He said, "The symptoms you've got and the tests we took," he said, "nobody has survived more than 2 weeks."
Wow.
With what you've got.
When did you have that conversation, John?
8 months ago.
Wow. Okay.
Right.
So you've defied medical science.
He said, "But don't get me wrong," he said, "I will try," fair play to him, "I will try anything I can," he said.
Yeah.
"To try and help you out." And I said, in that case, that's fine.
So actually, if we just take a step back from this, John, with this legislation that was there, if your oncologist had said, and I'm sure he or she is a good person, and said that,
they're brilliant,
you know, done really good things for you, but if they're saying you've 2 weeks to live, and that was 8 months ago, well, you could have, in theory, made a decision to have an assisted death under this legislation.
Absolutely.
But here you are 8 months on, you know, and you're chatting to me on the phone.
And this is the thing, that is my choice, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
That is my choice. I wanted to live.
Well, good for you, John, and I hope it continues for a long time. And what do you think of this legislation? What do you think that this has happened?
I think it's just a sideshow. I think it's just a sideshow.
To what?
All the ills in this country, and we're talking about assisted dying. That's nuts.
Okay.
I wake up, mate, every morning, and it's as if I've flipped a coin. If I wake up, I go, still alive.
Yeah, yeah.
And what more can you say?
Well, I hope there'll be many, many more mornings like that, John. And I wish you all the very, very best. Thanks for ringing us. That is a fascinating thought. And there are so many people like that actually who have had those diagnoses and then gone on to live a lot longer. Elaine is in Derbyshire and has given me a ring on 0344 499 1000. Elaine, what would you like to say?
Hello, Peter.
Hi there.
I'm quite emotional.
Just take your time, Elaine. There's no pressure, okay?
So my husband is a chemotherapy nurse. He also works as a palliative care nurse.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching him through the kitchen, watching the debate, and he was a broken man. He looked as bad as he did during COVID because he didn't get into nursing to put people to death. Yeah. He got into nursing to help people live. And it's okay for people to say, well, I want this and I want that. But it's my husband who's going to be expected to go into work and put people to death, because otherwise he's going to have to find a different type of nursing to go into.
And there, we do need to think about those people, don't we, Elaine, who are caught up in this? Not just the people and the families that are making these decisions, but people like your husband who will have to do their very, very best to look after people, as I'm sure he does every single day, Elaine.
And the other thing I wanted to say is that in Canada, the assisted euthanasia team, they get 100% funding. The palliative care gets 0.
Right.
So you are essentially there's no choice. Because if in this country, a lot of people don't realise that palliative care is a charity, so they are going to fund 100% people's death. Why won't they fund people's lives?
I think that's a very good point. And you know, there's a lot in this, Elaine, and there are a lot of various aspects around this, and I want to try to get into those as the show goes on as well. We're on between now and 7, and we'll continue to talk about this as well if you want to. But tomorrow I'm on between 10 and 1 on Sunday as well. Elaine, thanks for your call. I don't want to. I can hear you're a bit distressed, Elaine. I don't want to keep you on too long because I don't want to make you any more distressed than you already are. But you've had your say, and I really, really appreciate you giving me a ring. Mike says this whole debate is taking on too much importance. If people want to die, they will die. It is just an argument of pointless, melodramatic arguments. Stop the sad stories. I have had cancer twice. I will decide to end it when appropriate, not when a law says I can. Others will do the same. There will always be anomalies on a doctor's prognosis. One person says the Labour Party has agreed the BBC can raise the licence fee. Disgusting. Yep, up by £5. That's what's happening. Neil in Wales says, if your cat Jack was diagnosed with a terminal cancer, and even though he was prescribed painkillers which didn't numb the pain and left Jack in agony, but was told Jack would be like that for 6 months, what would you do? Now replace Jack with my partner's mum, says Neil in Wales. Another person says if the assisted dying has to go through the judiciary, several doctors, it will take a long time. That was my point earlier on. I can see the safeguards diluted to quicken the process up. Well, tell us your thoughts on all of this. 0344 499 1000. We'll have a wee think about the sport next with Umagurev, who will be here in the studio, but we'll try and get a couple more calls on between now and 6 as well, and indeed between now and 7. I'm here up until 7. I'm here back tomorrow and Sunday between 10 and 1, and indeed Kevin O'Sullivan will be on the air between 7 and 10 this evening after me, 7 and 9, between 7 and 9 in this studio, and then What Just Happened will be on between 9 and 10. Lots to come, lots more of your calls, thoughts as well. Text me at 7222 with the word talk in your text. You can tweet me at Talk TV, follow me at Peter Cardwell, but give me a ring on 0344 499 1000 or send me a voice note on that, as Mike has done on the assisted dying bill. Let's hear from him before the break. Let's play what Mike has to say.
Hi Peter, it's Mike in Chichester here. I think the assisted dying bill going through is really, really good news. So many people out there suffering from all manner of nasty health issues, and I think we need to respect their wishes. There could be some complications, but I think that'd be the minority. Thanks, Peter. Great show.
Mike, thanks for your thoughts there. You can send me a voice note as well via WhatsApp 0344 499 1000. The same number for calls on WhatsApp, text messages as well. Stay with us.
have come here in the last 3 years that we know about. I actually think the number is far higher. You can just sense the increase in the population just walking around the streets, trying to get a GP appointment, trying to get a hospital appointment, trying to rent a home. The country is bursting at the seams, and this has to stop. And the only party that's going to stop it, with the only net zero that we want in this country, net zero immigration, is Reform UK.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Max in Warwickshire says, Peter, my dad had lung cancer. The specialist gave him 3 months and we were pleased and astonished he lived for another 18 glorious months. We're not murderers, says Max in Warwickshire. Patrick says, as with all laws enacted by Parliament, it doesn't stop at the first version. It's changed and reshaped numerous times. Just look at the law regarding temporary taxes introduced to fund the Napoleonic Wars. That's a decent point, Patrick, actually, yes. Laws do change and develop, but that's democracy as well. These are fundamental questions, but another question that is being asked today is when is it too early, on a much more flippant point, to wear a Christmas jumper? Because Uma Gurav, who's here with me, TalkSport presenter, you were wearing one yesterday on the 28th of November. Why?
Well, I was doing something Christmassy after work and I wanted to wear the Christmas jumper. It was just sort of like a red one with snowflakes. I suppose that is a Christmas jumper.
It sounds pretty Christmassy to me.
But otherwise, you only have like 3 weeks in... And I have so many Christmas jumpers just built up over the years. And I can't wear them just in December. That's only like 3 weeks. I'm only going to get like a few wears out of them.
I only have one and it's, shall we say, a little bit snug.
Do you wear it every day in December?
No, I really don't. I really don't. Anyway, wonderful talking Christmas jumpers on the 29th now of November. But now it is time for the...
Sport Summary on Talk.
And that's why Uma's here. So tell us about Manchester United getting their first win under their new manager last night.
They did. Very happy day for Ruben Amorim. First win. They made him wait for it, honestly. It was a bit of a nervy match, and Rasmus Højlund, who scored the last 2 goals for Manchester United, after he scored his second one, he turned to the crowd and he nicked a celebration from the film Gladiator. And I think he was right to ask the crowd, are you not entertained? Because I'm not sure whether Manchester United fans will be 100% enjoying everything at the moment, but certainly that game was entertaining indeed. They beat Norwegian side Bodo Glimt 3-2. They had to come from behind because they'd scored in the first 50 seconds, then went 2-1 down. Their defending is absolutely terrible at the moment. You could drive a bus through Manchester United's defence, but they're switching to this back three system that Ruben Amorim favours, which they've never really used in the past couple of seasons. So they're obviously adjusting to that, but yeah, they were lucky that they kind of spared their blushes in the end with the brace from Rasmus Højlund. But yeah, they are up against Everton this weekend, so we'll have to see if Ruben Amorim can kind of build on his fairly decent start at Man United.
And the even bigger game between Liverpool and Man City on Sunday.
This is absolutely huge. The top two up against each other. We all know what's been going on at Manchester City. They are 5 losses and a draw in their last 6 games. And obviously that draw, they were leading 3-0 against Feyenoord in the Champions League. And then Feyenoord managed to come back to draw 3-3. But yeah, in the Premier League, they haven't won a game in 34 days. And they're now up against Liverpool, who are flying high, already 8 points ahead of them in the Premier League. If Manchester City lose this, that's 11 points behind. In the history of the Premier League, only 3 teams have ever come from that deficit to then win the Premier League. So you have to say, if they lose at Anfield on Sunday, I think that's Man City's title hopes over.
Wow.
But it's going to be an interesting game because obviously you can never rule out Pep Guardiola and Manchester City. And today we've had some breaking news that Liverpool will be without Conor Bradley and Ibrahima Konate, both in absolutely excellent form. Obviously Man City have got their injuries too, so this one, as a Manchester United fan who really, really doesn't like both of these teams, I'm really excited to watch this one.
One team I know you do like alongside Manchester United are the Lionesses. They have a huge game at Wembley tomorrow against the USA.
This is the battle of two of the best bosses in the game right now. Serena Wiegmann and the Lionesses, and Emma Hayes, former Chelsea boss, now in charge of the USA.
You interviewed Serena Wiegmann recently, didn't you? Yeah.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Peter. I did, and I asked her about going up against Emma Hayes and how excited she is for that. And she spoke about their close relationship, how they used to work together when Emma Hayes was in the UK. And this is really interesting because Serena Wiegmann is the kind of coach who just plays it by the book. She likes going with the same lineup, sticking to what she knows. Emma Hayes is a bit more unpredictable. She likes to make decisions in games. So it's kind of not just putting these two bosses against each other, it's putting these two tactics up against each other. And they're at Wembley. Both teams are weakened with injuries, but so excited to see how this goes. It's just a friendly, but this could, I think, show us a lot about how the kind of dominance of women's football could look in the next few years. So super excited for that one.
Tell us about the cricket as well. England versus New Zealand in the first test.
Yeah, England recovered after a pretty dodgy start. They were batting at one point, they were 71 for 4 after New Zealand had set a pretty good total of 348. Luckily for England, Harry Brook to the rescue yet again. Harry Brook's record away in test matches is absolutely incredible. He's now, of all the batsmen in the entire world, there's only one man who scored more test hundreds away, and that's the legendary Don Bradman. So Harry Brook, still kind of in the prime of his career, is looking absolutely incredible. So managed to recover. They're only 29 runs behind New Zealand as they head into the next innings. So hopefully England can recover, but we will see. That one is poised on a knife edge.
And full coverage, of course, of all of this on TalkSport over the weekend.
Exactly, yeah. We've got loads of exclusive coverage, particularly of that test. There's a huge team out in New Zealand doing great things. And, of course, we've also got our 150th football commentary tonight with Brighton, Southampton in the Premier League. It's 150 commentaries just this season.
Wow.
So, yeah. It's been busy over at TalkSport.
You certainly have. Well, thank you very much indeed. That's Amy Gurra there. He's a TalkSport presenter, so thank you so much to her. Thanks also to Julia, who's been in touch from Norfolk, who says, Peter, thank you for handling the subject so sensitively with people. I have had the hard talk with my daughters, who are both healthcare professionals working with palliative patients, and it breaks their heart seeing people in so much pain and no way out. Rule on legislation. I've made it clear what my wishes are with my family. Well, we'll continue to talk about this, including with Esther Ranson's daughter, Rebecca Wilcox, who will join us in the next hour, as will John McTurnan, former advisor to Tony Blair, about not just this assisted dying bill, but also the Louise Hay scandal. The Transport Secretary has stood down today. She's been replaced by Heidi Alexander. We're also talking about the Crown Prosecution Service to apply unconscious bias, a test in order to be anti-racist, apparently. It sounds like a load of old nonsense to me. And Rupert Bell, our royal correspondent, will talk to us about Prince Harry, and indeed he's saying he could cite the Taylor Swift police escort and security appeal, and addicts should not be judged, says the Princess of Wales. Stay with us here on Talk.
DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
A very good evening. This is Talk Drive. I'm Peter Cardwell. Thank you so much for your company this Friday evening, whether you're watching or listening. Perhaps you're one of the car dwellers on their way home from work. Lots to discuss, including Parliament passing the assisted dying bill, a majority of 55. That has occurred. Lots of people getting in touch about that. Maybe you have an opinion on it. Something on the tip of your tongue to get off the tip of your tongue. 0344 499 1000. We're also talking about the Transport Secretary, now former Transport Secretary, Louise Hay, who has gone from the Cabinet. She has resigned. We'll talk about that with John McTernan, former advisor to Tony Blair. We'll also be talking about the Crown Prosecution Service, which is talking about unconscious bias tests in order to make decisions about prosecuting people. This is something that I think, justice should be blind. That's the point of justice. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. We'll also talk to our royal correspondent about Prince Harry, talking about security, Meghan Markle asking officials for more time to get her lifestyle brand up and running, and whether we should judge addicts, because the Princess of Wales, Princess Kate, says we should not. We'll also talk to Rebecca Wilcox, who's Esther Ranson's daughter. She, of course, Esther Ranson, has been one of the major proponents of the assisted dying bill. She is dying herself, the very experienced and loved broadcaster. Lots to discuss on this. I want to hear from you this hour as well. 0344 499 1000. You can text me 87222 with the word talk in your text. You can tweet me at TalkTV and follow me at Peter Cardwell. Stay with us here on Talk. So two very big political stories today, one bigger than the other. The biggest is, of course, the assisted dying free vote. So usually when MPs have to vote, they're told by their party whips, they're told by the people who control the discipline in the parties, you will vote this way. But on issues of conscience, things like abortion, things like end-of-life care, for example, assisted dying, well, that is a free vote and people can vote how they want. So we have the Prime Minister, for example, Keir Starmer, voting one way on this. He voted for it. His deputy, Angela Rayner, voted against it. That's the case for, I think, 6 members of the Cabinet, including the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. But it has been won. It has gone through by a majority of 55. Let's talk to John McTernan. He's a former advisor to Tony Blair. John, what do you make of the fact that assisted dying will soon, obviously there'll be a committee stage and lots on other votes as well, but it will be on the statute books in this country?
Well, we have yet to see what the final form of the legislation is after it goes through committee stage, after it goes through the kind of reasoned consideration that the House of Lords give when they do revising. And I think that the vote in the House of Commons shows that the Commons were split more on their opinion than the public at large are. Yeah. And I think that split really derives from feelings about what are the safeguards and what are the unexamined issues, the undiscussed issues, because normally an issue as contentious as this, as divisive as this, would go through green paper, white paper, consultation process. It's one of the problems of a private member's bill on this issue, in my view, that there isn't a consultative process.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, actually, because we are now in the committee stage going to see people going through the line-by-line aspect of this. What's your position on this, John? You're against it, I think I was told earlier. And why do you feel that way?
I'm against it because an issue like this probably should, definitely in my view, should be discussed much more widely, consulted much more widely. And I think that once... What
about a referendum, John? Should it go that far?
I don't think we're a referendum country. We're not Switzerland. I think you have to have the deliberation of parliamentarians and the consultation the way we normally do. But no, my feeling is elder abuse is real. It happens in care homes. It happens in families. It's very hard to detect. It's very hard to prevent. A small number of cases, but you can just see that once something like this is legal, then it's another route for abuse of older people. And equally, I think there's a concern in my mind that once this is backed by the state, older people, vulnerable people may, without discussing with anybody, realise or think, look, this is an option for me. Maybe I am a burden. They could internalise it because they are the vector of their family's love and concern and of the NHS's medical attention. And they may just, in their mind, see this. And I just feel it needs far more consideration before I feel that the safeguards are there and that the national conversation's fully been about this, because the polling shows people are strongly in favour of it, but they've also got very strong views about safeguards and dangers. I think that's, I suppose most of us have those kind of mixed feelings in it, particularly those of us who've had older relatives who have died and who have had good end-of-life care. And worry that should be a priority too, that people should get the end-of-life care they fully should through the health system, or that they don't get at the moment, and then move on to this.
John, as a seasoned political operative, I wonder how you feel the conversation has been had about this politically, because there was guidance that was given by the Cabinet Secretary, Simon Case, in regard to what could be said and could not be said. Keir Starmer apparently, I don't know if this is true, but apparently not too happy at what some people had been saying, for example, West Streeting, the Health Secretary. I just wonder, in regard to the level of debate and how the debate was had, not just in Labour but across the political spectrum, you're obviously saying there should be more discussion and this should be discussed in much greater depth. But I wonder how you feel the level of conversation and the propriety of that conversation has been over the past number of weeks in particular.
Yes. It's a really interesting question, because private members' bills are the one way the House of Commons, as a legislature, has control over legislation. Otherwise, it's all whipped by the party whips. And so it's a precious thing that parliamentarians can do this. I think they maybe should think about the way they involve the public and therefore have a different private members' bill process for this kind of contentious issue. But I think that MPs, colleagues, as they call themselves, have been so respectful of each other's views. Different MPs have found different ways to consult their local voters. And I think, what Wes says as the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, I think that reflects his constituency and it reflects his experience as the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. That's how it should be. Shabana Mahmood's views reflect her constituency, her faith, and her departmental understanding, departmental experience. And I think that's what you have to bring as an MP. An MP represents a place. That place has a view. So I think it has been done well within the limitations, the straitjacket put on it. And I think it's been done well by the Cabinet, this contentious issue. It hasn't split them apart. And in the past, those things could have done.
But some might say, and maybe this is unfair, John, I'm genuinely interested what you think, in terms of Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, the Justice Secretary. I mean, those are the two departments that are going to have day-to-day input and control of this. I know obviously High Court judges are independent, I totally get that. But have you any concern that actually this is a policy voted through democratically that you may not feel particularly comfortable with? I personally don't feel particularly comfortable with it either, perhaps not as strongly as you, but I just wonder, when you have the Secretaries of State of both those departments that are not for this, do you have confidence that they will do everything they can to make it work?
Look, in my experience, every Secretary of State of whatever party abides by the law of the land. Because, be you ever so high, you're not above the law. And I think that's really important. But I think that both of them will bring a practical thing about it. Like, we have a court system that's not working for people who've been assaulted. Criminals aren't coming to justice for 1, 2, even longer.
And some might say, John, perhaps quite reasonably, that actually this puts a lot more pressure on that court system, even if only 2 or 3% of people who are dying go through.
I think that's one of the issues that has to be considered. Although I agreed with Kit Malthouse's passionate speech where he said, we never consider in this House what extra burdens it will place on the work schedule of High Court judges. And I think that's a fair point too. I think this is a finely balanced one, and it's one where it is a shame that the detail hasn't been worked out in advance of it being put to the House.
Let me just ask you finally, John, about Louise Hay. She was the Transport Secretary until this morning. She has resigned. We know that she has a low grade, but nonetheless a criminal conviction. She is someone who disclosed that to Keir Starmer and then was made Transport Secretary. He knew the facts of the case. Was that the right decision for him to do that? And wasn't this always going to come out?
Absolutely, it was the right thing to do. A spent criminal conviction is not a problem, and it arguably adds to the experience that a cabinet minister brings to their position. A spent charge isn't held against people in most walks of life. And I think, look, the issue today has been what was a potential political story, a crisis, They went on to day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, and swiftly moved from what's the story for Lou Haig, onto why is Downing Street doing nothing, and then onto is Keir weak, is Downing Street in charge? I think the story's been killed by Lou and by Number 10, and it allows her the chance to come back to the highest levels of politics quite quickly.
But nonetheless, John, if you're in a situation where you know something has happened, it's a spent conviction, as you correctly say, but nonetheless, that becoming public was always going to be a problem, was it not? And she has decided to fall on her sword as a result of that. Isn't it just a very, very high-risk game, especially from someone who says, I'm not suggesting he's broken the rules here, but he calls himself Mr. Rules, he says he's Mr. Propriety and Ethics and Transparency. I mean, that wasn't transparent, was it?
I think a spent conviction is intended not to be declared. That's the purpose of having that function within the criminal justice system.
But you get my point, don't you, John? The point that even if it becomes public...
I actually don't. I don't think that what politicians did before they were elected as politicians should be held against them.
Should she not have resigned then, do you not think?
No, I think you have to resign to kill a story. This is politics. You have to act politically in a political...
But wasn't it always going to come out? I just wonder about the judgment of all of this.
I think it was clearly a risk that she took.
And he took as well.
Well, but the issue for me is we're clearly in a new form of politics where, for better or for worse, I think for worse, but for better or for worse, the opposition have decided that they are going to play the man or the woman again and again. This started with with Henry Newman's attacks on blown out of all proportion attacks on people who he claimed were Labour cronies. It's been carried on with digging into the CVs of individuals, and this is. It feels to me there's a pattern now of that all Labour ministers and potential ministers are going to have their CVs, their actions dug into, and I don't think anybody ever...
But if you say on your CV, I expect you're referring to Rachel Reeves, if you say on your CV that you've been an economist and you haven't, well, surely that's a problem.
She said where she worked, which was the Bank of England, true. She said where she worked, which is the Commercial Bank, which is true. She said she's an economist, which is true. And she's the Chancellor of the Exchequer. And she's an excellent Chancellor of the Exchequer. I think it's a strange world of nitpicking. It's the same as, Henry...
But it's not... I'm personally not nitpicking here. I'm simply saying that Keir Starmer said that he'd be open, transparent, whiter than white and all of this, and that's not the case.
But as I said, what people do as politicians and what they do when they have senior political positions, that is a matter for judgment by other senior politicians. What you do before you go into politics is everyone going to be held to account for, whether it is teenagers, whether it's at university.
No, but it's not about what you did. It's not. I don't think if Rachel Reeves had said, "Do you know what? I was head of customer relations or
Italian chefs, they are a bit more open-minded, I would say.
Give us some examples of your innovation.
Well, hide and seek is very well around the innovation. In that bar is a bar and kitchen where we have a sherry plate concept, where we try to take our guests in a culinary journey, starting from a classic dish and then reinventing into a modern twist. Usually I like to twist the style of cuisine between different country, different continents.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Why go out on a Friday night when Friday night comes straight to your home?
Talking about?
Join me and my A-team of top pundits. Chemistry tonight is electric. As we tackle the big stories of the day with wit, insight and fearless energy.
Man of the people.
It's all vibe.
Just a filing cabinet on wheels with a tie on.
So, order in Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, every Friday at 8, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Jeeves & Co, and we'll be continuing our debate about the assisted suicide bill, which MPs have voted to approve this afternoon with a majority of 55 votes. Now, we heard from Kim Leadbeater earlier on, who spoke in support of the bill. But we've also got some comments from you, our audience, some in favour, some against. So Stuart Lang says, just wait for the horror stories to emerge, because they will. And Adrian Porter, well said, Daniel. Lots of loopholes in this suicide bill. It's no good saying we'll make it watertight. They can't. But then Mark Challoner is in favour of the bill. He says it's not a suicide bill, but the right to die at the time of your choice in a way that you choose. It's an assisted dying bill, and to call it a suicide bill is childish. Well, it does technically amend the Suicide Act, so technically it is a suicide bill, but I take your point, it is about helping people who are already dying. That is definitely true. Well, as I said, we heard from Kim Leadbeater, and I'm still here joined by my panel, Conservative peer and opposition frontbench spokesman on transport, Lord Daniel Moylan, and broadcast journalist Judita De Silva. Now, Daniel, a lot of the opposition to this bill has been focused on the loopholes. So the fact that it's impossible to tell whether someone's being coerced, whether or not it will be extended, how safe it is to get a judge to sign this off. But actually there's a principle at stake here as well. No matter how good the safeguards are, doesn't this bill fundamentally undermine the value of human life?
I think it does, because it gives an endorsement to suicide. It is suicide. It gives an endorsement to suicide, which is a complete reversal of the state's position over a period of 50 years. Remember, until I think it was the 60s, suicide was a crime. And if you attempted suicide, obviously if you succeeded, then that was the end of the matter. But if you attempted suicide, you were technically, you'd committed a crime. I don't think normally people were prosecuted even then. It ceased to be a crime and it became something that was legal. Now you've got this complete reversal where the state is actually going to provide, I will call it, it is a suicide service provided by the state, so that if you want to commit suicide, in certain circumstances, admittedly, if you want to commit suicide in certain circumstances, the state will actually provide the means for doing it. And that is a complete reversal. But it changes our relationship with the state and with the government. But the really big, crucial thing here, of course, is that the intermediary between us and the state in this is the National Health Service, on which, you know, there is a huge dependency because it is this vast single monopoly. And so it affects our relationship with the NHS, on which so many people depend.
Isn't this a really good point, Judita, that people at the moment know if they go into hospital, however sick they are, that doctors are there to preserve their life? Won't it fundamentally change their trust in doctors to know that actually the doctor might suggest that the best thing for them is to end that life?
No, I think because when you think about the discussions against this bill, there's always the thing that pops up about palliative care. Palliative care, part of it encompasses the understanding and accommodation of quality of life. And if you look at what you're dealing with individuals, the whole idea about being governed according to your choices is not acceptable, because if you can get in your soapbox and talk about freedom of speech, there should also be freedom of choice. Whatever the circumstances you are under, when you make that choice, it is your choice.
Sorry.
And under the advisement of your medical team, because remember, these are very unique medical circumstances that would put you in a position to be even making this kind of consideration.
Well, let's turn now to a clip from Danny Kruger, who's one of the MPs who most passionately spoke against this bill. And indeed, it's a speech that's already been called one of the best in our recent parliamentary history. Let's hear what Danny Kruger had to say.
If I voted for this bill, I would have on my conscience many more people whose voices we cannot hear. The people who would be vulnerable in consequence of the huge changes that this bill would induce in our society and in the NHS. All you need to do to qualify for an assisted death, for the definition of terminal illness under this bill, is to refuse treatment, like insulin if you're diabetic. And I think particularly of disabled people, Mr. Speaker, many of whom require constant treatment to stay alive, all immediately and by definition eligible under the terms of this bill for a state-sponsored death. If you feel worthless or a burden to others, or if the NHS won't offer you the treatment you need, or if the local authority won't make the adjustment to your home that you need, or if you have to wait too long for a hospital appointment, if you want to die because you think the system has failed you, that's absolutely fine. There is no requirement at any stage of this process, the medical or the judicial stage, for anyone to tell the patient's next of kin, or their wider family, or even their GP what is happening, that the NHS and the judicial system are working in secret to bring about the death of their loved one. We are the safeguard. This place, this Parliament, you and me, we are the people who protect the most vulnerable in society from harm, and yet we stand on the brink of abandoning that role.
Daniel, isn't this the case that an important safeguard now has been eroded, which is one that, whatever happens, the vulnerable can expect to have their life preserved by the state, if possible?
It's interesting, isn't it? President of France, a few years ago, when he was campaigned on a slogan about the state that protects, the protecting state. Whether he's offered it or not since is another matter, but that was his slogan, because he'd understood that there was a desire for people that the state would look after them in a way that perhaps they felt it hadn't in the previous 20 years of globalism and so on. And I think that's true in this country as well. And yet, just at the time that we all recognise that there's a desire for a protecting state that looks after people, the House of Commons goes and votes for this nonsense, where the state isn't protecting you at all. Judith talks about freedom of speech, and I'm all in favour of freedom of speech, but we have limits on freedom of speech, which I support. We have freedom of speech, but within certain limits. You can't go around inciting people to commit murder, for example. That would be a crime. And why do we have limits? Because we recognise that that individual freedom, that autonomy, resonates with society as a whole, has effects on society as a whole, which in certain circumstances we put limits on it. And this is one of those cases. People have the freedom to choose if they want to commit suicide. That's allowed. But here we have a state-sponsored suicide service in very loopy circumstances. Loopy, I mean, they're full of loopholes, circumstances. And you've got to recognise, Judith won't recognise, but you've got to recognise it has consequences for society as a whole. And there are lines to be drawn sometimes, and limits can be rightly placed.
This has been one of the dividing lines between the for and against lobby. The for lobby using assisted dying, the against lobby using assisted suicide. And indeed, Danny Kruger used the word suicide in his speech, but he was called up for it by another MP. Have a listen to this.
Assisted suicide is legal, including in Oregon.
Councillor
Nettles, point of order.
He's using the incorrect language. It's not suicide. That's offensive. Please correct your language, Mr.
Sorry if offence is given. The fact is that the value of actually having a bill in black and white is that we do need to see what the law really is. And what this bill would do, it would amend the Suicide Act of 1961. It will allow people to assist with a suicide for the first time.
Judita, is language important? Do we need to say it how it is and talk about what's really happening here, or should we be moderate?
See, that's actually where I do tend to align. It is what it is. It is assisted suicide, and I agree with that because it's a choice to kill yourself. But then what the designs of the actual bill are, it isn't the suicide by the convention we'll normally think about it, but it is killing yourself. But another point that kind of frustrates me a lot is that a lot of the people negotiating the what-ifs or pontificating about it have no lived experience or direct contact with the kinds of people who really need this bill to pass. And this is only the first hurdle. I do agree that it should have language in it that says, if you have not exhausted every medical avenue to make your situation better, you obviously would then not qualify to have the medical capacity to make this choice, because if you're jeopardizing yourself in one point, you cannot, let's say, you have qualified the desperation you have over here.
But one of the weaknesses of the bill is that it's notoriously difficult for even very experienced doctors to say for certain how long someone's got left to live. And of course, there have been plenty of tragic stories of people who wish they'd had this ability, but there have been plenty of others of people who've received terminal diagnosis and said, I would have taken this opportunity, but actually I've lived another 4 years and had a great time with my family. So it's very difficult.
I know, but then having the anomalies govern what the general mass isn't fair, because indeed there'll be things, there'll be miracles, there'll be acts of God. Those do exist, but who you're trying to cater for and who you're trying to answer for here are the people who are saying that they have exhausted all of the medical options. They know what is coming according to the medical team who has treated them thus far. This is their future spelled out, and they don't want to have to live through it.
But
what did Judith mean when she said this is only the first step?
No, you said...
You said a moment ago this is only the first
stage of the bill.
It still needs to go through several
opportunities to amend it. But
well, there are very few opportunities to amend it.
Well, there will be committee stage, and it will come to your house. But we talk about the anomalies here and the fact that there will always be edge cases. But actually, the language used in the bill is just that you can reasonably expect that it's reasonably possible for somebody to die within 6 months. And I think those kind of diagnoses are under 50% accurate. So are you concerned that people will be allowed to take their own lives when actually they could potentially have a lot longer left to live?
Well, I think I'm taking that for granted. I mean, we know that I'm not a medical person, but I understand that prognoses can be highly unreliable. They're based on medians, which are, sets of statistics. If a doctor says you've got a year left to live, what he's saying is that in other similar cases, half the people who've got your condition will be dead within a year, and the other half will live longer than a year. That's how the median, the average, is arrived at. And you don't know whether you're going to be one who dies in the next few months, within a year exactly, or sometime afterwards. And these prognoses are highly variable, and you need to look at the data underneath anyway.
Well, I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there, but there's plenty more debate left to come on this, I'm sure, over the coming months in this channel and in Parliament. Could this be a dark day for Britain? Will we live to regret it? Well, let's see. Coming up next, Transport Secretary Louise Haigh. Should she have been given a second chance after her criminal conviction was revealed? And could Black Friday help save British businesses? That's all still to come on Jubes & Co. with me, Miriam Cates, only on GB News.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us, and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well. So some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier. So with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. And the same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland here. I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I said, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still, it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And, yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
The latest GB News travel.
Good evening, I'm Johnny Ratner. Long delays continue, I'm afraid, in Greater Manchester on the M62. The motorway remains closed eastbound from junction 20 to 24, all the way from the Rochdale exit to Ainley Top. Recovery works continue after an accident this morning. Meanwhile, the M11 is closed northbound heading towards Cambridge from junction 11 to 12. Emergency repair works are underway after a lorry caught fire this morning. Long queues through Cambridge city centre and on surrounding routes through Duxford as you divert. Meanwhile, the M20 in Kent is blocked coastbound from junction 5-6 between Aylesford and Maidstone following an accident, and there are long delays on the M48 heading out of Wales into England over the Severn Bridge after an earlier breakdown, and that's causing queues of about half an hour on the approach. And that's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website gbnews.com.
Welcome back to Jubes & Co with me, Miriam Cates, and keeping me company until 7 o'clock. I've got Conservative peer and opposition front bench spokesman on transport, Lord Daniel Moyland, and broadcast journalist Judita De Silva. Well, MP Heidi Alexander has been appointed as the new Transport Secretary after Louise Haigh stepped down this morning. The MP for Swindon South had been serving as a Justice Minister until her promotion today, and she has previously worked as Sadiq Khan's Deputy Transport Mayor between 2018 and 2021. Well, Louise Haigh's cabinet resignation, which is Sir Keir Starmer's first since his election victory in July, came after it emerged last night that she had been convicted of a criminal offence before she was an MP. She's admitted to falsely reporting a stolen work phone in 2013, but says it was a mistake and insists she gained nothing from the incident. Now, Keir Starmer, in a letter, thanked her for her service, saying that she still has a huge contribution to make. So, should the Prime Minister have shown more diligence before appointing her to his cabinet? And should politicians be given a second chance after mistakes made before they were elected? Well, joining me, I've still got my panel, Daniel and Judita. Daniel, it's not entirely clear what's happened here. The contested fact seems to be whether or not Louise Haigh fully declared the facts of this incident to Sir Keir Starmer before he appointed her to the shadow cabinet in 2020. We're not yet clear about that. But in principle, should an MP with a previous conviction be allowed to serve in a cabinet?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it depends on the conviction. It's a judgment for the Prime Minister, whom he appoints to the Cabinet. He recommends, nominally to the King, he recommends who should be given those jobs. So it's his judgment who should be appointed. And if, knowing that they've had, and it's public, that they have a previous conviction, and he decides to go ahead, he bears that responsibility. He's accountable for that. And the question here is whether he did know about it. If he didn't know about it, and I believe Louise Haigh says that she did declare it. I don't know the answer between those two. But if he didn't know about it, he should have known about it, because this was a public trial. It was all there. It was 6 months before she was an MP. And there are, believe it or not, there are people at Number 10 in the Cabinet Office who do actually vet the appointments the Prime Minister wants to make before he makes them. He doesn't go in blind to this exercise. And it shows, if he really didn't know, it shows a complete failure in that vetting process. And somebody should be losing their job over this, not just Louise Haigh.
Judita, I think most people would agree that people should have a second chance, especially if it's a mistake when they were young. But is Daniel right? Should this have been fully known about by Sir Keir Starmer? And if he did, would he still have appointed her?
I think since it was only 6 months before she was elected, it is within the catchment area that you should have, if you did thorough vetting, you would have found out. But then again, it stands that question of full disclosure. Who knew what and how much did she disclose? If Keir Starmer did know about it, being a lawyer himself, when you actually look at the merits of the transgression itself, it's so negligible that it's something that is forgivable and she could proceed. But I think what has happened is that based on the environments that the Labour Party have found themselves in, having this compound everything else that's going on that just drowns them in negative press, I understand her falling on her sword, because in a different circumstance, this is something where you would stay in office and defend yourself.
Is that right?
I don't think she was given any choice. Starmer's shown himself to be pretty ruthless in dealing with people who... he doesn't stick up for people. I mean, Boris, other previous prime ministers have sometimes stuck up for people to the point where they've suffered damage themselves, and they believe that's their job. Starmer is not one of those people. If you cross Starmer's path or you look like being slightly embarrassing, you're dropped like a stone. He's totally ruthless about it, and I don't think she was given any choice. On the appointment itself, may I talk about the... Because I've been doing this transport role for the last few weeks, and so I've been keeping an eye on Louise Haigh. I mean, I've been watching her. My view simply was she wasn't up to the job. I don't know her as a person at all. She might be a very nice person, but she wasn't up to the job. And her dealing with ASLEF, the very first thing she did was come into power, walk into a negotiating room with ASLEF and give them everything they wanted. I mean, they must have seen her coming. They were laughing all the way to the bank. And then gave them all the 15% pay rise, just like that, on first encounter. I don't think she was up to it. The appointment, I've known Heidi Alexander for nearly 20 years. She is certainly, in my view, much more capable. I think the real challenge is this. Because she's worked in transport in the past, she will understand that the Labour manifesto and pledges are basically undeliverable. What they want to do with buses and what they want to do with trains are going to depend on a large infusion of public money that simply isn't there. I know they've had $1 billion for buses recently, but that only takes them so far. What they're promising to do, what they want to achieve, is unaffordable. And she's going to have to face that fully and squarely, I think, and really she'll understand that from day one. How she's going to handle that and not being able to deliver the Labour manifesto, I think, is going to be really interesting.
Speaking of Louise Haigh's attitude to Boris Johnson, I think you referred to a few minutes ago, we do have a very interesting clip of her attitude to law-breaking when the shoe was on the other foot, shall we say.
Oh.
completely at a loss to understand how he can possibly pretend that he hasn't. His pathetic non-apology in the House of Commons today was a total slap in the face to the British public, and the only question he should now answer is when he will resign.
Judith, do you think that the fact that the Labour Party spent the last 4 years really highlighting every error that Conservative politicians made, sometimes with good reason, do you think that's a factor that has made it even more difficult for her to stay on?
No, I don't think so, because it's a false equivalent when you look at, should they be believed, looked at the merits of what her transgression was and the litany of transgressions that Boris Johnson indulged in. It's night and day.
There's a cake. There was a cake. Let's be serious.
There was one of his.
There was a cake.
That was one of his.
Yeah.
We could then go.
So litany.
We could then go into him and his cabal of friends.
It was the cake. It was the cake. Look, we're talking about convictions here. There was a cake.
Daniel, I think we do.
Talking about. You can then come up with scuttlebutt and other stuff.
But Daniel,
about
we were
Boris,
both supporters of Boris, but I think we have to admit that he made many indiscretions before and during, not necessarily enough to resign, and I would agree with that, but he did have a number of indiscretions. So
indeed, so I do think that, like you said, the attacks that were made against the Tories when they were in opposition, a lot of them were with merit, and that's why they were supported by public opinion. So I don't think that saying that she should be quiet or levelling some accusation of hypocrisy on her part qualifies here, because it's completely different what they were accused of and what they were being held to account for.
I do worry, though, that the culture has shifted, partly as a result of what the Labour Party did, but a lot of to do with media and social media, that now there is this nitpicking, and I'm not saying this offence is not worth looking at or that it isn't serious, but there is this nitpicking now that will be putting off anybody with any kind of history from coming into politics. I mean, look what's happened to Rachel Reeves. If you don't have a perfect digital footprint, if you've never had any indiscretions, there's not many people like that, especially who've become successful in business and things like that. Nobody's perfect. Everybody has mistakes, especially in their youth. Do you think we're in danger of basically becoming an elected parliament of very boring people with no previous, excitement in their lives?
Well, in the House of Lords, of course, we have people who are full of excitement in their life, but I agree with you about the House of Commons. I don't think we're in danger of it. I think it's happened already. I think the House of Commons is full of people who have very little experience of life outside politics and who have been carefully guarding themselves from their days involved in student politics. At every point they've been thinking, should I send that tweet? No, delete it. And they've been thinking about how it's going to affect their career. So they've tried to be as clean as possible as far as their digital footprint is concerned and other matters. And they have had actually rather boring lives, and now they're deciding we can have a state-sponsored suicide service on the basis of a rather boring life. And probably, well, I won't say any more.
Yeah, OK. What's next for Louise Haigh, then? Do you think there's a door open for her to make a comeback, or is it life on the backbenches?
No, I think there is a door for her to make a comeback. It's just time heals all wounds, and based on the environment of politics, memories are pretty short. So she definitely, and she's young. So based on the kind of popularity she has, based on what she represents as a young woman in politics in Britain, she can definitely make a comeback.
I don't think there's any chance of that. She's
we're going to have
she's
to
not
leave
a big
it there.
beast.
I'm so sorry, Daniel, but it is a very good point. She, I think, was one of the youngest female cabinet ministers ever, I think. So, yes, anyway, more on that, I'm sure, another day. Coming up, as millions of shoppers hit the high street in a Black Friday frenzy, could the landmark shopping event help save British businesses? This is Jubes & Co. with me, Miriam Cates, only on GB News.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Bansky's Girl with Balloon is arguably one of the artist's most recognisable images. So when a limited edition print signed by the artist was stolen from Grove Gallery in London, an investigation was launched by the Metropolitan Police's flying squad. The work was thankfully retrieved. The desire to own great works of art has once again become evident this week, albeit a little further afield on the continent. Police in Italy have uncovered a criminal network forging artworks by Bansky, Andy Warhol, Pablo Picasso and others. Investigators said that they've seized more than 2,100 fake pieces of art with a potential market value of about £165 million. With me to discuss that case is the Chief Executive of Grove Gallery, James Ryan.
The art world needs to tighten up. It is known as a bit of a Wild West out there because people will try and chance it with these forgeries. You're quite right, there's only one actual original, but even auction houses have been hoodwinked before.
The burglary that you suffered is sub judice, so we have to be careful what we say about it. But it must have been a bit of a shock to you. I mean, was it a broken window, a smashed door? At
10, 11 o'clock at night, and just hammer straight through, shoulder barging through the door, and then in and out. You know, gone in 60 seconds. I must say, I know.
Obviously, they had a targeted attack. The person would have known what he or she was after. Yeah.
Absolutely. But I must say, I know they cop a lot of flack, the police force, but the flying squad got the artwork back within 3 days. They were fantastic. So yeah, I've never heard or seen, other than the Thomas Crown affair type film, you know, I just didn't think it'd be happening to little old me, you know, in Fitzrovia, but it did, and thankfully we got it back.
GB News.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date. Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Jeeves & Co with me, Miriam Cates, and keeping me company until 7 o'clock, I've got Conservative peer Lord Daniel Moylan and broadcast journalist Judita De Silva. Well, it's Black Friday and UK retailers are hoping that this will throw them a financial lifeline after Stormbert hammered sales this month. Footfall on British high streets fell 5% last week, with shopping centres and retail parks also suffering, especially in northern regions like Yorkshire, as well as Wales and Scotland, which of course have been particularly badly hit by those storms. While experts warn that falling consumer confidence and post-budget nerves are keeping shoppers cautious. Meanwhile, Amazon, the online retailer, is facing its own commercial challenge. Thousands of workers across the globe are protesting today, demanding better conditions and tougher action on climate change. Well, retailers are now hoping that festive sales will turn around in a few weeks remaining of 2024 and hopefully bring them some good news before Christmas. So will Black Friday save Britain's businesses? Well, turning again to my panel, Daniel Moylan and broadcast journalist Judita De Silva. Black Friday, I mean, you know, it's incredibly commercial, but actually in the current climate, is this a good opportunity for shops to try and get some sales under their belts?
I think based on previous years, like when it first became a phenomenon, the kind of sales they saw, that's why it just became a trend. And it was like, it's now kind of tradition. But I think based on the coalition of problems where people are kind of worried about what they should spend on and how far their money will stretch and what the ramifications of the budgets will be. So the outlook is so different for the individual. They're forced to be more conservative. And also when you think about disposable money, it's not really a conversation everyday people are having now, particularly in this environment. So it's come at the wrong time in people's lives. But there are certain sectors, like for instance, guys and girls who love games that are going to do well. Call of Duty, a new Call of Duty, World of Warcraft has come out. They're going to take advantage of it being less expensive because that's a very high value sector of retail.
Daniel, I don't remember Black Friday more than about 5 or 6 years ago. It's quite a new invention.
It's a sort of scam, an American scam, isn't it, really? The truth is that traditionally, retail sales in this country are concentrated in the Christmas period, and something like more than a quarter percent of all sales are in that period. So the shops are relatively empty most of the year, and so what they're trying to do, what they've constantly tried to do, is spread that out by inventing things, usually brought over from America. So they've invented Black Friday in the last few years. That's the latest one. They invented Father's Day, which never really existed, as a way of trying to sell things. course, that's another American sales invention. Even, I know this is not particularly a retail thing, but Halloween, which we never used to celebrate, they banned Guy Fawkes. You can't have Guy Fawkes anymore with bonfires, and that was what we used to do. Now we do Halloween instead, and it's this American stuff coming in. So it really is sort of scam. There's a real question about whether the value, the prices really are as genuinely discounted across the year as in fact they are. But what worries me slightly is it puts a lot of pressure on people, and we're all suffering. We're all of us feel a financial pinch as a result of inflation, but some more than others. It sort of puts pressure on people to go out and spend money that they may not, given their autonomous choices, they may have decided not to go and get that. But there'd be pressure from the family and the kids and whatever to go out and get something because it looks cheap at the moment.
Julita, there is a genuine concern for retailers themselves, though, isn't there? Because obviously the news in the budget about increases to national insurance, and particularly lowering of the threshold, so plenty of low-wage workers, part-time shop workers, for example, are now being caught by this. Retailers say they're under pressure. Do you think that that's true, or are they just facing a profit cut?
No, I think it is true, because based on the landscape now, they're going to have to take on costs and losses that they kind of have to weigh against one another. And then who's going to end up facing the brunt of that? It's going to be their employees and then the customer who sees a hike in prices. So I do agree that it is a scam to a point where how much did the item cost originally? How much are they saying it costs now that they have reduced? Because they've all got to figure out a way to recoup losses that they are going to be having for the foreseeable future. But then also because Black Friday is later than it used to be, it's so close to Christmas, they're now going to be packaging it as get your Christmas presents now at this lower price, because then the price hike will come when the Christmas rush happens. So you've kind of cornered the customer into a psychological battle with, should I gamble on spending now or should I not spend at all and have a family that's disappointed?
The other change...
Or wait till Boxing Day and go to the sales.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing is...
how real these sales
you'll
are
get your
now.
presents tomorrow.
Yeah. But another change that you might blame on America, probably rightly so, is that a lot of things are bought now on credit. And I was having this conversation with my mother-in-law actually a couple of weeks ago about, she was saying that when she was a child and a young adult, nobody bought anything on credit. You had the money and you bought something, or you didn't have it. Yeah. That actually now we've got this astonishing consumer debt. I think household debt's 80% of GDP or something like that. And actually a lot of people are getting into financial trouble now and having to use food banks and things like that because they've got so many things on credit that actually their money's not stretching further. Do you think it's irresponsible, the kind of things that shops are...
I think it's very irresponsible, and the fact that now there's actually promotional campaigns around things like Klarna, where pay in 3 or buy now, pay later. So then by the time you actually get to a point where you've got to pony up the cash, who knows what financial situation you will be in. So it is very irresponsible, because you should force people to, like they say, cut your clothes according to your size and then live with it, as opposed to making plans you may not be able to pay for when it comes to the time to do so.
Unfortunately, previous governments, including the Conservative one, have not adopted that same principle, have they, on debt?
No, and just to take it away, I mean, I don't disagree with Juditha, but to change the subject slightly and think about what effect this has on the economy, is that the government is loaded up with debt. But the household sector is also loaded up with debt. So when the government says we want investment, to build our wind farms, or whether you think that's a good investment or not is another question, but we want investment, all they can do is turn to foreigners and say, will you lend us the money or will you invest in this, because we've run out of money as a country. This is not a sustainable position, and household debt has its part to play in this. So a government that is insouciant about household debt and thinks it doesn't matter and just leave is making a big mistake. It's as important as the debt that the government is running.
Well, this is the really important point, isn't it? And actually, I think the Bank of England have come out today and started warning about the level of national debt. I mean, you could argue that they are more than in part responsible for it, but this is the big problem that Labour are going to have to tackle. They're a socialist government, they don't want austerity, but on the other hand, we're spending £100 billion of taxpayers' money on just debt interest every year.
It's kind of a whirlpool of problems, because the retailers have to create a sustainable business model. The consumer is under pressure, but then they depend on the consumer to actually sustain their businesses. But then at the same time, all that debt that is generated is because people don't have what they need to live the way that they would want to live, or even live at a capacity that is decent enough. So then where do you get the infusion of cash? And that's when you get the budget, where everyone has to hurt a little bit to contribute to the solution. But nobody wants to do that. So if the money shouldn't come from you, but the money needs to be generated,
to the solution.
It's a catch-22, because the money is needed. It has to come from somewhere, but where is it going to come from?
But it's not
so that's why you have to rely on foreign direct investment and things like that.
But that's the thing about this government, is they're assuming that the public sector should have all the money it needs and nobody else needs any money. So this is a public sector government. This is a government for the public sector. And that's why the taxes have gone up. Is it 40 billion as a result of this budget?
But wouldn't you say
but with no conditions placed on the public sector, so no conditions placed on ASLEF about reform and improvement of working practices. So far we've heard about no conditions placed on the NHS or targets for releasing this money. They're just going to get the money, it appears. No conditions placed on the junior doctors who were paid off. So it's just the public sector gets whatever they want and everybody else has to pony up, as you say.
Based on what they inherited from the Tories and the state of public services, when you say that they're a public sector government, what other governments did you expect them to be based on the landscape they were stepping into?
I expected them to be what they said, which was a government for the whole country. I expected them not. I expected them not. I expected them not to start out by, in their very first week, I think it was, making an attack on pensioners, which they'd never flagged up in their manifesto. I'd expect them not to be a government which ratted on the farmers and started introducing inheritance tax on family farms. Whether it's a good thing or a bad, it's a question of, do you believe... I actually thought, to be fair, I shouldn't say this. I actually thought this would be a traditional Labour Party government, and I remember Callaghan, and not just Blair, but I remember Callaghan and these were moderate, middle-of-the-road type people on the whole. And what you've got is a government that's entirely in the pocket of the public sector.
I'm going to have to let Judy to have one last word very quickly.
They are responsive to what they inherited. So when you say about they're not the way the old Labour used to be, old Labour was inheriting a different landscape. They are a response to what the Tories handed over to them.
Yet again, we're back to the black hole, and we started on Black Friday. Well, thank you so much for joining me on Judes & Co. Have a good evening, and coming up tonight is Lee Anderson's Real World. We'll see you soon.
We'll see a cold snap, which will quickly develop into a warm front. Boxed Boiler Repairs, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us, and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well. So some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier. So with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. The same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland here. I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I say, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still, it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And, yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
The latest GB News travel.
Good evening, I'm Johnny Ratner. Major problems in Lancashire for the M6. The motorway is blocked northbound at junction 28 at Leyland at the scene of an accident. And in Greater Manchester, the M62 remains closed eastbound from junction 20 to 24, the Rochdale exit, and the A627M all the way along to Ainley Top for recovery work after a lorry caught fire. And after a lorry caught fire in the early hours in Cambridgeshire, just south of Cambridge, the northbound carriageway of the M11 remains closed from junction 11 to 12 for emergency repair works, causing long delays. And there are long queues on the Surrey stretch of the M25 anti-clockwise into the roadworks towards junction 10 at the A3. And finally, in Oxfordshire, in Oxford, the Eastern Bypass closed between the Kennington roundabout and the Hayford Hill roundabout after a van caught fire, leaving lengthy queues on the approach. And that's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Imagine getting a call to tell you that you've won £50,000 in tax-free cash, our biggest cash prize of the year.
Oh my God.
That's a big surprise.
Oh my God. This is amazing.
I'm in shock. That is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
For your chance to win £50,000 cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment. This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory. Don't miss my big opinion. Mark meets and my take at 10. Democracy is a funny old thing. And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it. Let's go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it. That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome to Lee Anderson's A Real World. Tonight on the show we've got trade unionist Andy Twelves. He's back on for about the 5th time. Also got the first time on the show political commentator Aman Bagel. We got sports master of ceremonies, that's Mark Jones, and Geordie Shore star Ricky Guanaccio. But first, let's go to the news.
Good evening, I'm Sophia Wensler with your headlines on GB News. Opponents of assisted dying are vowing to fight on after Kim Ledbetter's bill passed its first Commons hurdle today. The vote, which followed 4.5 hours of debate, saw 330 MPs in favour with 275 opposed.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, and look!
Details show the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was among those who voted in favour of the bill. Legislation would allow terminally ill adults to end their lives with the approval of 2 doctors and a High Court judge. While the bill has sparked division, several stages remain before the bill becomes law, and a number of MPs indicated they could still vote against it if safeguards in the legislation were not strengthened. GB News understands that Number 10 was not aware of the full facts about Transport Secretary Louise Hayes' past convictions, and they were not known until reports broke last night. It's also understood the 2014 conviction was not declared in Hayes' transparency disclosures when she became Transport Secretary on the 5th of July. However, these reports are strongly disputed by those close to Hay. Downing Street has named Justice Minister Heidi Alexander as her replacement. Louise Hayes' cabinet resignation came after it emerged last night she was convicted of a criminal offence before she was an MP. She admitted to falsely reporting a stolen work phone in 2013, calling it a mistake, and insists she gained nothing from the incident. And Ukraine will ask NATO for membership next week. That's according to a letter seen by Reuters news agency. The letter reflects Ukraine's renewed push to secure an invitation to join NATO, which is part of a victory plan outlined last month by President Volodymyr Zelensky to end the war triggered by Russia's 2022 invasion. Meanwhile, in another interview tonight, President Zelensky has suggested he's prepared to end the war in return for NATO membership, even if Russia doesn't immediately return seized land. Those are the latest GB News headlines. More in an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Welcome to Lee Anderson's Real World. I'm Lee Anderson, Reform UK Member of Parliament for Ashfield. And joining me tonight, we've got Aman Bogal, political commentator, engineer as well, aren't you?
Yes, a foundry engineer, yes.
Foundry engineer, and our left in the corner, he's back. He's going to be talking probably a lot of left-wing nonsense. That's Andy 12s. Thank you, Andy, for coming back. And thank you for sticking to that bet we had a few weeks back and donating to your chosen charity. But tonight's topic is net zero. Is it killing industry? A man we've seen this week, this net zero madness costing jobs in Luton. I think 1,100 jobs to go there at this car plant. You know, people are going to be thrown on the scrap heap, thrown on the door, and all we hear is a load of bleating, a load of nonsense in the House of Commons from the Labour government. You know, we're going to support these people. Well, they've not supported them very much so far.
No, indeed not. The best way to support people is to make sure that they have a job to go to. And of course, let's not forget, we just had COP29 and $300 billion worth of what? Giving away from the Western world to people and places which have no other interest other than take our money. But let's be honest, we got the Secretary of State, what Ed Miliband for energy and climate change, I think it is. It's more like net stupid because...
Net stupid, I'm writing that down. Yeah.
There you go. I mean, look, we've got the Global South who are, half of them are laughing at us for being, led by idiots here who are giving away our money for what? Yeah. For the highest cost of electricity anywhere in the world. That's not conducive to industry. The other half of laughing at us, quite bewildered as to, what actual policies has this government and the UK now got to not be following someone like President Trump and onshoring industry again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at our trade unionist, our left in the corner, man. He's looking bewildered, confused. He's got to think of something now to actually defend this. Andy, over to you.
I mean, of course, I as a trade unionist, I agree with onshoring. You know, you can't have unionised jobs if you don't have jobs. But, you know, you talk about kind of, is it destroying industry? Most of British industry was destroyed throughout the 80s and 90s. You look across the Midlands and in the north, you know, towns like Owsley, you know, these post-industrial towns, they don't have
industry. We're here for the present day.
But they don't have industry. We need to reindustrialise with the opportunities that net zero will provide. Whether it's green data centres, you know, whether it's solar panel creation, you know, whether it's any of the kind of joint industry that net zero brings, that's where we should be investing in. That is what will invest in our industry to reindustrialise the Midlands and the North.
Believes what he's saying about
it. No, he doesn't. I mean, look, I've just come back from India yesterday, and I've seen some of the work that's going on there in terms of, you know, dealing with a lot of these challenges of net, not net zero, but going a bit more greener. So I saw one thing. I said, what's the biggest project here? He said, we're going to be generating 100 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. Yeah. And it's underway, solar. Now, but they're not doing that by impoverishing people today. Right? They're not stealing, first of all, the winter fuel allowance, freezing grannies, letting go of jobs, to do what?
And at the same time, man, they're opening blast furnaces.
Yes.
Fueled by coal to make steel, to probably send back to the UK.
To the UK. Now that is, that's serious politics. That's serious government. That's good governance. Yeah. You know, look after the people of today while investing for the future. But it can't, it can't be this and that. It has to be. But okay, this is what we do today, but for tomorrow we're going to be.
So you talk about reindustrialisation, Andy. Why is it? Why does this government and the previous Tory government think it's okay to close down our blast furnaces in places like South Wales, Port Talbot, and then give the same company hundreds of millions of pounds who then go back to India to open a blast furnace to make steel from coal and then sell it back to the UK? That's bonkers, mate.
I completely agree. Yeah, I think it's a disgusting policy, and it's pretty similar to what Thatcher did in the 80s. I condemned it. I would condemn that. I condemn it now. I think it's ridiculous. And
there we go. I think it's condemning this Labour government.
It's an anti-British policy, objectively.
Why can't we just be sensible, Andy, and say, look, yeah, net zero, it's not, we shouldn't have these time limits, these targets on it. Yes, it's nice to reduce our carbon emissions. I keep saying on this show, we are responsible for less than 1% of the carbon emissions in the world. We're on the right trajectory. We've reduced them by 50% over the past 30 years. We're doing okay.
Yeah, but I think it is important to have a goal for the markets, if nothing else. Obviously, it's moved back and forth. It was 30, then 35, then up to 40, then back down to 35, now back down to 30. We just need to pick a number and stick to it, so then there's market stability. Because if you keep moving the point of which we need to achieve net zero, the markets just won't have faith and they won't invest in the UK. So I think it is important to have that kind of, not timer, but that goal of kind of just to reassure the markets that we are an investable country.
I would argue that we need a goal, an aim of, well, this is 2030, this is how many jobs we're going to be bringing back. Yeah. That's the aim we need, not how soon we can completely diminish our carbon emissions. After all, as you said, our carbon emissions, well, we get rid of them, well, what difference is it going to make to anything?
There's a reason, guys, why we're not driving around on horse and carts anymore in this country. It's because business, they developed fresh modes of transport. They could foresee what was coming in the future. We've gone from horse and cart to steam engines to petrol engines, whatever. Business normally takes care of this, not government.
Well, I think that's a bold thing to say. I think generally government. I think looking at it, government-funded R&D generally leads innovation across sectors. I think government-funded R&D, particularly if you look at the step to electric vehicles, for example, a lot of that was funded by government-funded R&D.
And how's that panned out? Do you think, man? I went to the car showrooms last weekend. I had a little look around, being nosy, looking at the cars on the forecourt. I was alarmed to see how many electric vehicles are now on the forecourt. 2 or 3 years old. People are getting rid of them.
They are, and not just that. I think we heard from Toyota just a few months ago. They are stopping their plans to go full electric, and there's a reason for that, of course. A, affordability. B, the capacity that we need to allow people to charge them. But more than that, I think there's a geopolitical angle on this. Yeah. If you look at where all the rare earths and the minerals and the lithium is coming from, it's coming from exploited mines under the rule of the Chinese Communist Party. In Congo, in Botswana, elsewhere around Africa. Yep. And what are we doing? We're handing over control of strategic interests of, supplying all this to us, to the Chinese Communist Party. Yeah. It's absolutely bonkers.
It's quite unbelievable, Andy. I was angry with the Conservative government for a Labour government who, were born on the blood, sweat and tears and on the backs of the coal miners, the steel workers, the railway workers, factory workers, foundry workers. They've sort of stuck two fingers up to these people and said, we're going green.
No, I don't think the two are mutually exclusive at all. I think people who work in green data centres or people who work in...
Green data? What is a green data centre?
Well, green data centre, it's a carbon neutral data centre.
To the average viewer back at home...
If it's someone who's working in a manufacturing plant that creates solar panels, that is no different to someone that's working in an Amazon plant, shipping parcels.
It really is.
A worker.
Really
it's just not true. I think it's interesting though. There's no criticism I've heard from you at least on Elon Musk and Tesla. He creates electric vehicles en masse. Where's the criticism there?
Why should I criticise him?
Because you're just going, electric vehicles, they're all work horrible, horrible, horrible. But when Elon Musk does it, it's okay.
No, what I said was, if you paid attention, Andy, we shouldn't have targets. Business will take care of this by themselves.
You said you were dismayed to see how many electric vehicles there are on the floor.
No, what I said was...
That is what you said.
I was alarmed.
Let's fact check that.
I was alarmed how many electric vehicles were actually on the forecourt from the last time I went, which proves to me, that people have had enough of them and getting rid of them. They're going back to petrol and diesel.
Well, a lot of them are blowing up because the batteries are very vulnerable to, damage. I mean, but again, going back to a bit what was being said about manufacturing solar panels in the UK. Right now, the world's biggest supplier of materials to build solar panels, again, are the Chinese.
And let me just step in there, man. So if the Chinese are making these wind turbines and solar panels, how are they making them?
Well, they are extracting these rare earths and metals from exploited mines. Yeah. So basically, our green data centers are being built on the backs of young Africans from the Congo, being exploited for their resources.
And maybe Chinese coal miners being exploited, working in horrific conditions, Andy.
It's not very pro-worker.
I mean, if I could go to China and unionise them, I would. But I think it's key to note here who's been looking after the industrial strategy for the last 14 years.
It's the what
It hasn't been the Labour Party.
It's the what about?
Well, it hasn't been the Labour Party. It's been the Tories that have failed to establish a clear industrial strategy.
I'll try and remain impartial as you
it's a government of which you served in, Lee. It's a government of which you supported. It was the Tories who've been looking after it.
I call this nonsense out.
Okay, now, let's be honest. The first visit to Beijing by a British Foreign Secretary for a very long time has been by David Lammy.
Oh, my, no, you're triggering me. Stop this, stop this. Don't mention his name. Just say the Foreign Secretary.
Okay, the Foreign
Secretary. Don't mention his name.
Well, the member for...
I'm having a drink of this.
Well, the member for Tottenham, the Foreign Secretary, he's been on his hands and knees in front of his masters in Beijing, the Communist Chinese, to do what? To beg for all of this.
That's a bizarre suggestion to make. What the Tories done over the last 14 years to build British industry there.
But 14 years, fix the foundations, 22 billion. You're like a stuck record on this.
Well, not really. I mean, over 14 years, wages have stagnated. There's less private sector jobs. There are slightly more public sector jobs. Doesn't sound like a successful Conservative.
Let's be honest. We've had President Trump out of power for 4 years. He's come in with a whole team ready to go and do stuff. What has the Labour Party been doing for 14 years? Getting Rachel Reeves to write her CV. I think that's what's happened.
Well, I mean, it seems like a bit of a strawman argument. You were literally in power for 14 years.
Listen, Andy,
you talk about Rachel Reeves and her CV. Yeah, that's a nice little Westminster kind of bubble story.
It really
but
is.
realistically, the Tories have failed this country. Over the last 14 years, wages have been stagnating.
Like a man said,
there are less private sector jobs. There's been no reindustrialisation. If you go outside of London, but people aren't living better than they were 14 years ago. And you going on about LinkedIn and CVs, you just seem out of touch, kid.
Out of touch, man. You're out of touch.
Out of touch, but I mean, look at it this way. It's pretty obvious that 14 years we've had, in the initial part, we have 1,000 new jobs created a day. Yep. We had growth. We had become the world's 8th largest manufacturer. All these things happen under that 14 years of Conservative government.
And pensioners kept warm
as well. Pensions kept warm.
Yeah.
Did they during the austerity cuts of George Osborne?
Yes.
I think a lot of pensioners and a lot of working class people were significantly worse off because of George Osborne's austerity cuts.
I think. Look, we can get into the nitty gritty of that.
Nitty gritty now.
Yes,
now
it was,
that it's not playing to your argument. You don't want to get
into the nitty gritty. People were better off. People were better off.
The left in the corners raising his voice, which is a sign of weakness.
It is indeed. And the fact is, 14 years to prepare for government. We're ready for government, and what do? When they come in, they make Rachel Reeves in charge of the Treasury. She doesn't have a clue.
Rachel from accounts.
Rachel from accounts, or Rachel from customer services, or whatever.
And the last word. Quickly,
14 years of Tory failure. You're going on about the Labour Party. You were in government for 14 years.
Well, let's just correct that. I've never been in government. I was deputy chairman of the Conservative Party before I was ruthless.
You were a minister for a while.
Discarded like an old sock. Do not go away, because coming up next we've got Mark Jones, who's an MC and radio presenter.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
1 in 20 people are diagnosed with seasonal affective disorder across the UK.
Yes, Healthwatch has revealed that men are more likely to suffer from this than women. Did you know?
Triggers apparently include a decrease in daylight hours, which is certainly happening around about now. If you're leaving the office, it's dark. When you come home, it's dark, as well as the falling temperatures.
Yes, and both of those things happen a lot, don't they, here in Britain? So how can we combat the symptoms of seasonal affective disorder? Well, to discuss this, we're joined now by Dr. Andreas Fonseca, the founder and director of Thrive Mental Wellbeing. Really good to see you this morning, Doctor. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Now, there'll be lots of people watching and listening this morning and saying, what a load of rubbish. It's always been cold in this country. It's always been dark. What is seasonal affective disorder? is it really a thing?
Well, it is a thing, and it's been known for quite some time. This is not new, really. It is a form of depression. That's what it is. And it's got specific characteristics that kind of differentiate it from other forms of depression. So the reason probably we're talking more about it is because it's basically people are more aware of it and they're recognizing it more. So before you used to be sort of just saying this person's got depression, now you have some specific things to look at that can differentiate it from other kinds of depression, which is quite useful because it's got some specific forms of treatment. So the things that are different about seasonal affective disorder are that for the diagnosis you need 2 years in which you only have episodes during either the late autumn or early winter. So that's when they start, and they fade away by late spring, summer. Early summer. So that's how it works. And you cannot have any episodes at any other time. So it has to be seasonal, specifically seasonal.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Nightmare commute? Kick it up a gear with GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, and on the GB News app. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with GB News Radio. We are the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Lee Anderson's Real World. I'm going back in the day now with Mark Jones, who's an MC and awards host, very close ties to Manchester United. Boo, don't like that. But my dad's a massive Man United fan. Now, your name is interesting, Mark Jones, because my dad often talks about growing up in Ashfield, supporting Man United, listening to them on the radio. Yeah. And he always mentions he always used to, as the Munich air disaster. So your name's sort of tied to that, isn't it?
Ever so slightly. The plaque at Old Trafford has all the names, Tommy Taylor and Whelan and Roger Byrne and Duncan Edwards. And the very first one, I don't know why, it just says Mark Jones. He was a neighbour of my parents, so I'm named after a United player. I was actually born in Old Trafford, and I've had 100 years at Radio City in Liverpool. Wow. How's that for diplomacy?
So how did you get into radio initially?
It's the old thing, you do discos.
Yeah.
Back in the days when you used to put needles on.
What sort of year we're talking about?
Oh, it was black and white.
Okay.
That's the closest you're going to get.
Beatles, Rolling Stones?
Yeah. Sort of later than... Yeah, sort of a bit later than that, doing discos. But then you sort of do a tape. I did a tape for BBC Radio Manchester, the local BBC station. And just one off, got a copy of that, edit. Yeah. Naively thought, everybody's going to send a tape to Piccadilly, which was the Manchester station, which was 73. And instead of that, a couple of years later, I sent a tape to Radio City in Liverpool, not thinking that everybody in Liverpool's going to be sending a tape there. And just a guy just went, I'm too good for this, doing the overnights, walked out, and my tape was on the top of the pile. And I got a phone call on a Thursday night, Thursday, the 12th of February, 76. Can you do 2 till 6 in the morning on Radio City in Liverpool? I thought it was one of my pals.
And what was you talking about on that radio show?
It was an overnight programme, so it's music. Yeah. In those days, you didn't have much needle time, but Clever Devil here noticed that the BBC stuff was non-needle time. Yeah. So I used to put like the Goons on and the Hancocks. So you've got half an hour and me and the security guy, Bert, on the door. We're the only two in the building. Yeah. I used to get in my car, put the Goons on, get in my car, dash down to the pier head, get a bacon butty, listening to it all the time, hoping that the record's not stuck, and then dashing back.
So a big fan of the Goons, was you?
Oh, yeah. Goons, Hancock, all that type.
I like Tony Hancock, actually. I think. Growing up in Ashfield in the 70s, we only had a few LPs in the house. We had Elvis's 40 Greatest Hits. Yeah. We had a Buddy Holly LP because Mum and Dad were into
20 golden crates, that one.
Something
yeah.
like that. And we had Hancock's Half Hour, which was the blood donor, and the Radio Ham.
Yeah.
Two really famous sketches from Hancock's Half Hour.
I've got the set of those.
So you sort of, you sort of grow up enjoying that sort of stuff.
Oh God, yeah.
And appreciating that.
And that moves on from the Goons. That moves on to Python. And Python was all conquering when I was at school.
Yeah.
Public school. So
public school.
Oh, don't.
Another posh boy on the show.
I wipe my feet on the way in. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But it was just Python changes your life.
Yeah.
If you get it and it sinks in, you're quoting.
I actually, to be honest with you, I actually like the films better than the actual series.
Yeah.
I got Life of Brian and...
it's more commercial and easier accessible.
I just thought it was funnier. Because I think some of the jokes they did in the actual series were for themselves rather than the public.
They admitted that. And it's very dated because it's all Edward Heath and stuff like that, so yeah.
But you move from all that, Mark, and then go to be doing these awards around the world, close ties to Man United, doing their awards ceremony every year. So you're coming across on a yearly basis, some big footballing stars from big legends, and you're handing these awards out. How does that feel when these mega stars are coming onto the stage?
It's strange because I took over, 2001 from the late Tony Wilson, Anthony H, on TV, and he's done interviews with Thatcher, Heath, all the big names, and quite antagonistic type interviews. But when he was introducing Ryan Giggs and David Beckham, he went to pieces.
Really?
So by coincidence, a pal of mine who sadly died a couple of months ago, Chaz phoned an agency and they got me, and I've done it ever since. We're just pals. It transpired we were both born in the same hospital and blah, blah, blah. So it's second nature because of the radio side of things. It's not an arrogant thing.
Did you ever get starstruck when these come
Never.
on?
I don't know why. And I've done I've interviewed Michael Jackson many times, done his concerts, Paul McCartney, Phil Collins, Kate Bush. I've done all those.
So you're not starstruck now coming on here?
Well, there's always a first.
There's a first, isn't there? Concerts as well. What's this? You MC at concerts as well?
I've done I've done a few big ones. Michael Jackson's 125,000 people, which was sponsored by radio.
Where was that at?
Aintree Racecourse.
Oh, yeah.
That was good. I had 100,000 people because I wasn't allowed to play music, and I was on from like 12 o'clock till 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like that. God, it was cold. Yeah. And I got 100,000 people going da, 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 doing a conga around the place. I've done that. Paul McCartney concerts in Liverpool. I did the Sopot Music Festival in Gdansk in Poland with Lechko and
Bill Gates! Come on! You son of a bitch! You have blood on your hands! You have blood on your hands! You son of a bitch! We know who you are, you son of a bitch! Murder! Arrest Bill Gates! 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 Murder! We know who you are, you son of You murdering Bill Gates! Come on! You son of a bitch! You have blood on your hands! You have blood on your hands! You murdering son of a We know who you are, you son of a bitch! Murder! Arrest Bill Gates! 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 We know who you are, you son!
Parliament. Yeah, he actually came up to me and
said, "Who are you?"
And I was quite stunned, really. He knew who I was, which was a big thing for me, sort of growing up with that sort of music. But look, you said a time's up, Mark. It's you mentioned that you loved the Goons back in the day. We've got some good news. The Goons are coming on next. We've got Right versus Left with Andy 12s and Aman Bagel.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well. So some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier. So with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. And the same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland here. I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I say, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still, it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And, yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date. Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's time for Right versus Left with Aman Bagal, and we've got him back, Andy 12's trade unionist, and it's from my neck of the woods, actually, so you think he'd probably make a little bit more sense. Hopefully some common sense will rub off on you today. So look, is it okay to criticise a religion? Just this week in the House of Commons, there was a couple of Labour MPs who were banging on again about Islamophobia. I know Angela Rayner spoke about it quite a bit, and Sir Keir Starmer's always bleating on about it in the chamber. But just a few weeks ago, I asked the Deputy Prime Minister to actually define what the government's line was on Islamophobia. Just listen to this.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Secretary of State please explain to me and the House what the government's definition of Islamophobia actually is?
Secretary of State.
Well, I say to the honourable member that a new definition must be given careful consideration so that it comprehensively reflects multiple perspectives and considers potential implications for different communities. And we're actively considering our approach to Islamophobia, including definitions, and we'll provide further updates on this in due course.
Right, guys, you've heard the clip. I challenged the Deputy Prime Minister to give us, the correct government definition on Islamophobia, and she couldn't give me a straight answer. That's quite pathetic. Maybe you, as a Labour Party member and a defender of the Labour Party, can tell us what Islamophobia actually means.
Well, I'll address that in 2 points. I think, in fairness to I think she was answering in her capacity as Secretary of State for local communities, but it is open for consultation, so I think it is a bit unfair whilst a definition is up for consultation.
So how can you be Islamophobic then if there's no definition?
Well, no, I don't think you can. I think being anti-Muslim and anti-Islam is well established. and you'd just be being that. That'd be the definition that you'd be given. You'd just be being either anti-Muslim or anti-Islam, which I don't think is.
So, Aman, I'm going to ask you an obvious question. What's your religion?
I'm a Sikh.
Okay, so if I don't like the Sikh religion, is that a problem for you?
Not at all. I would defend your rights to not like it and to question it and to criticise it as much as you wish.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I think blasphemy in this country has long been a national conversation that's settled. It's an issue that is settled. We do not have anti-blasphemy laws in this country, and we shouldn't, because very simple matter, we have freedom of speech, and it should be absolute.
Yeah.
But of course, and look, as a man of faith, I would also argue that every individual has a right to worship, right to pray, right to their religion as they wish, without fear. However, having said that, no religion should be above criticism or question. That's how reform happens. That's how things are settled in a meaningful way. But thirdly, I would also argue that we heard that Labour MP the other day talk of bringing in anti-blasphemy laws here for Abrahamic religions. That in itself is the very definition of division. What about the Indic tradition, the Dharmic, the Hindu, the Sikhs, the Jains, the Buddhists? Would it not apply to them? But having said that, I think more than that, I think if you're in the UK, you embrace our values of freedom, liberty and democracy, or you practice what you preach and go and live somewhere where the things you want are being practiced already.
You put that very politely. I just tend to clear off, Andy. What about you?
Well, I mean, I don't support blasphemy laws. I think it's silly. It was a silly suggestion from that MP, some dozy backbencher. You know.
It's not just that, it's a very slippery slope.
It's a slippery slope.
Because we've just seen the things in Bangladesh yesterday. We've had this coup in Bangladesh. We've gone from the Awami League, mostly sensible people, to this Islamist-backed Muhammad Yunus. And we've seen Hindus being killed left, right and centre. And yesterday, the main priest, the Hindu priest in Bangladesh, was arrested for what? For not having the Bangladeshi flag above the Hindu flag.
Why isn't the Labour Party calling this out, Andy? You know, sort of pandering to just a few in society. You know, like a man says, you know, we are a tolerant society, we are a welcome society. We're not bothered what religion you've got, but a religion should always be open to scrutiny.
I agree. I completely agree. And unfortunately, Keir Starmer hasn't consulted me on this particular issue.
Well,
but I think
what issues has he consulted you on?
I think it's probably
very few, unfortunately.
Is that none?
Well, I mean, I'm a Labour Party member. We've got internal democracy, so
you mean he sent you an email once?
He did several times. I met him once at a reception. But surely, as a free speech absolutist, you must agree with his right to ask that question. And it's hard for you to go, oh well, no, this is all wrong. It's his right. He's got the freedom of speech.
Yeah, he's got every right to ask for it. I don't think he's right. Because the fact is, what he's asking for is a clampdown on freedom of speech. Because if you have anti-blasphemy laws, well then, who gets to be the arbiter of what is right or wrong when it comes to questioning any religion?
And where does it stop a man? Where does it stop this?
Well, that's the thing. So my suggestion would be that, also, I guess it won't happen under this Labour government, is that everyone and anyone who asks for this, well, it's time for mass deportations. If you don't align with the values of the United Kingdom, well, clear out, go and live somewhere where...
Oh, strong talk, Andy. What do you think of that?
It's ridiculous.
Why?
If you don't align with the values, then you can be deported. That's an authoritarian suggestion. That's absolutely ridiculous.
I think the general public in Mansfield, where you're from, never forget your roots, Andy, would probably agree with them.
I don't think the people of Mansfield would believe in mass deportations for people that don't align with every single value of this country. I think.
Well, it's not every.
You think back in Mansfield, back in 84, 85, one of the British values is respecting, authorities, respecting the government, respecting the police. There were some pretty big riots during the miners' strike. Do you think they should be deported?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, you say if you don't align with the values, you should be mass deported. That's ridiculous.
The UK has very simple.
It's a silly suggestion to be mass deported if you don't agree with the values.
I think what Iman is alluding to, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if you come from a different culture, different background, a different country, and you don't want to adapt to our way of life, respect our history, our heritage,
what are you
our
doing
culture, our laws, our way of life. What the hell are you doing here?
So it's some kind of dog whistle anti-multiculturalism.
Is
that what it is?
Well,
just say it if you believe it.
It is, I'll say it. Look, multiculturalism has failed. What this country needs is what we have. I saw firsthand in India just last week, pluralism.
That's absolute rubbish.
How is it rubbish?
The fact that you can sit next to me...
Was you in India last week? So why can it be absolute rubbish?
It's absolute rubbish that multiculturalism has failed.
It has failed.
The fact that we can sit next to here, we're different religions, we're from different backgrounds.
That's not multiculturalism.
It absolutely is. That is the definition of multiculturalism.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
This is multiculturalism right here.
So are you saying to me that I belong to a different culture than yours?
Yes, because you're a different religion. It's a different culture.
That's a pretty bigoted thing to say.
No, it's not. It's a different religion. There's different cultures within religions.
That's religion. I'm talking about culture. Culturally, I'm very similar to you. I'm sitting here in a pub, sharing a drink with you, with Lee.
Yeah. With the Union flag socks.
That's
culture. Culture is linked to religion.
How is it linked to religion?
It's absolutely ridiculous to suggest that it isn't.
So are you saying that a white British person cannot become a Sikh?
No.
Well, you just did.
No, I didn't.
You said religion is linked to culture.
Yes, it is. Culture is linked to religion. Of course, it is.
So are you saying
culture is linked to lots of things? Socioeconomic background.
So are you saying the man's a different culture to you?
Yes, obviously he is.
He's not.
I think
he's British.
You're a different culture to me because you're from Sutton and I'm from Mansfield. Culture is such a fluid thing.
Culture is made up.
It's ridiculous to suggest that religion is not made up of religion. Of course it is.
Culture is made up of what a civilizational fabric is made up of. Now that can be people from all different backgrounds, people who look different, but ultimately they align with one national identity. That's
not what culture means.
It is.
You can have pub culture, you can have football culture. Culture isn't limited to
what I've just said,
national identity.
It is because either you're British or you're not.
I suppose that's true. That
not
in terms of culture. Culture is not just national identity. No,
it is. It is. What defines someone who is British?
It's not
skin colour.
We're never going to agree.
What defines someone that's British? Their passport. That's what defines.
No, it really is.
Yes,
and that's what's caused a lot of our problems.
No, it hasn't.
Listen, we're never going to agree on that. I think more dog whistle politics from the Labour representative on.
No, not the Labour representative.
Well, not Labour.
For reference.
Big Labour supporter.
Our resident left dweller.
Our left in the corner is he's on the wrong course again. No surprise there. Aman, this is your first time on the show.
It is a pleasure to be here.
So it's the yes or no quiz. So you can only answer yes or no. There's no verbal ticks allowed, no ers, no ahs. You've got to be a yes or no. At the end of the quiz, you can come back to one of the questions and qualify your answer. Are you ready for this, Andy?
Yes.
Right, okay. So number one, Andy, is it okay to criticise a religion?
Yes.
Aman?
Yes.
Good start. Aman, should net zero be scrapped?
Yes.
No.
Mm-hmm. Andy, will Donald Trump stop the war in Ukraine?
No.
Aman?
Yes.
Andy, is net zero costing jobs?
No.
Are you sure? Aman?
Yes.
And last final question. Aman, should Ed Miliband stand in Ashfield at the next general election against me?
Yes.
No.
5-5, it's a draw. Great debut, by the way. Well done for that. But the competition wasn't very stiff this week, was it? Anyway, do you want to come back on one, Andy?
I think the last one, the suggestion that Ed Miliband should stand. Are you even re-standing at the next election, Lee?
Yeah, I think I probably will. Yeah,
I mean, he's dedicated to Doncaster South, as you know.
Doncaster North, actually.
Doncaster North.
Yeah, has he ever been to Doncaster North? I'll have to check that out.
I'm sure he has many times.
I
don't think he's going to jump.
I would love to go against him on a net zero platform because I know I'd beat him.
Well, single issue voting isn't a healthy way to run an election campaign.
Really?
You shouldn't. You shouldn't really. I mean, we saw how that went in 2019.
Yeah,
the failures of that government.
We've seen how a few Labour MPs have been elected on single issues. Aman, do you want to come back on one?
Yes, I think I'll go in the net zero one, if I may. I think, look, we need to put Britain's national interests first.
Yeah.
When it comes to industry, when it comes to creation of jobs, when it comes to energy security, well, we ought to be A, excavating more of our own energy needs, and B, gradually weaning off ourselves from despots in the Middle East, from importing their oil. We should be talking more with Canada and the US about their supplies. And most of all, I think it's about encouraging people to be able to put food on their table, but also not freezing our grannies.
And would you stop Lammy flying around the world upsetting people?
I think
he's not here to defend himself, by the way.
He's not here to.
Andy is.
Well, Andy is. But yeah, I mean, look, I think Lammy has been probably the biggest mistake this government has made in putting him up as Foreign Secretary. Let's not forget, the first show when he went into the FCO, I'm an old FCO hand, he went in there, did a video saying, I am here as Britain's first black Foreign Secretary.
And what's that got to do with his job?
Exactly. Well, he got that wrong as well because James Cleverly was the first.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
African origin.
And you're looking confused, you're looking bewildered. I don't know what they're putting there. this week, but you're looking battered and bruised, mate.
It's just a bizarre line to go down going after David Lammy's slight quirks in his language.
Slight quirks?
I think he's doing.
He's supposed to be our biggest diplomat. He's supposed to say, I'm the British Foreign Secretary. I'm here to represent British national interest.
You look at. I think if you look,
guys, I've got to stop you.
The stuff he's doing in London against dirty money, I think is.
I've got to stop before it gets physical. So that was a feisty debate. Well done, boys. Do not go away, because coming up next we've got Geordie Shore star Ricky Guanaccio.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Donna Ida, who joins us now. And Donna, you look spectacular in your gorgeous denim jumpsuit.
Thank you.
And accessories. And it's important, isn't it, sometimes, just to keep things simple?
I always keep things simple. I travel a lot, I work long hours, and I don't want to think too much about what I'm wearing. So for me, one and done is perfect. Good accessories, fresh hair, nice makeup, and you can go anywhere, including GB News when you didn't know what was happening.
There we go.
Perfect.
Welcome.
Straight off the plane.
Can we ask you some of our top denim questions?
Yes.
Because Stephen Dixon, the presenter of The Breakfast Show who's just on, said that double denim to him is an absolute no-go.
Oh, what does
Is that true?
Don't have him on again, darling.
OK. We're telling me
I love double denim.
Really?
I love it. I think it is so cool.
Does it have to be a different
I was going to say double denim, same colour.
Or same
I like the... For me, I actually do like the same. Think Saint Laurent 70s. There's an amazing one that we're doing that's going to look great on you in the new season. The Joan Jean, we've got the City Slicker shirt. Oh, it's amazing. If it's done well, it's perfect. And I like it in a paler blue, but a good mid to dark. Very chic.
You go.
No, well, I was just thinking, little old me, not quite sure
You'd look amazing
what to wear
in
this
it.
morning. How
was a
do
bit
guys
stressed.
pull off denim?
For me, if I was dressing you, I would have put you in a pair of jeans this morning with his amazing jumper. Gorgeous watch.
Black, blue?
Black denim, I do like. Men don't like it so much. Men like charcoal denim.
Oh, I don't like grey.
Charcoal. I love grey, and the best seller for men is charcoal denim.
GB News, the People's Channel. Weekdays on GB News. Wake up to breakfast every day from 6 a.m. Followed by Britain's newsroom at 9:30. At noon, it's Good Afternoon Britain. Followed by Martin Daubney from 3 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
That's Last Orders at the Bar, and I'm joined by Geordie Shore star Ricky Guanaccio. Have I said that right? Is that Italian?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Italian, your parents
Well
Italian?
done.
Is
The
it?
pronunciation was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, look, mate, Geordie Shore, I've never watched it, mate, so I do apologise about that. But I know these reality TV shows are making big stars out of the people, making you famous, making you loads of money. Is it worth it?
For me personally, yeah. It's been a hell of a career. Been a hell of a lot of fun doing it. Ups and downs, but first and foremost, money-wise, yeah.
That's good. So you go from being just a normal gadgie on the street, as they say up there, don't they? And then you go to people stopping in the street, you being famous, wanting the autograph and all. How do you cope with that, Ricky?
Well, when we first started doing the show, I mean, we got our show off the back of Jersey Shore in America. We never expected the fame that we got, and, you know, being one of the biggest reality TV shows in the UK and now the world, you know, it's in 150 odd countries worldwide. Wow. it's pretty crazy.
So you say the world as well, because you've done a bit of foreign travel with this show as well. What's your recent exploit?
Well, I lived in Australia for a year. Yeah. But I did a Universal Pictures film called Bo. I was on Kyle and Jackie O, one of the biggest radio stations in the whole world, for doing it. So it's opened up a lot of doors for me doing Geordie Shore, and it's yeah, I've had a pretty good career.
So what was that like, Australia?
Crazy.
Yeah, did they understand your accent there?
It's a big place. I don't know whether you've been before, but the travelling over there when you're doing PAs, going from Perth to Sydney up to Darwin and that kind of stuff, but it's a hell of a lot of fun.
So it's coming back on our screens, isn't it, Geordie Shore? When's that?
January.
And you in it?
Yeah, in this.
Are you allowed to say that?
Yeah, well, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but it's, for me personally, it's probably the biggest and best series in terms of drama that we've ever had in the 25 series.
Talking about drama, you had some drama early on in your career.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Can you tell us about that? Or
I mean, if you're talking about myself and Vicky, it was pretty heated. It was one of the.
So this is where you had a bit of a relationship with one of the other reality TV. Not a good idea, is it really?
It's not really, but when you're young and you're getting thrust in the limelight and you've got cameras around you, you kind of just roll with it. And, you know, obviously we were very young back then, and she's going to have a really successful career, and so have I. So wish her all the best.
So any advice for young people looking at this? Do they want it to be, because there's lots of people out there who want to be in these reality TV shows to get the money, get the fame, get the girls, get the boys, whatever?
I mean, it's not the luxurious life, you know, that we all set out to live. Really, it's there's a lot of travelling. There is good money, but you know, there's a small percentage of us that actually make it, mate. To be honest with you, it's a lot of people jump in thinking there's going to be loads of money in there, and you're going to be doing lots of TV, lots of things. But you know, I've had a few friends that haven't quite made it, and it's not been so good for them. So I'd say everyone run for the hills, and you know.
But it's not for everybody, is it? Because it can be quite damaging mentally, I would imagine. Some people can't cope with that instant success.
There's a lot of mental pressure.
Yeah.
It's when you're living in houses. I mean, for example, Geordie Shore and Love Island's probably the same as well. When you're living in villas and you're living in houses, the arguing side sort of plays on your mind. You've got to deal with all that. You know, it's a hard place to be. It's a pressure cooker.
So if you're living in one of these villas, Ricky, or one of these houses, do you ever wake up one morning and think, what am I doing here?
When I first started, yes. Yeah. Now, I love it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't mind all the, you know, there's no emotion connecting me now with filming. It's kind of like I go in there, it's fun, or it's, you know, it's dramatic, whatever it may be. But I'm filming now with my best mate, Jay, again. He left in Series 5 of Geordie Shore, so to have us both back and filming together, it's, you know, it's enjoyable.
So you've got a brand, you're well known, which, you know, an upside to that, I think, where a lot of people I see on this show is that you can do good stuff as well. Obviously, you're doing good stuff with your career, but there's other stuff you can do to raise a few quid for charities and stuff like that. I know you're involved in one charity. Do you want to tell me about that?
Yeah, Balls Cancer. I'm there actually tomorrow night as well. So it's all for a good cause, you know, and it's, I mean, the more eyes that we can bring to it, you know, myself and other people in the public eye, you know, with followings, it's doing something good for the communities and, you know, people out there and that as well.
That's
so it's all positive.
So are you a drinker?
I am indeed, yeah.
Let's have a pint pot here. You're going to pull a pint pot. You just get any pint pot there. Ignore the landlady here. We're going to, you know, get you to pour no, you're doing it, aren't you? You've got the proper neck oil. You can do that one, yeah. You can do that one. The neck oil is it's not easy to pour. You've got 30 seconds to pull a perfect pint.
Right. Okay.
Have you ever worked behind a bar?
No.
No?
Yeah, for not a long period of time. My mum and dad had a...
Well, I can
definitely messed this one up.
Yeah, I can actually believe that you've never worked behind a bar.
Yeah, so my parents sacked us when I worked in the restaurant.
Well, obviously, I mean, you wouldn't get a job here with a pint like that, would you?
Do you want it?
No, mate, no, mate. No, you just broke a dumb bar, mate. It's a poor one, guys. It's not very good. But, you know what? We've seen worse on the show. We just speak to the producer. James, have we seen a worse one?
Looks really good, though, doesn't it?
He says no, probably not.
No.
We've not seen a worse one. So, I mean, don't give the day job. But listen, Ricky, you've been successful, mate. You look the part. You got the body. You got the hair. You got the looks. But there's young people out there, especially young men and young women as well, looking on social media at role models like yourself and people that's on these shows. What sort of advice could you give to them? Because it can be a slippery slope for young people trying to look a certain way. That sometimes bothers me. There's too much pressure on young people. But
yeah, I mean, there is, mate. I mean, I've got into music, where, you know, I've found a passion for doing that. The reality TV thing is, you know, if it's there, it's there. But it's, in terms of looks-wise and that kind of thing, aesthetics-wise, I mean, I've had 3 nose jobs myself, and there is a lot of pressure on you to look a certain way and, you know, sort of, you know, be a certain way. But you know, it's each to their own.
Well,
really.
there's nothing wrong with trying to look your best, is there? But you know, I think, especially young girls, I see them on the internet now, where they've got these filters, they do all this stuff, and when you see these people in real life, they look nothing like the profile picture or what they've got on social media. And
I don't think any of us do.
Well, you've not seen mine, have you? Really? But no, I mean, how old are you now, by the way?
38.
38, knocking on a bit now.
I am.
So you've been involved in reality TV for, what, 12, 13 years at the moment?
13, 14 years.
Well, that's good. So, you know, it's not going to last forever. So what do you see yourself doing?
Sound like my parents now.
Thanks for that. See, I don't know, 10 years' time, Ricky, what do you see? What do you want to be doing?
And then this is why I related to the music. So when I lived in Australia, I always try to plan ahead, you know, and I'm always like to be active. The reality TV thing, if it's there, it's there. And you've got to find your passion, you've got to find your love in your life and enjoy what you know, want to be doing for the rest of your life. And I found that with music, with DJing. You know, I've been very fortunate to have a friend that I've shadowed and signed under Mark Knight's assisted label to Love Another. So I was releasing music through there, and you know, I've kind of learnt along the way with the DJing. I'm now touring.
Can you sing?
No, I can't.
Can you play? Is it just DJing?
It's but I'm currently touring the UK doing Pop World TV under Stonegate, so I'm filming a show for them where, you know, it's I DJ, I've got a camera crew with us, and I mean, that's what I'm doing.
So why do you think, you said earlier, Ricky, that reality TV shows like Geordie Shore is picked up all over the world now, you know, 100 odd countries. Why do you think it's so successful? Are people just nosy?
It's flying the wall TV. What you see is what you get. We're just doing everything what people do on a night out or you know, in everyday living, but it's filmed. You know, it's the realest of reality TV shows that you're going to get. When it first hit TVs, people were like, "Oh my God, take it back from it." I know Cheryl Cole was like, "This is great, flying the wall TV," but it's I think, you know, a lot of the other TV shows, it's a lot more like a drama show. You know, it's a lot more scripted, where ours is what you see is what you get. The cameras are there. We go out, we entertain.
Is it easy to forget the cameras and the microphones are there and the team?
It is once you've been doing it for how long I've done it. When you first start doing it, you go to bed thinking, why did I say that? And why did I argue with that person? Why did I do this? But now it's kind of like, you know, it's just second nature.
Oh, I'm getting a bit jealous, Ricky. This Geordie Shore. Have I got the right accent to get on this Geordie Shore? Do you think?
There was a lad called Louis, and he was in from Barnsley. So
it's not a million miles away, Barnsley. But you've got a new series coming out. When's that, and how can we watch it?
It's out in January. And it's going to be a hell of a series you do not want to miss.
And where's it filmed?
Thailand.
Whereabouts in Thailand?
Koh Samui.
Never heard of it.
Beautiful.
Ricky,
really nice.
Pleasure to meet you, young man.
Ian, thank you very much.
That's Ricky Guanaccio, and I pronounced that exactly right. Thank you for joining me on Lee Anderson's Real World. Been another great show with some cracking guests. More of the same next week on GB News. But coming up next, we've got Friday Night Live with the brilliant, the fantastic, what's his name again? Mark Dolan.
Bit harshly, Mark Dolan, we are here with you Friday Night Live for the next hour. Developing this evening, MPs back the assisted dying bill. So is this a dark day for Britain? The licence fee goes up to £174. Is it still worth the money? Plus, Keir Starmer in hot water with his outgoing Transport Secretary. That's all to come.
We'll see a cold snap, which will quickly develop into a warm front. Boxed Boiler Repairs, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us, and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well. So some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier. So with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. And the same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland. Here, I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I said, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still, it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And, yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
We can expect clear skies, leading to a light and warm day ahead. Lovely. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's our festive treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest ever Great British giveaway. What would you spend £50,000 on in the coming year? Spectacular holidays, a brand new car, home improvements, or maybe you'd just like to save it for a special occasion. For your chance to win £50,000 cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across. Something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the world headquarters of GB News, this is Friday Night Live with Mark Dolan. The weekend starts here, so bring your own drinks. The admission is free. On tonight's show, MPs back the assisted dying bill. So is this a dark day for Britain? The licence fee goes up to £174.50. Is it still worth the money? As Greg Wallace is investigated for alleged wrongdoing, do BBC stars follow a different set of rules to the rest of us? As it turns into 2 weeks of endless sales, is Black Friday consumerism gone mad? And is the world's richest man, Elon Musk, right that Nigel Farage will be Britain's next Prime Minister? Coming to blows on those topics and many more, tonight's Friday A-Team. We have BBC radio legend Alex Dyke, Queen of Fleet Street Nina Mishkoff, and farmer and ex-Tory MP Neil Parish. And folks, developing tonight, our political editor understands that ex-Transport Secretary Louise Haig's past convictions for fraud were not known by the Prime Minister until reports broke last night. Friends of Haig dispute this. We'll get the truth straight after the headlines and Sophia Wensler.
Mark, thank you. It's just gone 8 o'clock. These are your headlines. Opponents of assisted dying are vowing to fight on after Kim Ledbetter's bill passed its first Commons hurdle today. The vote, which followed 4.5 hours of debate, saw 330 MPs in favour, with 275 opposed.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, and look!
Details show the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was among those who voted in favour of the bill. Legislation would allow terminally ill adults to end their lives with the approval of 2 doctors and a High Court judge. While the bill has sparked division, several stages remain before the bill becomes law, and a number of MPs indicated they could still vote against it if safeguards in the legislation were not strengthened. Ukraine will ask NATO for membership next week, according to a letter seen by Reuters news agency. The letter reflects Ukraine's renewed push to secure an invitation to join NATO, which is part of a victory plan outlined last month by President Volodymyr Zelensky to end the war triggered by Russia's 2022 invasion. Meanwhile, in another interview tonight, President Zelensky has suggested he's prepared to end the war in return for NATO membership, even if Russia doesn't immediately return seized land. Back in the UK, the Met Police has apologised to victims of the Westminster so-called honey trap scandal after it accidentally sent an email which named all of them. The force also said it was referring itself to data watchdog, the Information Commissioner, over the breach. Police launched a probe after flirtatious messages were sent by someone calling themselves Charlie or Abby to as many as 20 people, including MPs, staffers and political journalists. Now, GB News understands that Number 10 was not aware of the full facts about Transport Secretary Louise Haig's past convictions, and they were not known until reports broke last night. It's also understood the 2014 conviction was not declared in Haig's transparency disclosures when she became Transport Secretary on the 5th of July. However, these reports are strongly disputed by those close to Haig. Downing Street has named Justice Minister Heidi Alexander as her replacement. Louise Haig's cabinet resignation came after it emerged last night she was convicted of a criminal offence before she was an MP. She admitted to falsely reporting a stolen work phone in 2013, calling it a mistake, and insists she gained nothing from the incident. And Greg Wallace is facing further complaints after stepping down from MasterChef amid allegations of inappropriate sexual comments over 17 years. Last night, the TV presenter thanked fans for their support after 13 people, including broadcaster Kirsty Walk, made claims accusing him of using sexualised language on MasterChef in 2011. He has now also been accused of making lesbian jokes and highly inappropriate comments by other people who claim to have worked with him. Production company Banijay UK says it's launching an external review, with Wallace fully cooperating during the investigation. His lawyers insist the claims are entirely false. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Mark.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Thank you, Sophia. Great job. We'll see you in an hour. And happy Friday to one and all. So, a senior cabinet minister resigns for an historic fraud conviction. You've got a chancellor that stands accused of lying on her CV, wages war on farmers and pensioners, and pushes the country close to recession. You've got a prime minister that doesn't buy his own clothes or glasses, is basically Taylor Swift's stalker, and complains about open borders whilst blocking every move to reduce numbers and axing the Rwanda plan. You've got a sitting Labour MP calling for blasphemy laws. You've got the handover of British sovereign territory, which has enraged the new US president-elect. And you've got a bacon sandwich mutilating energy secretary who's going to bankrupt the country in the race for net zero. Isn't it fantastic to have the grown-ups back in charge? Now, at first, I thought the resignation of Louise Haigh was a bit unnecessary. We all make mistakes, and when the truth about my stash of Woolworths pick and mix emerges, it's game over for me, let me tell you. I am a devil for a strawberry cream. And what does it all really matter to you, my hard-working viewers and listeners who are battling with the cost of living crisis? Why does this story matter? Well, it's a fair question. In fact, frankly, I'd much rather that she resigned over this new government's disastrous decision to take the railways back into public hands, which in my view is a political vanity project which will saddle the taxpayer with huge liabilities for the foreseeable future. Even our erstwhile political editor, Christopher Hope, has been on X today saying it is as clear as mud on the reasons why Louise Haigh had to resign. I'll tell you what's also murky. Why did the Prime Minister appoint Louise Haigh to Transport Secretary if he knew about her conviction? Well, did he? What is the truth? This is a department with a budget of £30 billion, which, let me tell you, will buy you quite a few refurbished Nokia 8210s. But a picture is emerging of a cabinet and a government that is morally compromised, chaotic, incompetent and arguably dishonest. After all, take a look at that extraordinary national insurance tax raid and the assault on pensioners, neither of which were mentioned in the manifesto. The public thought they were getting Tony Blair 2.0, but in fact, they're getting a Jeremy Corbyn Tribute Act. Whilst I object to the passing of the assisted dying bill in the Commons today, the idea of a premature departure from this socialist hellscape looks more attractive by the day. And developing tonight, the latest from GB News' political editor Christopher Hope, as he posts on X the following. Two developments in the resignation of Louise Haigh. He goes on to say, I understand that the full facts about Louise Haigh's past convictions were not known by the PM until reports broke last night. This is strongly disputed by friends of Haigh. Christopher Hope goes on to say, I also understand that the 2014 conviction was not declared by Haigh in her transparency disclosures when she became Transport Secretary in July. This is why the Deputy PM's official spokesman told reporters that she quit following further information, and added that the ministers are required to provide their permanent secretary with a full declaration in writing of their private interests, which could give rise to a conflict, actual or perceived. Crumbs, the plot thickens. Over to my panel on this, my Friday 18, BBC radio legend Alex Dyke, the Queen of Fleet Street, Nina Mishkov, and of course farmer and ex-Tory MP, the one and only Neil Parish. Gentlemen and ladies, very good to see you. Nina, let me start with you. Is this government in hot water, do you think?
Government's been in hot water since it started. But Louise Haigh, it's an extraordinary story, isn't it? I think the problem is that she had this conviction for fraudulently claiming that her mobile phone had been stolen when she was mugged, and the phone turned up later in her home, and they discovered that the numbers that were used following the retrieval of the phone were the same as ones used before. So it was somebody... It was her or somebody who knew her.
Well, that's right. She's essentially reported a sort of lost or stolen phone in relation to the mugging. She then finds that phone, at home, switches it on, and that's what alerts the cops.
Yes, but then what I'm reading from the Times today is that this was not the only instance that she claimed a mobile phone had been lost.
And we're hearing about potentially multiple phones.
Well, I don't know, but there was...
As many phones as the inventory of a car phone warehouse?
I don't think so.
Or a phone for you? Maybe she should open a shop.
She supposedly lost one when she was on holiday. And I think what I would commend Keir Starmer for is getting rid of her so quickly, because what's happened since the government took power is that things have been allowed to drag on in various instances and they haven't got to grips with things quickly enough. And the fact that she's gone, she's out, and that's it.
OK, I mean, Neil, you're fresh out of the Commons yourself as a former Conservative MP. Do you think that Louise Haigh should have stepped down? Because some people think that this is a plot against a left figure within the Labour Party.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a farmer and I sort of smell rats, you know, and there is a rat here, there's no doubt about that. And I think Keir Starmer knew a lot more about this offence, and I think he probably knew it when he actually made her Transport Secretary, and I think, I mean, she got it wrong about P&O, remember? And when they were just about to have a conference, she really got the wrong side of the Labour Party. And
that could be the reason. That could be the reason.
She nearly lost us £1 billion in investment, didn't she?
That's right. And the other issue for me is, was it sort of just convenient? And where did all the press and everybody get their information from? Because dare I say it, it usually comes from your own side, not from the opposition.
All right,
and
I
can't say for sure that it was leaked, but I suspect people were saying, look here, look there, look somewhere else, because as far as the Labour Party were concerned, it was time she went.
Well, this is juicy gossip from a man who knows how Parliament operates. You're suggesting that it may be that number 10 had it in for Louise Haigh.
Yes, it may not be, you know, may not be the Prime Minister himself, but it may be those there helping the Prime Minister. I mean, perhaps I've been watching Cromwell too much, you know, on the television with Henry VIII. But seriously, I think there is something going on here. It's just a little bit too convenient. And how did they get that information?
Of course, all of this is idle speculation. None of it can be proved, Alex Dyke. But some are suggesting, including those who spoke to the Telegraph earlier today, saying that actually this is a plot against a politician who's on the left of the party, which the management at number 10 don't like.
Well, maybe. I am confused, Mark. First of all, was she mugged? Was she actually mugged?
I understand she was.
2013 or whenever.
2014, 2013, yeah.
2014. So then she gives the police a list of items that were stolen.
Correct.
And she says the phone is amongst those...
That's exactly right.
Now, look, my phone is here. Like most people, it never leaves my side.
And by the way, let me tell you, I never want to see the photo library on that phone because it would age me by 10 years. Let's just say that Alex Dyke is a man of appetites. And good luck to you.
But my point is...
You used to work for the Beeb, so I'm actually what's worried on this phone, but,
well, maybe we can look at it later. My point...
You're not looking at my phone, Mark.
My point is...
Is that Greg Wallace's number there? He's one of the good guys. OK. Alex, I'll let you finish.
My point is your phone is so valuable to you.
Yeah.
She obviously knew...
It was a work phone. Yep, so I'm just identified.
But even
it was
a work phone, if you've got two phones, you're never too far away from your phone, are you?
No.
It's all very, very fishy. Very fishy.
But the thing is, if Keir Starmer knew about the one phone, he doesn't necessarily have had to have known about other previous... You know, she may have thought that in disclosing the one phone, that... And if there had been anything else, if there had been
else, she'd been prosecuted.
But the thing is, when I say disclose, she told Keir Starmer or the number 10 or the Labour Party team that this was.
That's right.
There was transparency. She told them.
Yeah, but you see, this is the really important bit actually, because if Keir Starmer did actually know even about the original offence, and there were perhaps more afterwards, should he have actually made her Transport Secretary? And if he did, then he should have actually stood by her now as well. Because otherwise you can't just change your mind and say she's now different because the media got hold of it. That's why he's making this decision.
No, you change your mind when you get further information.
Yeah, well, that's a lawyer speaking, and that's Keir Starmer speaking.
No,
as we understand
at the end of the day,
that is life as we know it, and those are the facts.
He either should have not not put her there in the first place, or he should have stood by
nonsense.
her now.
Don't be so ridiculous.
No, Nina, I would argue
I'm
that
not
this
being
is
ridiculous.
This is bold.
I quite think that's right.
This is bold leadership from Starmer, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is bold leadership.
He's keeping house very tidy.
I've called him a ruthless so-and-so on this programme before, and indeed he is.
You said worse than that. I had to bleep you out.
Well, we were after
He's got a reputation of being
It was like listening to Eminem or something. She was so rude about him. But listen, here's the thing. What about the politics of this, Nina? Does this hurt Keir Starmer? Because look, it's a resignation 5 months into this new administration. That's not a good look.
Yes, but he's managed to get rid of somebody who was disloyal and stupid.
Yeah, but imagine losing cabinet ministers that soon.
No. He's managed to lose...
The grown-ups are in charge. Do me a favour.
He's managed to lose somebody who nearly lost him a £1 billion deal, and he's got rid of her. And that, to me, is the sign of a ruthless leader.
Nina, is this an internecine war against the left of the Labour Party?
No, absolutely not. It's quite pathetic and unedifying to see how the Tory press and the Tories are so desperate to make out how dreadful that left are.
No, I think you're being unkind there, because
I'm not being unkind.
Because I'm genuinely actually saying that I think there is actually more to this, and I think, like I said, Starmer knew a lot more about it, and it's very convenient.
Well, what do we? I mean,
She's gone.
What are you suggesting that Sir Keir Starmer knew more of?
Well, he knew
that she'd lost a second mobile phone.
About the original phone.
Whoopee.
And if it's wrong that what she did in the first place, then she should.
Well, I don't know about
that.
Can I just say,
look at the fuss he made over Boris about lying and all the rest of it.
And talking.
So therefore,
can I just say
about
Boris? Boris has written a column for tomorrow's Mail, accusing Keir Starmer of being a fraudster. Boris Johnson, pot, kettle and black.
I'm with you on that.
That's outrageous hypocrisy.
Slammed up from Mishkov. She's absolutely right. The biggest charlatan in British politics is Boris Johnson by some distance. Those immigration figures, 1 million net legal migration in a year, down to Boris Johnson. But listen, what do you think about this, Alex? Talk just sense, because these two are fighting like rats in a sack.
I know. If you work for the president or if you work for the prime minister, these are obviously very, very high-level jobs. There must be a brilliant vetting system to see whether people have been prosecuted by a law, to see whether people have been a bit dodgy on their phones, to check their social media, to see what they're saying. It doesn't make any sense.
OK, but here's another question for you, right? You're a man of... You've got a forgiving nature. Don't you think that an indiscretion like this, a decade ago, is something that you sort of see past? This is a talented politician. She's working on new legislation for the nationalisation of the railways. She's a popular MP. So do you not think that it's harsh to actually fire this woman for something she did a decade ago, for which she has apologised and paid the price?
I'm not sure, Mark. I can't answer that with a yes or no.
Well, would you hire someone? Would you hire someone that was participated in a mobile phone fraud a decade ago? Would you hire that person?
Oh, well, that all depends.
Because I would.
Yeah.
If I thought it was the last time.
I may well do, but it just seems a bit sneaky to me. I don't like the sneakiness of it, and I think there should be more people in Parliament who've had criminal records, because if you've got a criminal mind, sometimes that can be very beneficial.
Yeah.
But it all depends what crime,
Also,
of course.
Alex, do you think the other problem for Labour is that they describe themselves as the grown-ups and that they were going to clean up politics? And since they've come into office, we've had the freebie gate, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've had the unexpected tax rises, which were not in the budget, the attack on the pensioners, the farmers, all the rest of it. Plus, just this idea that we're somehow more moral than the Tories. Meanwhile, here's your first resignation for a crime committed.
Absolutely. They set their store out as if they were going to be very, very honest with us, and they have become worse than the Tories in a matter of months.
People in glass houses. Folks, fascinating stuff. Well, listen, I'm excited. I've got good news for you on a Friday night. It's time for our biggest and greatest Great British Giveaway. And this year, your chance to win £50,000 in tax-free cash. That's right, 50 grand. It is the biggest cash prize we've ever given away, and it could be yours. Here's how you get it.
Imagine getting the call to tell you that you've won £50,000 in tax-free cash, our biggest cash prize of the year.
Oh, my God.
That's a big surprise.
Oh, my God. This is amazing.
I'm in shock. That is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
For your chance to win £50,000 cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Developing tonight, MPs back the assisted dying bill. So is this a dark day for Britain? And the BBC licence fee goes up to £174.50. Is it still worth the money? I'll have that answer next.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
The birth rate in Britain has sunk to 1.49, well below replacement rate. Yet policies pursued by both major parties are still to spend huge sums to encourage parents back to their work when their children are still at preschool age. Should we not be helping parents to spend longer at home, asks his new book, whilst recognising that in an age of sex equality, the question is fraught. David Goodhart joins me now.
We undervalue the domestic realm, and that has led to lots of the most negative trends in British society. About half of children in the UK are not living with both of their biological parents by the age of 14. We have, of families with dependent children, about 24-25% are single-parent households. You know, mainly mothers, and they're doing, valiant work. But of course, it means you don't have the investment in children that a two-parent family can give. I mean, the reason why it's a care dilemma is that a lot of these negative trends are also kind of intimately related to positive things, like that movement of women into work, the fact that women are no longer so defined by marriage and motherhood, the fact that women and men are freer to leave unhappy relationships. And the challenge for modern liberal societies is, how we hold on to those freedoms but get a better balance, which means, I think, investing more in the domestic realm. We spend a total now of £9 billion on childcare subsidies. Why not give that subsidy direct to young parents so they could then choose whether to subsidise themselves, as it were, to be able to afford to stay at home, or to give it to a nursery, or to give it to granny, or to keep it in the home.
GB News.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Developing tonight, MPs back the assisted dying bill by 330 votes to 275. So is this a dark day for Britain? Neil Parish.
I'm glad on this occasion that I'm not in the House of Commons, because I think this is one where you've really got to search your soul as to which way to go. I think if I'd been there, I would have been minded to support it. I would have been lobbied heavily by my old constituency, because a lot of very strong churches in the constituency. It's a very difficult one. I think, the Lords can do some good work on this, and I think they might need to make sure as they bring it through now that the checks and balances are there, because that's the issue, really. If people do choose to end their life, they've got to make sure that they choose to do it. They're not forced in any way, and there's not too much pressure put on them. So, but I think it is a very, very difficult one, and I think there's some more work to be done with it. Also, you know, is it a very cumbersome system as well? I mean, it's got to go to court as well. Is it going to take very long? You know, very long-winded? I don't know. So I think a lot more work to be done on it. But like I have to say to you, Mark, in all sincerity, I would not really have wanted to be in the House of Commons to make that decision.
Most definitely. Alex Dyke, what's unique about this is that it's not left versus right, is it?
No, and most of the things that are debated in Parliament or on GB News, you're either very black or you're very white. It was very, very respectful, hushed tones in Parliament for, what, five hours? Obviously, there's concerns how the NHS are going to deal with this if it goes through. But you said you're not happy about it.
I'm not happy about it,
Why?
no. Well, I think that essentially it allows the government and the authorities to decide when somebody lives or dies, and I think that's sort of crossing the Rubicon. And I just think that the sanctity of life will be overlooked. I think we have effective euthanasia already in this country, with medics every day making a judgment about whether older people require the treatment that perhaps would keep them alive. I've seen that with close relatives, where essentially doctors have pulled the plug on some of my loved ones in the name of the right decision for them. And I wouldn't want to go any further than what we currently have.
Esther Anson's been talking about it today, and she's been very, very powerful. And, of course, she's got a vested interest in it. And she's saying if she doesn't live long enough for this bill to go through, then she's going to pop off to Switzerland and, as she says, buy a cuckoo clock and some chocolates. But she wants to take her family with her. I mean, I'm pleased that it looks like it's going through, but we're not there yet. It's got to go to a third reading, then to the Lords, and then by the time it comes out the other end, it might look completely different to how it is now.
Well, indeed. Now, of course, Nina, it's not per se the government will decide if someone lives or doesn't live, but it's essentially, it's no longer within your own gift. It will be the authorities, so, you know, a medic and then a court that decides, and it's out of your hands at that point. And I think that's a dark place.
It gives you the choice. Watching the debate in Parliament, I watched quite a lot of it today, and I was so impressed. It's Parliament at its best. There were so many wonderful arguments. There's such deep thinking, such emotional stories, real truth and passion, and it was Parliament at its finest, which you rarely get.
Respectful.
Respectful, and when the result was announced, complete silence. You know, so that was really respectful. If I had been there, I would have voted with alacrity. Of the four of us, I am way closer, unless you're very unlucky, to the end than you are.
I don't know. I've seen the medical details of Alex Dyke. It's not
What?
pretty. Yeah. I've actually looked at samples and I've smelt them, and it's not good. But anyway,
Mark!
But you're saying, Nina, that if you work poorly and you were on your way out.
Yes, it's not a question of just being poorly and on the way. If I knew that I was going to have to live through something like, say, bone cancer, which is screamingly agonising, or I was going to choke to death, which is what happens in certain situations, then, of course, I would not have a choice. When I'm one of the generation who... a boomer who's fought for choice all her life. So as a woman, choice to have a family or not, choice to have a career, and then to get to the end of your life and to be faced with no choice at all. But this is a purely selfish view. But I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want to see loved ones going through agonising deaths.
Neil, that will want to take one for the team. So I don't want to be a burden, so I'm out of here.
Yeah, there's always that problem that could be there. I think you're right that if somebody is really suffering, I mean, if I had an animal that was really suffering, you wouldn't leave it like it. And so therefore I take all that. I think the only issue is that, like I said, that you don't want sort of perhaps unforeseen pressure put on to people. So that's why I think there does need to be more work on it. But I think Parliament came to the right decision. I think Parliament is at its best when there's not the party managers whipping you into a particular position. Because
but
then you can make up your own mind.
That taking one for the team that you mentioned there, Mark, if someone is feeling they are a burden, they're only going to want to leave this world, when they're ready to leave, they're not really going to think I'm a bit of an inconvenience. They're going to leave if they're racked in pain and they know there's no way out.
Yeah,
the thing is, it's not shortening life, it's shortening death. And I, for one, have always been really cheered and feel there's a safety net there for me when I know that, for instance, Australia, you could go to Australia, or you could, Switzerland, it's very expensive, all expensive, but I feel more comfortable and comforted to know that there is an escape route should I need it.
OK, well, there you go, folks. It is 3-1, a unanimous decision here on the show tonight in favour of the assisted dying bill. But moving on, the BBC licence fee goes up to £174.50 in April. So, is it still worth the money? Let's ask BBC radio legend Alex Dyke.
Well, I've got a soft spot still for the BBC, even though they, like Jaguar and Bud Light, don't want me. I've got a soft spot.
We'll fool them.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a soft spot for the BBC. I don't think they need all the channels that they've got. I think they're like the royal family. They should be slimmed down, then they would get more respect. I think it's absolutely pointless that iPlayer are providing us with chill-out playlists and Christmas playlists. We can all build our own playlists or get our old records out. The BBC seem to waste so much money. I think they need a few major channels. If we want great drama, we don't need the BBC to make them anymore, because we've got Netflix and Amazon Prime, and even Channel 5 are making really good dramas
I say to you,
now.
I don't think that anybody else with the BBC could have done Wolf Hall, which is the most brilliant drama currently on television.
What about Netflix or Amazon? Or
I don't think
Apple
Netflix or Amazon could make it in the way the BBC.
Oh, they could. The BBC would never make The Crown. Netflix made The Crown. The BBC should be investing their money in things like local radio. There's no local radio coming from the commercial networks now. They're all jukeboxes, right? And what do older people do? They go to BBC local radio. When they've grown out of Radio 1 and Radio 2, and it's easy to grow out of Radio 2 now because that's skewed young, they go to BBC local radio. They should be not pulling resources out of local radio, they should be putting it in. And as far as I'm concerned, it's not a lot of money, the £175, but I still would like the BBC to take some sponsorship for things.
I think the real problem the BBC have, look, both of our children don't watch the BBC, so what you're getting is a bit higher and higher fee paid by fewer and fewer people. The younger generation are just, for one reason or another,
they don't watch
just
television
not.
Well, that's what the BBC want. They want younger audience.
That will not work, you see, because in the end, you are going. The people that are watching it being blunt, will gradually drop off the perch, and so therefore the BBC. Where is it? Where
assisted dying?
Where is it going? You see, are they just going to rise it, and fewer and fewer people?
But if you look at something like Strictly, you look at David Attenborough. I mean, even Michael McIntyre's The Wheel.
Oh, that's dreadful.
No, well, it shows where your taste is.
Well, I don't like Strictly, but I respect it as a really, really good programme. David Attenborough is fantastic, but Netflix could make the David Attenborough thing.
No, not in the same way. Not in the same way. Because the thing is, the BBC has been for a long time a centre of excellence where like the Natural History Unit in BBC Bristol, that is, if you were to break that up, you would not get the quality that's been, stored up over all these years.
What would you say to my viewers and listeners who can't afford £175 a year?
Well, they've probably got Sky Q, which is £31 a month.
What if they don't? What if they don't pay for any streaming and they're trying to decide whether to switch the radiator on or put food on the table? Meanwhile, they're going to find 175 quid for Gary Lineker to have gold cufflinks.
Well, the thing look,
when they can choose you, Mark, on GB News, you.
Well, I'm free.
All things. That's
I've always been free.
That's not what we've heard.
Which camera is it? Is it that one over there? Let me tell you that Mark Dolan is free, and Mark Dolan will always be free.
That's right.
That is...
We don't need Gary Lineker.
That can be used against me.
We don't need Gary
Alex, last word.
getting a million quid. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But anybody can afford the BBC on a low payment. £175 over 12 months weekly is nothing for what you get.
OK, brilliant stuff. Well, what a debate that is. Now, folks, lots more to come. As Greg Wallace is investigated for alleged bad behaviour, do BBC stars follow a different set of rules to the rest of us? And as it turns into 2 weeks of endless sales, is Black Friday consumerism gone mad? That's next.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well. So some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier. So with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. And the same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland here. I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I say, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still, it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And, yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
As Greg Wallace is investigated for alleged bad behaviour, do BBC stars follow a different set of rules to the rest of us? Nina Mishkov.
I think any talent is overindulged after a long period of time. And you could look at Philip Schofield, for instance.
I'd rather not look at Philip Schofield.
That's ITV.
We're not that close. I'd need a drink beforehand.
So you can't blame the BBC for that. As far as Greg Wallace is concerned, I met him once at a party and I found him thoroughly unpleasant. That's the beginning and end of it. There was nothing untoward. He was just one of those people who went, ooh, and backed away. And women have an instinct about people and men. And I watched him over the years. I think, well, how the hell is he getting all these bloody TV shows. He's got one series after the other. Thoroughly unpleasant man, as far as I could tell.
Well, the thing is, showbiz is like that. There's lots of people that pretend to be all lovely and friendly, and then backstage they're quite different.
Yes.
I mean, I've met Greg Wallace and worked with him, found him to be an absolute gentleman, good-humoured, very professional, the crew very happy. But these allegations, and they remain just allegations at the moment, must be taken seriously. I mean, do you think... I mean, we've seen...
Kirsty Walk, she has gravitas. And good old Rod Stewart, my God, what a hero he is, sticking up for Penny.
Yeah. I'm just... I mean, you've been reporting on showbiz and entertainment for many decades, haven't you? And you've interviewed some of the most famous people in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think the BBC has a particular problem in its culture? Because just, you know, not making any comparisons between Greg Wallace and someone like Hugh Edwards.
No.
But Hugh Edwards were concerns about his behaviour for a good long time before that story broke. And then, of course, historically, Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris. Is there a problem at the Beeb culturally with stars behaving badly?
Well, let's say nobody knew about Jimmy Savile, because then you'd have to drag in Margaret Thatcher and the King. Because
everybody knew about Jimmy Savile.
But those people...
I knew about Jimmy Savile in 1979.
Why didn't you shop him then?
When I was living on the Isle of Wight and I was 17.
Why didn't you shop him then? Well, why don't you shop him when you were older then, if you knew so much about him?
Because I did ask other people, and I asked other people in the BBC, and they said no.
Well, there you go then.
Well, that's it. But that's why my question to you: does the Beeb have a problem in its culture?
I think that the BBC makes perhaps a... No, I don't. You know, if you look at how they're indulged in other channels as well, I don't think it is. I think it's perhaps just mismanagement.
Neil, what do you think about this?
I do agree with that. I think they become sort of mega stars, and then they think they can do as they like. And certainly where my son was living, they were doing some filming, and some of the stars that came there, you know, I'm not going to mention them, but they were really quite arrogant. And I think, and that wasn't a BBC production. And so I think when they become quite famous, then I think they probably think they can throw their weight around. And I think perhaps it's not just BBC. I think it's probably
all right, so
dare
Nina,
I say it, an actor thing.
Neil and Nina don't think this is a particular issue with the culture of the BBC. What do you think, Alex? You've worked there.
Yeah, I think the BBC are put under a microscope too much of the time, because there's plenty that's gone on other channels and on other networks, not only in Britain. But I think if we just cancel everybody, and especially if it was for... I mean, I don't know what Greg Wallace said or what he did, but if it was years and years and years ago, and it's only now... What was it? Was it a dirty joke?
Well, two clips emerged of him saying about, I would eat your little tart. Or eat you, you tart, or something, which was a pun about a tart that was on the table. That was a double entendre. That was wordplay.
Yes, but we'd have to say Bake Off has soggy bottom.
Exactly, but the guy's been hung out to dry just for a joke like that. And then also he did another one about spilling his beans, which again is a bit. It's not really great for a family show, but it's still just a joke.
Yeah, and maybe he didn't read the room, but does he deserve to be completely wiped out? I mean, Rod Stewart saying that his wife Penny was allegedly bullied, that's completely different.
Yeah,
and if that's true, that's really bad. But we can't just cancel everyone.
Briefly, Nina?
You know, obviously the jury is out in a way, but public opinion will do him in.
OK. Listen, fair point. Now, let me tell you that actually Greg Wallace is not being held to account for these rather lewd double entendre jokes that he's made in the past, although I will argue that they've been circulating in the media in a kind of trial by social media scenario. But let's hear from Mr. Wallace's lawyers, who have said the suggestion that Greg Wallace, who has presented the popular BBC One cooking show alongside John Turode since 2005, MasterChef, engages in behaviour of a sexually harassing nature, is entirely false. And here is Greg Wallace greeting his fans.
I would like to thank all the people getting in touch, reaching out and showing their support. It's good of you.
Alex, 2 seconds on this, because I want to move on to Black Friday. But if he comes through this and is found not to have done anything wrong, does he recover his career, or is the damage done?
I think the damage is done, but I think he should recover his career. I think broadcasters, networks have got to start giving some people a second chance. I'm not talking about the Savills and the Stuart Halls and the Rolf Harrises and all those, but I'm talking about people like this. We can't just hang them all out to dry.
Fascinating stuff. OK, folks, perhaps Greg Wallace's alleged victims would disagree. That one's going to run and run. But let's talk about shopping, shall we, as it turns into 2 weeks of endless sales. Is Black Friday consumerism gone mad? Neil?
Yes. It is, because I think...
Have you bought any cows on Black Friday?
I haven't, no. I bought some calves, but not on Black Friday. But seriously, I think, you know, we're just sort of driving it. And you started off with one Friday and you could get some bargains before Christmas and it was a reasonably good idea. And now it's gone into a fortnight. I mean, is this stock that, is being sold, so supposed to be sold cheaper? I don't think it is. I think it's all bought in by the companies just to promote. And I think it's just trying to get people to spend more and more. All right, the economy does well out of consumer spending, but the individuals spend far too much on Christmas and then to spend the rest of the year actually paying it back. So I think it's wrong, actually, to be honest with you.
OK, really briefly, Alex.
It's very American, isn't it? It came in after Thanksgiving in America to get people back into the shops. It's going to do £3 billion worth of business in the UK, but I just want to see that TV footage of people going down to Curry's and fighting for big screen TVs.
Yeah.
And that's all gone.
By the way, is that suede jacket, is that a Black Friday purchase?
No, it's not, actually.
Should have been. They saw you coming.
I don't believe it. I think it's all a gimmick.
Let me tell you, you look very elegant tonight. Nina.
The stores are desperate. They're desperate to get people, into the high street and in through their doors and shopping, because we need people to spend money. And if it's consumerism gone mad, then that's just... we used to have the Boxing Day sales and the summer sales, and this is decades ago, and that was it. But now there's any excuse to try and get people to part with their money.
But also, you see, you could only get them to spend money once, and so they spend it on this Black Friday or this Black Fortnight. Yeah. They're not necessarily going to spend it in January.
And I got a Black Friday.
Let me tell you that I, of course, try to dress as well as possible for this show.
Well, you always do.
This is Moss Bros and the tie. Cancer research. £5, you're welcome. OK, folks, next up, is the world's richest man, Elon Musk, right that Nigel Farage will be Britain's next Prime Minister? Plus, a bit of a treat, a brand new look for the show. Tonight's top 10 list is next. See you in 2.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
The pensioner has been sacked as one of Santa's helpers for sending anti-Labour social media posts. So it looks like Santa is going to have even more work to do this Christmas. And joining me now is the former Santa helper, Paul Cleary. Paul, marvellous. You've still got your old hat on there and your beard. Wonderful to see. But Paul, this story, pardon the pun, is absolutely crackers. Tell us what happened to you.
It's unbelievable, to tell you the truth. I've been accused of sending racist or derogatory remarks on my Facebook page about the Labour government. I received a letter from the trust where I volunteered as Santa. The posts in question about Labour cancelling Christmas. I've upset the board, members and volunteers, and are deemed inappropriate. As you're aware, a lot of time and effort is put into organising the WAF Christmas Festival, which is done by a small group of dedicated volunteers.
They even banned you from making donations to the Montgomery Hall Food Bank, a local food bank. They said they didn't even want your food.
That's right. That's right. And then in the next breath, they're asking for Christmas donations.
Without going into any details, I understand that the post was about comparing Keir Starmer to an elf. Is that right? So was it an elf and safety issue?
It was an elf with Keir Starmer's face on it in front of number 10, but the 10 was the I and O in idiot.
Right. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that Santa would normally say, but it's a free country, and for Santa got the sack.
Yeah.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody. in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute? Kick it up a gear with GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+ and on the GB News app. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player app. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with GB News Radio. We are the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Is the world's richest man, Elon Musk, right that Nigel Farage will be Britain's next Prime Minister? Alex Dyke.
I heard him talking about immigration yesterday on GB News Radio. He's so eloquent. If he does a deal with the Tories, yes.
OK, well, that's interesting. A deal with the... So it's predicated on that, you think?
Well, I think that would help, but I think he's the man for the job.
Interesting. Nina?
Deluded, utterly deluded. And the same way that Elon Musk was deluded when somebody said to him, what about the dreadful possibility of an Islamic State getting the nuclear weapon? He said, there is one, it's the UK. I mean, well, so, you know, his judgment of UK politics, if you judge it by that, is bonkers.
But wait a minute, this is a man who managed to garner 4.1 million votes after taking over a party 6 weeks before the election. This is the guy that delivered Brexit.
So what?
Well, underestimate him at your peril, essentially.
I'm not underestimating him.
The debanking scandal.
I'm not. I agree.
He's got the X factor.
Yeah. He is the most charismatic man in the way that Boris Johnson is the most charismatic man, and nobody now would say that Boris Johnson was a good leader.
It's not inconceivable that Nigel Farage will be the next Prime Minister, but like I said, it will largely depend on two things. Will the Tories pick up and reform go back, and will Keir Starmer get on top of migration, which I very much doubt.
He's on his way to doing it. He's on his way to doing it.
Neil,
he will not solve that problem.
Tory party well.
Yes.
Do you think that they'll do some kind of pre-election deal with Nigel Farage and reform?
I wouldn't rule it out completely.
What would it look like, Neil?
Well, whether it would go as far as to actually say, you know, you stand in those seats and we'll stand in others, I don't know. But I think you'll find, you see, what you don't want to do is split the right-wing vote like last time happened, because then you get elected dictatorship by the Labour Party on 34% of the vote with over 400 MPs in Parliament. Absolute nonsense.
Percentage chance of Farage being a Prime Minister of this country in 5 years' time?
Maybe 35%, which is high.
That's high.
But who knows? I just think he has got that X factor and people are really listening to him.
I'd put it at 25%.
Nina, percentage chance?
1.
There you go. Nul point from Nina Mishkov. Brilliant stuff. OK, folks, now, given that the outgoing Transport Secretary was convicted of fraud, let's finish the show this evening with tonight's top 10 list. And this is a few even more questionable characters that Sir Keir Starmer could appoint to his cabinet. So, in at number 10... Mad Frankie Fraser, the gangster famous for removing his enemy's teeth. He will fix Britain's dentistry crisis. At number 9, disgraced cyclist Lance Armstrong in as sports minister. Number 8, put the Krays in charge of the Home Office. They will sort out law and order. Number 7, let's make Darth Vader the head of our space programme. He knows his onions. Number 6, put corrupt banker Bernard Madoff in the Treasury. He'll get interest rates down. Number 5, Pablo Escobar as Health Secretary will save the NHS a fortune in how much it pays for drugs. Number 4, who better to sort out our overcrowded jails than none other than escaped prisoner Daniel Khalif. And as a former spy, he can head up counterintelligence too. What's not to like? Number 3, Ronnie Biggs, Transport Secretary, in charge of trains, of course. Number 2, Al Capone. Who better to smash the gangs? And last but not least, in at number 1, O.J. Simpson, Justice Secretary. Couldn't have put it better myself. Brilliant stuff. OK, well, I'm really excited to say that Ben Leo is up next, in for Patrick Christie's. Ben, what have you got for us?
Hey, Mark. Good shout with Escobar there. I think I'd approve of him. Have you seen this video doing the rounds in the last hour or so? So Keir Starmer crossing the floor of the Commons, going up to Nigel Farage, grabbing him on the arm, giving him a smile, and Farage leaning in and whispering something in his ear. What's going on there? What did Farage say? Why is Starmer cozying up to him? We'll be discussing that in just a tick.
Really looking forward to that. Thank you, Ben. We'll, of course, look forward to the show at 9 o'clock. I'm back tomorrow at 9 for Mark Dolan tonight. We've got My Big Opinion. We've got the Take at 10, Mark Meets, and all of your favourite elements of the show. Thank you to Nina, Alex and Neil. Thoroughly enjoyed your company. Most importantly, enjoyed your company. Watching on TV and listening on the radio. Ben's up next. I'll see you tomorrow at 9.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well. So some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier. So with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. And the same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland here. I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I said, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still, it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And, yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed Heat Pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Imagine getting the call to tell you that you've won £50,000 in tax-free cash, our biggest cash prize of the year.
Oh my God.
That's a big surprise.
Oh my God. This is amazing.
I'm in shock. That is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
For your chance to win £50,000 cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18. Over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 9 p.m. This is Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Ben Leo.
This has gone on too long.
Absolutely.
The game is up. You cannot be a lawmaker and a lawbreaker.
Louise Hay gone, but pressure now piling on Keir Starmer to explain what he knew and when.
He has clearly repeatedly lied to the House of Commons and to the British people, and the only question he should now answer is when he will resign.
Well, she proved a massive hypocrite, so what other skeletons are the rest of the Cabinet harbouring? Also tonight.
Using the incorrect language, it's not suicide, that's offensive. Please correct your language.
Assisted dying is passed in Parliament, but how can we trust our politicians when they prove so low grade? Also...
Very bitter, very twisted, it's very sad. The fact that he's walked away, frankly, is a huge relief.
Reform UK have all the momentum, but does Nigel Farage's row with Ben Habib threaten to turn it sour? And... absolute chaos at the Oxford Union last night as it votes to call Israel an apartheid state, while an Israeli speaker's thrown out after people stamp on pictures of Gaza hostages. Also tonight, is calling someone a Welsh witch or telling an English person to go back home racist? Allegations of racism between Welsh and English Brits are being recorded as non-hate crime incidents. Tonight's panel are ready to go too. I'm joined by political consultant Suzanne Evans, podcast host and broadcaster Will Kingston, and journalist and communications consultant JJ Anisobi. And just what the hell is going on here? Is the Prime Minister behind a cover-up in Downing Street? First, your news headlines with Sophia Wensler.
Ben, thank you. It's just gone 9 o'clock. These are your headlines from the GB Newsroom. Opponents of assisted dying are vowing to fight on after Kim Ledbetter's bill passed its first Commons hurdle today. The vote, which followed 4.5 hours of debate, saw 330 MPs in favour, with 275 opposed.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, and look!
Details show the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was among those who voted in favour of the bill. Legislation would allow terminally ill adults to end their lives with the approval of 2 doctors and a High Court judge. While the bill has sparked division, several stages remain before the bill becomes law, and a number of MPs indicated they could still vote against it if safeguards in the legislation were not strengthened. Now to some breaking news. 2 schoolboys aged 14 and 16 have been arrested after a suspected chemical attack, as 2 police officers have been rushed to hospital. That's according to the Sun newspaper. The incident unfolded at Surbiton Station near Kingston upon Thames in southwest London at around 4:20 p.m. today. We will bring you more as we get it. Now, Ukraine will ask NATO for membership next week. That's according to a letter seen by Reuters news agency. The letter reflects Ukraine's renewed push to secure an invitation to join NATO, which is part of a victory plan outlined last month by President Volodymyr Zelensky to end the war triggered by Russia's 2022 invasion. Meanwhile, in another interview tonight, President Zelensky said that he was willing to cede territory to Russia to end the war. The Ukrainian president said for the first time that his country could give up land temporarily in exchange for a NATO umbrella over the territory Ukraine still holds. The Met Police has apologised to victims of the Westminster so-called honey trap scandal after it accidentally sent an email which named all of them. The force also said it was referring itself to data watchdog, the information commissioner, over the breach. Police launched a probe after flirtatious messages were sent by someone calling themselves Charlie or Abby to as many as 20 people, including MPs, staffers and political journalists. And GB News understands that Number 10 was not aware of the full facts about Transport Secretary Louise Hay's past convictions, and they were not known until reports broke last night. It's also understood the 2014 conviction was not declared in Hay's transparency disclosures when she became Transport Secretary on the 5th of July. However, these reports are strongly disputed by those close to Hay. Downing Street has named Justice Minister Heidi Alexander as her replacement. Louise Hay's cabinet resignation came after it emerged last night she was convicted of a criminal offence before she was an MP. She admitted to falsely reporting a stolen work phone in 2013, calling it a mistake, and insists she gained nothing from the incident. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Ben.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good evening, hope you're well. Did Sir Keir Starmer knowingly let someone with a criminal conviction into government while preaching to the nation about ethics? The resignation of his Transport Secretary, Louise Hay, isn't the end of the matter, let me tell you that. And the PM is now under pressure to give the full facts. Shadow Cabinet Office Minister Alex Burghart has tonight demanded the PM come clean about when he first learned of Haig's historic conviction for fraud. And he accused Sir Keir of ignoring Labour's own promise of running a squeaky clean government full of ethics and transparency. Louise Hay admitted she reported her work phone stolen in 2013, only later to find it at home. And she described this as a genuine mistake and said she pled guilty to fraud in 2014 on the advice of her solicitor. And she claims Starmer was made aware of her conviction when she was given a job on the opposition front bench. Here's what the PM needs to answer tonight, or at least over the weekend. Is Miss Hay correct when she says the PM knew all along? And if so, if he didn't see Louise Hay's conviction as a disqualifying factor before her appointment to the Cabinet in July, why has it suddenly become one today? This is important because in 2022, Keir Starmer himself told the Commons that Boris Johnson couldn't possibly be a lawmaker and a lawbreaker, and he had to go.
The values symbolised by the door of Number 10 must be restored. The game is up. You cannot be a lawmaker and a lawbreaker. Only then can the government function again. Only then can the rot be carved out. Only then can we restore the dignity of that great office and the democracy that it represents.
And by the way, I know she's gone now, but what a raging hypocrite Louise Hay was too.
This has been such a sorry saga for Boris Johnson and for our country. You know, first he claimed that no parties took place at all in Downing Street. Then he claimed that all the rules were followed. Now we know that that was a complete lie. Our position hasn't changed. This is a matter of trust and leadership. He has clearly repeatedly lied to the House of Commons and to the British people. And the only question he should now answer is when he will resign.
OK, well, for the record, I don't think Louise Hay should have ever been forced to resign at all, but she falls victim to the very low bar she and her party set during the hounding of Boris Johnson during Partygate for essentially eating crusty M&S sandwiches. You set the silly standard, now you're out of a job. But the focus now is on the Prime Minister. His government has been fighting so much sleaze, cronyism and scandal in its first 6 months that they make the Tories look like amateurs. Arsenal tickets, Taylor Swift tickets, £2.5 spectacles, a wardrobe for his wife, multi-million-pound penthouses, stuffing the civil service with Labour donors and aides, the Chancellor accused of lying on her CV, a row with farmers, dunking on pensioners, it goes on and on. So the big question is, did the Prime Minister cover up the truth about Louise Hay? And if so, what else is he covering up behind the curtains of Number 10? Before getting reaction from my panel tonight, let's get the latest from this storm surrounding Louise Hay and indeed Sir Keir Starmer from our political editor, Christopher Hope.
Election is nearly 5 months ago and already we have our first resignation from the Cabinet of Keir Starmer's government. Louise Hay, the Transport Secretary, has stood down, resigned, replaced by Heidi Alexander. Louise Hay has gone because reports emerged that she had pled guilty to making a false report to police about a stolen mobile phone that she later discovered. But the question right now in Westminster is, what did Keir Starmer know about this conviction? According to Louise Hay, he was told when she entered the shadow cabinet in 2020. Fast forward to July this year, she becomes the Transport Secretary. What did Sir Keir Starmer know then when it happened? We understand that Louise Hay did not declare this conviction to Whitehall as part of her transparency process when she became the Transport Secretary, and disclosing to senior civil servants anything which may have a direct or an indirect impact on the work she was doing. Number 10 say that the reason why she had to go is the full facts were not known, and the full facts became known with this reporting overnight into Louise Hay's background. But I think this weekend there are questions about what Sir Keir Starmer knew. Was he told the full story by Louise Hay? Her friends say she did tell the full story back in 2020, and if so, why on earth was she given a role as Transport Secretary with an oversight role to a small degree of the British Transport Police? Those are the questions, I think, for Sir Keir Starmer this weekend as he contemplates his first removal, his first resignation from his top team since he won power back in July this year. Christopher Hope, GB News, Westminster.
OK, so there we go. Did he know or didn't he know? This is going to be the big question, really, of the next coming weeks and months. I'm joined now by political consultant Suzanne Evans, podcast host and broadcaster Will Kingston, and the journalist and communications consultant JJ Anisobi. Good evening,
Hi.
Friday panel. Welcome along. Suzanne Evans, what do you make of all this? Louise Hay gone, fine, see you later. What a hypocrite. But the pressure now, as far as I'm concerned, is on Keir Starmer.
I have to say, I'm really pleased finally somebody in this shambolic cabinet has resigned. Your monologue, Ben, was brilliant, you know, exposing all the stuff they have done wrong. And I frankly can't understand why there haven't been umpteen resignations up till now, because it's been such a disaster. But there you are. Finally, one of them's gone. It's Louise Hay. And, yeah, she had to go. Now, did Starmer know or not? She says he did. He says he didn't.
Who's telling porkies?
But I have to say, I think if you are a man who is a Prime Minister, a former Attorney General and a top lawyer and a top prosecutor, how could you not have known what was going on here? How could you have appointed somebody to your cabinet who he must have known that she had a criminal record and didn't look into that? What also I find gobsmacking is that this criminal record happened 6 months before Louise Hay became a Member of Parliament. How the heck did she manage to stay on the ballot paper, to still be a candidate and to become a Member of Parliament, despite the fact that her local Labour Party must have known that she'd had this conviction? It is shocking. It's a massive cover-up. It's a disgrace. She should never have been an MP.
But I think the only disqualification would have been if she'd served 3 months or more in prison.
she didn't serve any time. But like, you can disagree with it, but that's just the rules.
You can talk about the rules and the
become an MP,
but the optics are terrible.
The optics are terrible.
She was a member of Parliament.
Before we've got
an
MP who went to juvenile detention for kicking his girlfriend around the floor.
Yeah, but James McMurdoch isn't a cabinet member.
No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying in terms of becoming an MP, you can't say how did you become an MP when there's people who have criminal convictions who are also MPs.
And I think it's wrong.
Yeah. And I don't think the reason I don't think she's a hypocrite is because this happened. She didn't do this when she was on the job. This was in her past. I believe in the British justice system. She did a crime. She served that penance for it, and now she moves on with her life. If it had to miss when she was an MP, I think it's hypocritical for you to commit a crime when you're an MP and then have a go at Boris Johnson for something as well.
I even think most people on the right would agree with you, but that's not the point here. The point here is that Starmer has built his whole brand.
They've got a delivery coming. All the rooms are empty.
Values, on decent policy. He's built his whole brand.
All the rooms are empty, but it looks like they've just been cleaned, ready for the arrivals. So let's go in the front now. No way. It's you again.
How you doing?
Not bad, yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, mate.
So how many security are we going to have on this hotel then?
Well, I'd rather not say, to be fair.
You know when they're arriving?
No, I don't, sorry.
Okay, you know the Holiday Inn? It got flooded, didn't it?
Don't know.
Don't know?
No. Well, if you wouldn't mind just stepping outside for a sec.
Yeah.
I understand. I respect your business and everything. I understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
But obviously, I've got to do my job if that's okay, sir.
Oh, it's cold out there, yeah.
I know. I don't like it either.
111 bedrooms in this hotel. So we're just prepping it for them arriving.
Well, I'm not at liberty to discuss matters.
Okay, please don't stand that close to me.
So, but like I said, it's private premises, and unfortunately, you're not allowed to be here, I'm afraid. So, if you want stepping outside.
Yeah.
Right. So, if you want stepping outside, please, sir. Obviously, you need to go to the far end of the driveway.
Yeah, I will. I'm just going to do a quick report because I've got some information on the Chatwani brothers that are in this hotel and 13 others.
No clue. Unfortunately, like I say, it's private property, and obviously you're not authorised to be on site, I'm afraid.
Are they still using the Holiday Inn then in floor?
I don't know.
Did they move? Did they move you because you was on the video, or did they move you because of the flooding?
No, so I'm not literally to discuss anything, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Well, like I say, if you won't mind, obviously all the fenced off areas, private premises, so you must go down to the bottom.
Okay. We're getting all the rooms ready. Are you prepping this for the illegal immigrants?
Yeah, like I said, mate, you can't...
Yeah. What's that on your lanyard? Where are you from, miss?
I'm a cleaner.
You're a cleaner?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't hassle the cleaner. What we haven't delivered here then?
Like I said, mate, you got to leave the premises. Is that this point?
How are you, bud?
Hey, all lads.
What are you dropping off?
Beds.
Beds, okay. A load of 200 illegal immigrants arriving here today.
Fucking what, today?
For the second time. This hotel has took the contract.
That's what all the beds are for, they're like little single beds.
That's what all the beds are for, yeah. And they've got it nice and gated off to keep the community safe.
That's good all doing, isn't it? Well, the lads are coming to up in a minute, mate, moving these beds.
Okay.
But, you see how fucking tight it is here, mate? I can't straighten up.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to reverse out and drive up that way, mate.
Did you know what you was delivering when you made the... Did they tell you what you...
Yeah, fuck yeah, I didn't even know where the fucking place was, mate. Turn up,
well, you come from Manchester?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Look at Manchester, mate.
They're all there, they're all at Altrincham, aren't they? They're all at Altrincham now.
What, they all are?
Across the court.
So do you move them all in?
No, they stay there. How are you, fellas?
Yeah, mate.
Good, man. What do you do here, mate?
Housekeeping.
Housekeeping, cleaner. Yeah. Okay. Are they got rid of any staff? Made any staff redundant?
Not that I know of. I'm not happy about it either, mate.
You're not happy? No, fair enough, man. At the end of the day, no hostility towards the workers, because you're working there before they move them on. They move them on. You're in a position. Keep your job before Christmas. A lot of people get laid off.
Yeah, man.
Christmas parties cancelled.
Yeah.
You know, they've got 5 security in there. How much are they on? They're probably on a good bit, aren't they?
I'm not sure, man.
Everyone, it's all a big money spinner. What time are the guests arriving?
I think so. No comment today.
No comment. Not coming today. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay.
I'm not sure.
They're coming today.
It's coming today?
Yeah, he's a housekeeper. He knows best. They've got a load of beds on this truck here, and they're going to offload the beds in, and then the guys will probably be here about lunchtime. Nice bit of lunch. Warm hotel.
It's an invasion.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you said that, mate, because I agree.
No women and children.
The media try and say it's 74% men, but it's more like 95.
Yeah, 100%. I'll be honest, mate, I'm probably going to quit. I mean,
Yeah.
I want to see it with my own eyes.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
I'm not going to put you on because I don't want to get you in trouble, but if you're quitting, you go on the camera, you probably get a lot of love and probably get employment elsewhere if you want it. Yeah?
I know it.
Yeah.
I've been honest with my boss from the get-go, man.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. I don't need this fucking job.
What's your name, mate?
Charlie.
Charlie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, so if anyone can employ Charlie...
Employ me, man.
He's a good lad. He's got some morals, and he is not happy with us.
No, man.
This is probably going to be his last day.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Like I said, man, I just need to see it with my own eyes.
But yeah, did you see a female cleaner in there?
Mate,
Get in already. You're the only male cleaner. So how many cleaners are there?
6.
6. Okay. So there's 5 female cleaners. And they're probably Eastern European, some of them.
Yeah. Probably Ukrainians.
That's what they do. They get the Eastern Europeans because they, you know, they're gonna do it.
Yeah, man. I started this job 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I needed something quiet.
Yeah. So if you search in True First 101 UK on any platform, you'll find
more people need to speak out about it.
100%. 100%, mate.
You can post that anywhere.
Yeah, mate. From the way you've been, you'll find a job easy. Do you know what I mean?
Right, I better go anyway.
Yeah. Respect, man. Look after yourself. I know a lot of truckers stay in their cabs and tramp, but not all of them do. And I'm sure many truckers have stayed here. It's in the industrial estate. You're not welcome here anymore because we're filling it with illegal immigrants to make a killing off your taxes. I'll give you a little bit of background about this hotel. The owners are the Chatwani brothers from Uganda, and they've got 13 hotels under their Fairview collection. A couple of Ibis, a couple of Mercures, Holiday Inn, 7 Novo hotels. One of them we visited, Nottingham. Stevenage is a 4-star migrant hotel, we know that for a fact. Coventry, Ipswich, Newcastle and Manchester. Yeah, there is a lot. There's a rabbit hole anyway, let me put it that way. I'm not going to go too deep into it because we're going to check what's going on here. Is he still on the phone? He's still on the phone to the police.
Mate, you need to leave side, please.
Why are you still on the phone? Huh? You all right, ladies?
Mate, you're on private premises, you need to leave side.
Good work, lads. Keep up the good work.
Not allowed, sir.
What?
This camera is not allowed.
Camera's not allowed? How's it going, fellas? I want to see these beds they got. Is it brand new beds?
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking hell, man.
But there's no fabric on them.
Nah.
Just wood.
It's not allowed.
What's not allowed?
No, it's not. Don't use
not
it.
allowed?
No, tell the guy it's here, inside.
What guy? But you two don't know what you're doing, do you?
It's not allowed.
You two ain't got a clue. Here's all the new mattresses. Yeah, a lot of people get put in some really bad situations. I'm going to record, yeah? I'm going to record them offloading this. Yeah?
What was the TikTok?
True First 101 UK. Security, you're going to help him. Come on, help him.
You stay here. Why are you looking here?
What's that?
You're going to stay in the telephone. It's not my job.
It's not your job? No. But you know, your security on here, will you be staying in one of the rooms? Yeah. So it will be one of your mattresses is on there, then you could get it off and put it in your room. Nicely new mattresses.
Just saying, Liam said, can you come round?
Say hello to everyone. Say hello to the viewers.
Brother, don't use the video. Why you use the video?
Why? Because people need to see what's going on, that's why. It's not allowed.
What?
Securitas. Yeah, are you ready, AP?
Brand new bed.
Brand new beddings, lad. Yeah, this cleaner here, this cleaner here is leaving his job today.
Fucking don't blame you, mate.
Yeah. But yeah, this is... Yeah, I got the body cam on, mate. Been in there. Security's on the phone to the police now.
Is he in there yet?
Nah, not yet. They're coming in today, mate. They're just getting all the bedding ready.
Yeah, little fucking little bastards. One on this bit of beds, mate. Fucking hell, people be viewing. Fucking those guys just fucking died in a tent in fucking their Blackpool.
Flipping out, mate.
Yeah, fucking hell. If all the beds for immigrants, they taking the piss, mate.
Mate, it's mad, isn't it? Look, they got all these... Yeah, get it out, get it out.
Yeah, man, I asked the other girls and we're in the lift,
yeah?
I said to him, I was like, do you not feel safe? Do you feel safe enough being around these people? And like, it's almost as if they don't know yet. They don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, how serious this is.
It's you know, if it doesn't worry you, then something's wrong.
Yeah.
The Ibis Rugby East massive hotel, and we are currently offloading brand new bedding. Brand new bedding. They don't want to use the old mattresses, they need brand new ones. And the illegals will be arriving today, been told by a cleaner who is not happy with this and called it himself an invasion. And here is the bed frames now being offloaded. Two, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 6 security guards in total, including the white one. 2 of them look brand spanking new, only just picked up their, only just got their SIA out of the Frosties box.
Not allowed.
What?
Camera. This camera is not allowed.
Camera's not allowed? Okay.
Don't
what's
use
not
it.
allowed?
No, tell the guy it is here, inside.
What guy? But you two don't know what you're doing, do you?
Not allowed.
You two ain't got a clue.
Burglaries, sexual assaults on women, and so on. The police really need to get their act together and deal with the serious problems that people face every day.
Jojo, why do you think... I've got this theory, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but...
I will correct you if you're wrong.
Good, thank you. I call myself by default a Brit because I love the UK, I love Great Britain, and I tend to... Maybe I'm stereotyping here, but I meet, for example, Welsh people or Scots. My wife's family are Scottish, and they will first say they are Scottish. And yes. A lot of the time, they're quite disparaging towards the English as well. I tend to feel that, for example, the Scots have this, some do anyway, again, I note, some...
Oh, no, darling, we all do. We hate you.
Yeah,
but
why?
We don't mean
why
it.
do you hate us? We love you.
But this is the interesting disparity, is in fact that because I actually feel quite sorry for English people, because Scottish has a very, very strong identity, as do the Welsh, as do the Irish. You, as English people, you have always got to apologise for yourself, and I'm sorry for that, but you brought it on yourselves. But we do.
What did we do wrong?
Does have this really patriotic sort of sense of we're Scottish and Welsh and Irish. And I always sometimes think the English do have to constantly apologise for being English, which I think is a shame, but we just want to beat you at something. And could you just give us independence? That's all we ask.
Well, I was going to say, Jojo, maybe it's the equivalent of say, small man syndrome, you know, where...
Maybe.
You know, I say a lot of the time, I'm an Arsenal fan, and I tend to hear from Spurs fans a lot concentrating...
Finish that sentence.
Peter, you've got roots in Australia.
Well, actually, roots going back to Somerset in England in 1560.
Oh, OK, so you've done your family tree then.
Yeah, I have indeed.
For you, Bob. If I called you an Aussie criminal, for example, would you be upset by that? Would you go calling to the Rozzers to report me?
Certainly not, no. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's nice to use that kind of language, but, you know, to me it's water off a duck's back. And I don't think the police need to be wasting time on these petty kind of issues.
OK.
You know, there are serious issues where people may threaten or insult Scottish or Welsh or Irish people with malicious intent in a menacing, threatening way that makes them fearful, then that should be addressed. You know, no one should live in fear and be abused in a way that makes them feel unsafe. That should be actioned, but not these little name-calling. That's nonsense.
OK. It's an interesting debate. Thank you both, Peter and Jojo. Appreciate your company this evening. It's interesting what I was talking to Jojo about just there, about, you know, do you identify as British or are you English or Welsh first? As I said, I am British by default, but I don't always seem to get the same love back from, say, the Welsh or the Scots. I'm sure there are plenty who love the English, but there are a few barbs here and there. Let us know what you think. What's your default position? Are you British? Are you English? Are you Northern Irish, Scottish, Welsh, whatever? Let me know. gbnews.com/your say. Right, up next, MPs voted to legalise assisted dying in a historic vote today. My panel will join me again to debate whether this monumental change in our country will be a force for good or bad. This is Patrick Christie's Tonight, only on GB News.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well. So some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier. So with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. The same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland here. I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I say, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And, yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss my big opinion. Mark Meets and my take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Let's go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Weekdays on GB News. Wake up to breakfast every day from 6 a.m. Followed by Britain's newsroom at 9:30. At noon, it's Good Afternoon Britain. Followed by Martin Daubney from 3 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop star to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Hello, welcome back. Your comments have been flying in about the, do you call yourself British or English or Welsh and so on. I'm just going to read a few before we proceed with the next segment. So, Angry Bear, good evening. You said, I'm Black Country first, then English, then British. All good things come in threes. JJ,
I'm Black Country, mate. I'm a yam-yam. Good lie, Briley Hill.
That accent's appeared from nowhere.
Well, I'll tone it down for the telly.
Before.
Alan, you say, good evening, Alan. Thank you for tuning in. Alan, you say, I'm Cornish. OK, Ronnie, you say, us English daren't stand up and shout about our patriotism for fear of getting locked up. The Scots are welcome to their independence, as far as I'm concerned. Yorkshire, you say, surprisingly, English by birth, Yorkshire by the grace of God. Philip, you say, Ben, I'm English and always will be. Ken, you said too, I'm Cornish first, then British. And Paris, you said, Ben, Scotland loves you. Oh, hi. Thank you, Paris. Is that a good enough accent? 4 out of 10? Anyway, keep those coming in. We'll continue to read them out as the show goes on. OK, moving on. There was, of course, this historic vote today. MPs have voted in favour of the legislation of assisted dying, the legalisation, of assisted dying in England and Wales. The vote, which followed 4.5 hours of debate, saw 330 MPs in favour with 275 opposed. So,
the ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, and look!
Yeah, so a very slim majority, as I mentioned. Details show the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was among those who voted in favour of the bill. Legislation would allow terminally ill adults to end their lives with the approval of 2 doctors and a High Court judge. The debate sparked division across the Commons, including this moment between Conservative MP Danny Kruger and Labour MP Kat Eccles.
Assisted suicide is legal, including in Oregon.
Catherine
Eccles, point of order.
He's using the incorrect language. It's not suicide. That's offensive. Please correct your language, Mr.
Sorry if offence is given. The fact is that the value of actually having a bill in black and white is that we do need to see what the law really is. And what this bill would do, it would amend the Suicide Act of 1961. It will allow people to assist with a suicide for the first time.
OK, as you know, I'm joined again by my panel, Suzanne Evans, Will Kingston, JJ Anisobi. First of all, wow, what a day. A mammoth debate in the Commons. Some MPs saying that it should have been much longer, though, much more thorough.
I was going to say, it wasn't a mammoth debate, was it? 4.5 hours to debate something that's actually going to change the whole face of medical care in this country. I think it's disgraceful, actually. This bill has been rushed through. I know it's not the end of the road. It now has to go to committee stage, where it will be pulled over and pulled apart, one hopes, before, of course, the third and final reading, and then it goes to the House of Lords. So it's got a long way to go. I'm opposed to this, I'll be honest. I'll put my cards on the table and say I'm opposed to it. I think we need to do much better in terms of palliative care, and my concern is that this is going to be seen, it's a very slippery slope. People use the slippery slope argument. I think it's more a logical cliff. What is going to happen is if this becomes law, then all the safeguards that are put in place are going to be shifted and they become movable goalposts, because that's what's happened in every other country in the world where this has happened. So Danny Kruger there was talking about, or starting to talk about Oregon. You know, in Oregon now, you can choose to end your life with medical help if you're an anorexic, if you've got arthritis. Now, it's a horrible disease to have, but, you know, again, we need to talk about pain control. Belgium, children now can choose assisted suicide.
Really?
I use choose in inverted commas because, you know, I think the whole issue of choice here is a really difficult one. What's choice, what's coercion, what's you feel like a burden, you've got to do something about it. Yeah. And in Canada now, death doesn't have to be reasonably foreseeable. This bill, it's supposed to only be allowed to happen if you've got 6 months to live. Well, a very good friend of mine was given 24 months to live. He had terminal cancer, was preparing to die. 7-8 years later, he's now still alive. The tumours have gone, the treatment's been successful.
Can I just clarify that? As a matter of fact, it is not true that the slippery slope has played out everywhere that this has been tried. In Australia and New Zealand, there has not been any further extension of what the initial legislation intended, and there has not been a single case where they've noticed that this actual legislation has been abused. So I think we need to compare the UK to closer cultures to our own, like Australia, like New Zealand, as opposed to Nordic countries like the Netherlands.
Canada and Belgium, I think, are pretty close to us.
What do you make of that Danny Kruger exchange with the Labour MP Eccles saying, please don't use the word suicide, it's offensive? I mean, for me, that just blew my mind. I was watching that and I was thinking, these are the types of people, I'm referring to the Labour MP here, who are deciding on such a deeply serious and potentially grave piece of legislation, and they're talking about offensive language, suicide. It's amending the Suicide Act of whatever year it was. What do you make of that, Will?
Well, look, it's a silly little diversion to what was actually otherwise, I think, the very best of the British Parliament. I agree with you that the process was too short. I agree with you that it wasn't good enough for what is such a serious issue. But I've rarely been more moved listening to politicians on both sides discuss an issue, and I thought it was genuinely very well considered on both sides. I thought it was very emotional on both sides. I actually thought that this was the best of Parliament today.
That's the problem, isn't it? It was very emotional, and I don't think we should make our laws based on emotion, which is a very fluid thing, a very personal thing. You know, lawmaking should be about facts, it should be about consequences. And I think that was part of the problem with this debate. It actually was too emotional.
And a lot of it seems to be sort of motivated by Esther Ranson as well.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, some people...
Esther Ranson, who, you know, I'm very sorry for the situation that she finds herself in, but, you know, Esther Ranson, who was very happy to let unvaccinated people die during the COVID pandemic and didn't have a second thought about their health and their welfare, I think she's a bit of a hypocrite, frankly.
I wouldn't go as far as saying she's a hypocrite. I think it would be impossible to ask our politicians to not vote with their heart sometimes and with emotion. But I think, was it Rupert Lowe discussing earlier with you? Rupert Lowe took the question to his constituents.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's about what the country wants.
But he was widely slammed for that.
Yeah, but and I don't think he should be.
I don't think he should have been. He was widely criticised for doing that.
I think he did exactly the right thing.
I think he only got about, sorry to keep interrupting,
just over 1,000.
2,000 or 1,000.
Yeah, 1,800.
But the fact is, he opened it up to his constituents. If they choose to not go and make their voice heard, that's up to them. So whether it's 10 people who gave him their opinion or 1,000 people, he has done what he was mandated to do by the people who voted for him. I think that's the correct thing to do.
I think he did the wrong thing. I'm a great fan of Rupert Lowe. I think he's a great MP, but I think he was wrong on this occasion. You know, how did he do that poll? I presume it was done online.
No, it was in person. You had to go with your identification to prove that you were in the constituency.
So that immediately makes it very difficult for some people to take part in that poll.
And wasn't it nice to see Nigel Farage? You mentioned the civility of the debate. Nigel Farage said it's a shame that we can't have this every other day of the week when we're dealing with issues in Parliament. But isn't it nice to see issues being discussed where the parties aren't being whipped into, into submission by the powers that be? I mean, surely, I've always thought, surely you are obliged to go with what your constituents voted you in for, not the party line.
Yeah.
It kind of contradicts the whole democratic process, as far as I'm concerned.
It would be great if we could get back to a place where our politicians were able to vote freely and vote for what we are telling them. Because my local MP, I voted for her because I think she's great. I didn't vote for Keir Starmer, I voted for my local MP. And it would be great if they could represent us and not represent the leader.
I think I'd like to see, I do agree, I think MPs should have more of a free vote and not be whipped, with the exception if it's something that was in the manifesto. Then I think if you stand on a particular manifesto, then I think as an MP you have an obligation to vote in favour of that manifesto.
Yeah. And Reform UK, of course, was split. Nigel and was it Rupert Lowe who voted for, and the rest of them, James McMurdoch, Who are those guys? Lee Anderson. Voted against.
This goes to what I think is such a fascinating part of this whole debate, which is that it split both parties down their kind of traditional tension spots, in that on the right you've got this gap between libertarians and social conservatives, and on the left between socialists and progressives, and it split both of them equally. And now, actually, I think you can see on both sides where different people stand. So Susan and I would both be on the right of politics, but I'm a libertarian. I believe in this measure. I think it's the right thing to do. It will be interesting to see how this actually then plays out and the impact it has on the parties going forward, and which of those differing strands of each party can actually take precedence in the coming months and years ahead.
OK, how would you have voted today if you were an MP?
I would have voted for the bill.
Suzanne?
Against.
I'd have abstained.
Yeah,
I've got the chalk out here.
Genuinely, I would have abstained. I was at Parliament earlier this week and I spoke to several MPs about it. Prior to that, I had been fully in support of it. But actually, after speaking to the MPs and hearing their side of the argument, I think I'd have had to abstain.
I'm still torn. Normally, I'm quite opinionated and set on things, clearly, but I don't know.
I think the vote's going to move when it's gone through committee stage and when people have actually had time to drill down into the detail of this bill. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I've said a couple of times this week, I would have 6 months ago said, of course, we should treat people with dignity when they want to go, and yeah, why not? You wouldn't treat a dog like that. But now I've spent more time to look into it and heard the other sides of the argument, links to eugenics and so on in America and whatever else. I just don't know. I'm completely split. I'm quite glad I'm not an MP actually today. OK, fascinating debate. Thank you, panel. Coming up next, the rapist and murderer Stephen Ling, who took the life of Joanne Tulip 27 years ago, is set to be released from prison following a recommendation from the parole board. Doreen Salisbury, the mother of Joanne, joins me next to discuss this horrifying reality. This is Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Ben Leo, only on GB News.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
My next guest knew George Carman rather intimately. Indeed, he immediately asked her for her hand in marriage when they first met. Karen Phillips knew Carman from 1986 and was a close friend until his death in 2001. Karen has used court transcripts and personal documents to construct her new book, Get Carman. There it is. And here you are. Karen, thank you very much indeed. So you knew him very well, and actually he began to write a little bit of an autobiography just in the weeks before his death. And from those pages I was struck by the amount of uncertainty that there was about the man. This man who was so confident in court, who charmed juries so famously, but in some ways felt that he was an actor, in some ways felt that he was fighting back nerves and uncertainties. Is that true?
I think he was quite worried about every case. It was much more that he was concerned for the client. He always wanted to do his best. He worked so hard to win a case, not really for his personal satisfaction, but because he didn't want to let people down.
His success rate was extraordinary, and I'll choose my words carefully here, but shall we say that many people were surprised at the time that Jeremy Thorpe was found not guilty. It was astonishing in the case of Jonathan Aitken, for example, that the principal charge against him, which was that he'd been corrupt in arms dealings, I don't think that was ever actually reached during the court. It seems even more surprising today that people who were employed by Mohammed Fayed were believed in the case of Neil Hamilton. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, his results are extraordinary.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect, and then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Patrick Christie tonight with me, Ben Leo, only on GB News. Just a very quick correction. In the previous segment, I said that Nigel Farage voted for assisted dying. He, of course, voted against assisted dying. Not a big deal, but just thought I'd clarify. Anyway, we move on. Killer and rapist Stephen Ling tragically took the life of 29-year-old Joanne Tulip 27 years ago and is set to get released following a recommendation from the parole board. Mr. Ling was sentenced to life in 1998 after admitting his attack on Joanne in Stamfordham, Northumberland. Now, at the age of 49, he could be on our streets after his 5th parole hearing. And I'm joined now by the mother of Joanne, Doreen Salisbury. Doreen, good evening. Thank you for joining me. Really appreciate it. Look, this must be horrifying for you and invoking so many old memories, I guess, of what happened to you and your daughter and your family. Your first reaction, please, to the news that he could soon be out on the streets.
Oh, just totally shocking in view of such a violent, sadistic attack on my daughter, which couldn't be any worse, really, with what he did. That he's going straight out into the community and not even to the halfway house into open prison. It's really terrifying that they've made a decision like this. Can't really understand it either when, you know, the violent offender being released, especially in the context of the government pledge to reduce violence against women and girls in the next 10 years, and then they go and release somebody like him.
So Ling was initially ordered to serve at least 20 years, wasn't he? But I think in 2009 you were dealt another blow when the High Court said it would change that term to 18 years.
Yeah, it was originally 18 years at the trial, but it was Jack Straw who upped it to 20 years. And he wasn't a judge, he was a politician, and he wasn't allowed to do that. So the appeal back to the original tariff of 18 years went through court in 2009, yes. He served 27 years. He will have served 27 years.
Do you feel like justice when he was initially sentenced, did you feel like justice had been done? Were you happy with that sentence?
We were happy, but I never ever thought, because of the violence and the seriousness of the offence, I never ever thought he would ever get out. Just thought he would be there, you know, for the rest of his life, sort of thing, because it was so bad. But we think that the parole board release into the community is purely political, because if it had been to an open prison, the Secretary of State for Justice could have blocked it, as did Dominic Raab and Robert Buckland. 2022 for Dominic Raab and 2020 Robert Buckland. We believe that it's a political angle they've taken.
Wow. I mean, we can't obviously, we can't prove that, of course, but you have the best intuition.
That's what we think.
Yeah, you know this case, of course, inside out. But Ling, of course, he was never formally even convicted of rape, was he? And he won't be on the sex offenders list.
No, the judge decided at the trial that because the murder was the greater offence, that he decided not to put the rape to trial.
Even though he admitted raping her?
Yeah, he's still admitting rape in prison. Because it would be an abusive court process and it would upset the family. And of course now the bottom line is he's not a convicted sex offender, which is absolutely horrendous, because he could be living on a street near you, next door to you, and you wouldn't know.
I mean, Doreen, I mean, that fact alone is just insanity. How can a man so brutal as Ling, who admits raping your daughter, not be convicted of it after admitting it, and B, when he's out, not be on the sex offenders list?
That's right. That's right.
Doreen,
I think in prison, from the hearing and from the summary, the decision summary, he is quite happy to be on the sex offenders register. So why can't he just be on it and be convicted?
I'm speechless, Doreen, I really am. And look, I guess I'm very sorry to be talking about this again, but it's in the news. But I want to ask you, Doreen, you know, your memories of Joanne, and I want to talk about the happy times of her life.
She was a really happy girl. She was always laughing, bubbly blonde, hairdresser, always chatting, you know, loved a party and out with her friends and everything. And I wish I could retain that picture of her, the happy girl. But all I see, and I still see in my head, is when we identified her on Christmas Day, when everybody was eating their Christmas lunch, we were identifying Joanne. And also the attack, what she must have gone through. I still have nightmares about that. Especially at the minute when the parole board hearing, everything was right at the front again of your head, you know. And I mean, all those sexual things that he did in 1997 and the thoughts and fantasies he had then, he still has now in prison. So I don't believe what they've done, the parole board, they've ticked all the boxes. He's done all the work and all the treatment and all the therapy for his offence. All the boxes are ticked. But what they haven't done is stand back and look at the man, what he did in 1997 and what he's still doing now in prison. And not socialising with women either. He hasn't, you know, he's in prison.
Yeah.
So when he if he'd been in open prison, he could have been tested.
Yeah.
But now and I'm really terrified that this man, he is so dangerous and he's like a ticking bomb.
Doreen, I'm so sorry to hear that you've got Joanne's final moments in your head and not the beautiful girl that, you know, you remembered her as a child. And it breaks my heart and brings me close to tears, actually, to hear you say that. I'm very sorry to hear what you've been through. Yeah, thank you for joining me this evening, Doreen.
Right.
And we'll keep tabs on this story and hopefully catch up soon when we have an update.
Okay.
Just an awful story. And, of course, she was killed on Christmas Day and we're coming up to Christmas. You have to wonder, you know, Doreen's coming up to Christmas now. It's evoking even more memories. It's just heartbreaking. And why is this man not on the sex offenders list as well? He's admitted raping Joanne. It's just unforgivable. Unforgivable injustice. Back in a tick. Tomorrow's newspapers are coming up in the next hour. This is Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Ben Leo, only on GB News.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well. So some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier. So with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. The same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland here. I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I said, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still, it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And, yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's our festive treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest ever Great British giveaway. What would you spend £50,000 on in the coming year? Spectacular holidays, a brand new car, home improvements, or maybe you'd just like to save it for a special occasion. For your chance to win £50,000 cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss My Big Opinion. Mark Meets at My Take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Let's go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 10 p.m. This is Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Ben Leo.
Very bitter, very twisted. It's very sad. The fact that he's walked away, frankly, is a huge relief.
100,000 members, Andrea Jenkins in the ranks and council seats in their sights. Reform UK have all the momentum, but does Nigel Farage's row with Ben Habib threaten to turn it sour? And just why did Sir Keir Starmer, pictured here, cross the floor of the Commons to speak with Nigel Farage today? And what exactly did the Reform man whisper into the PM's ear? Also tonight... Deary me, chaos at the Oxford Union last night as it votes to call Israel an apartheid state, all while an Israeli speaker is thrown out after people stamp on pictures of Gaza hostages. Unbelievable. The first of tomorrow's newspaper front pages are on the way and tonight's panel are ready to go too. I'm joined by political consultant Suzanne Evans, podcast host and broadcaster Will Kingston, and journalist and communications consultant JJ Anisobi. And all hail the pro-family revolution. Can you guess who just dropped one of the best Christmas ads ever?
You place the flowers in the vase that you bought.
Reform UK are motoring, but does the Habib row threaten to spoil the celebrations? First, your news headlines with Sophia Wensler.
Ben, thank you. It's just gone 10 o'clock. These are your headlines. Ukraine will ask NATO for membership next week, according to a letter seen by Reuters news agency. The letter reflects Ukraine's renewed push to secure an invitation to join NATO, which is part of a victory plan outlined last month by President Volodymyr Zelensky to end the war triggered by Russia's 2022 invasion. Meanwhile, in another interview tonight, President Zelensky said that he was willing to cede territory to Russia to end the war. The Ukrainian president said for the first time that his country could give up land temporarily in exchange for a NATO umbrella over the territory Ukraine still holds. Now, back in the UK, opponents of assisted dying are vowing to fight on after Kim Ledbetter's bill passed its first Commons hurdle today. The vote, which followed 4.5 hours of debate, saw 330 MPs in favour, with 275 opposed.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, and look!
Details show the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was among those who voted in favour of the bill. Legislation would allow terminally ill adults to end their lives with the approval of 2 doctors and a High Court judge. While the bill has sparked division, several stages remain before the bill becomes law, and a number of MPs indicated they could still vote against it if safeguards in the legislation were not strengthened. 2 schoolboys aged 14 and 16 have been arrested after a suspected chemical attack as 2 police officers were rushed to hospital. That's according to reports in the Sun newspaper. The incident unfolded at Surbiton Station near Kingston upon Thames in southwest London at around 4:20 p.m. today. It's understood 2 British Transport Police officers were attacked when they approached 2 teens acting suspiciously, and they were taken to hospital. A man who went on a shooting and stabbing spree in the Scottish Highlands has been found guilty of murdering his brother-in-law and attempting to kill 3 other people. Finlay MacDonald shot and killed John McKinnon in the summer of 2022 and later targeted his wife, Rowena, and another couple in Skye and the mainland Highlands. The court heard that the 41-year-old's actions were triggered after discovering his wife's plan to leave him. Although he claimed diminished responsibility, the jury found him fully in control of his actions. And Greg Wallace has been dropped as an ambassador of a charity after stepping down from MasterChef amid allegations of inappropriate sexual comments over 17 years. Last night, the TV presenter thanked fans for their support after 13 people, including broadcaster Kirsty Walk, made claims accusing him of using sexualised language on MasterChef in 2011. Ambitious About Autism has now announced it is no longer working with the 60-year-old TV host in the light of recent allegations. Production company Benije UK says it's launching an external review with Wallace fully in cooperation during the investigation. His lawyers insist the claims are entirely false. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now it's back to Ben.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good evening. Is everything okay at Reform UK? Because they enjoyed a big day yesterday after announcing they'd poached Dame Andrea Jenkins and, indeed, reached 100,000 members. But the buzz was overshadowed somewhat by the departure of former Deputy Leader Ben Habib, the no-nonsense politician who helped steer the party through its early days with Richard Tice. Habib announced he was no longer affiliated with Reform in an announcement yesterday morning, shortly before Dame Andrea took centre stage.
HQ at Reform has forbidden the new branches they've set up from having me speak to them. It seems these criticisms that I have, ideological as well as constitutional criticisms I have of the party, are an affront to them. But I think that their prohibition on my speaking, their prohibition on my free speech, their reluctance to democratise, their ideological differences with me now leaves me no option but to say I'm not affiliated with Reform, I'm afraid.
So that was in the morning, and then last night Michelle Dewberry asked Nigel Farage about the row, and he didn't pull his punches.
Champagne moment of the day. I mean, it was a good day, but Ben Habib announcing he's not with us really was the absolute icing on the cake. He's attacked me more in public than the Labour Party have. It's gone very bitter, very twisted. It's very sad. The fact that he's walked away, frankly, is a huge relief.
It's fair to say Nigel's comments sparked a fierce backlash from some quarters. People online said, I have to say Nigel Farage screwed up royally tonight on the TV when talking about Ben Habib. Disingenuous, rude and just plain nasty. There was no call for that whatsoever. Another person said, Ben Habib spoke out of principled disagreements. Nigel Farage spoke out of personal spite and didn't address any criticisms. A leader of men must put principles and the interests of his people above pettiness. Disappointing response from Farage. Others, though, did back Nigel. One ex-user said, Ben Habib did nothing but snipe from the sidelines. Comedian Lee Hurst said, Ben Habib has been quite unhappy for some time. If he truly wanted to defeat the Uniparty, he would have rolled up his sleeves and got on with the job. Instead, he's become a go-to guy for the media to snipe at reform. Originally, I thought well of Ben Habib, but I'm disappointed that his apparent self-centred view has clouded his judgment. As to the main objective, a talent wasted. All this comes, of course, when a new poll yesterday from Find Out Now put Reform at a stonking 22%, a record high, just 3 points behind Labour and 5 behind the Tories. And tonight, The Telegraph's Camilla Tominey penned a buoyant new column titled Farage is outgunning the Tories. They're running out of time to get their act together. Reform is gaining momentum and could soon initiate the biggest political revolution since Brexit. So, is she right? And does the fallout from the Habib row threaten to derail Reform's progress? Let's get the thoughts now of my panel. Political consultant Suzanne Evans, podcast host and broadcaster Will Kingston, and the journalist and communications consultant JJ Anisobi. Welcome back, panel. Suzanne Evans, you've had your fair share of experiences with Nigel Farage. What do you make of this Habib row?
I don't think it's going to make any difference to the success or otherwise of Reform whatsoever, I'm afraid. It's going to be seen ultimately as a little local row that will blow over. I agreed with quite a lot of what Ben Habib said. I think Nigel could have been a little bit more magnanimous, to be honest. I think he was slightly rude.
He did make me laugh, though.
Well, obviously,
I know some people said it
was
nasty or this and that, but it was maybe on a superficial level, it did make me chuckle a little bit.
Well, Nigel's a great showman.
Yeah.
He likes to get a good line out there, and sure enough, it's been picked up and it's been run with. So, yeah, but ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, I'm afraid this is going to come to nothing.
So can I just ask who you back in this row, Suzanne? Nigel or Ben? Because there's this accusation Ben's been sniping from the sidelines. And
I know what my mum would say. She'd say it's 6 to 1 and half a dozen of the other, which is what she always used to say when my sister and I had a row. So I think when Ben was dropped as deputy leader, I do see the logic for that, because you suddenly had 5 members of Parliament for Reform, and I think it was absolutely the right decision that one of those should have become deputy leader. So I think that was the right decision that Farage made there.
Yeah.
I think perhaps the way it was done could have been done better, so that perhaps Ben wouldn't have felt quite so isolated.
Nigel said that he had to ditch him as deputy leader because he hadn't been elected to Parliament, and Richard Tice is an MP. He's in Parliament. I mean, that's fair, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's fair, but I think in terms of this little row today, I think Habib has actually won it, and won it relatively convincingly, and he's done it with quite an interesting strategy, which is, I am actually more true to Reform values than Farage is. So he said on Brexit, I'm actually more hardline. We haven't got Brexit right yet. Farage thinks we can just move on. On immigration, Farage is against deportation. I'm for it. Farage doesn't believe that demographic change is a problem in the UK. I do. He's actually going to the right of Farage here, and that actually is a really dangerous place for Farage to be in, because that's the space that he should be owning. So I thought it was actually quite clever the way that Habib positioned it.
I mean, should he be owning that space? I mean, Nigel was just centre-right, surely. He's not some...
otherwise they can go to the Conservatives.
I mean, that's why he doesn't want to get involved with the likes of...
Tommy Robinson.
Well, whoever, yeah. I mean...
Well, exactly. This is the thing. Ben Habib is a very talented man, a very talented politician. He is a loss to the Reform Party, but Nigel Farage is Reform Party. If Nigel Farage steps down tomorrow, Reform will lose most of their support. No one is voting for Reform, really, because Ben Habib was there or Richard Tice is there. It's about Nigel.
I agree with that entirely, but at the same time, and this is just anecdotal, but going through social media and just hearing the vibe after this, I think a lot of people are a bit disappointed with Farage at the moment.
This is the problem with Reform. It is about Nigel. It was the same problem with UKIP. It was about Nigel. Ditto the Brexit Party. And I think really until Nigel leads a political party that isn't all about Nigel, it's never going to get the pickup I think it should have.
But I mean, Nigel is a megastar, not just here, in the US as well.
Absolutely.
But there are some decent names in Reform. Richard Tice is very competent. He's a businessman. You know, you've got Lee Anderson, who, of course, has tread the boards as a Tory MP. I don't think it is just all about Nigel, but we have you have to accept Nigel is a...
When Nigel came back to the Reform Party and said he's going to be the leader, their support surged. That's not from Tice. I know Tice is a good friend of mine. I think Tice would actually be a better Prime Minister than Farage would be, but Farage has got the personality and the charisma. No one else has that. Keir Starmer hasn't got that. If Farage had the kind of money available to him that the Labour Party have, Reform would be doing even better.
Of course, the interesting thing that Ben Habib, I think, has really hit the nail on the head on is the whole party setup makes it about Nigel Farage. You know, he's the major shareholder. It's not a political party that has members. It is a limited company. And so members don't really have any say in who the leader is or whatever. Now, Farage has talked about democratising the party. I think Ben Habib was quite right to point out that that's not being done. Yeah, Nigel is the big star. It is about Nigel. Yes, there are other great people in reform, but...
You could say that the same about Trump in America, though. I'm not saying Nigel is a Trump.
Well, I think
Trump is MAGA in America.
I don't think you can, because the Democratic Party, the Republican Party has got that big history behind it. So the Republican Party is not all about Trump.
And also, I think there's something in the American psyche which gravitates towards that cult of personality thing. I don't think that's there to the same extent amongst the British people.
Can I ask you about Camilla Tominey's column tonight in the Telegraph? She said reform's gaining momentum and could soon initiate the biggest political revolution since Brexit.
Well,
I mean, that's pretty hard-hitting.
I hope that's true. I was really disappointed. I thought Kemi Badenoch was a great leader for the Conservative Party who could really challenge both Labour and potentially reform. But I was very disappointed when last week she would not commit to rowing back the tax hikes that Rachel Reeves brought in the budget. I think that was a bad move. And I think if she keeps making mistakes like that, because I think that was a mistake, I think reform is going to do even better.
I don't think reform are going to ever be in power unless we change our political system here from how it currently is, first past the post and all that. It ain't going to happen.
This is the thing. Everyone knows where this is going. You can't have two parties on the right in this system of government. So there's going to have to be some sort of accommodation that is reached. The question is which party will have the balance of power to have the better spot at the negotiating table. But a negotiation is going to have to happen.
Well, you'd have to say it would be the Tories doing a deal, willing to stand down in certain seats to make way for reform.
Nigel Farage, sorry to interrupt you, Ben, but Nigel Farage, what he's done well more recently is he comes across more like a political leader. He's not just about... You look at Ed Davey, Mr Gimmicks, stepping into Christmas. You know, Nigel is actually being taken seriously. Keir Starmer crossing the floor publicly and going to speak to Nigel Farage, that's a huge deal.
Talking of Ed Davey, I know we mock him and, he's a bit cringe, but he did win 70 seats at the general election. He's done his job.
Oh, good for him. He won 70 seats. No one knows who he is. Where is he? He's off making...
He was my
TikTok
MP.
videos.
I can tell you exactly where he is. He's in Surbiton. That's where I used
The
to
fact
live.
that he won 70 and Reform won 5, that this is a broken political system.
Yeah. OK, interesting. All right, any particular seats you think Reform should be targeting? I mean, it's a long time away.
I think the Red Wall seats.
Yeah.
Absolutely, the Red Wall seats. Absolutely. Go after Labour. It was the same with UKIP, same with Brexit. It's people say, oh, they're old Tories. That is so not true. That is such a misunderstanding.
That was one of Ben Habib's criticisms. He said that he didn't agree with Reform's direction of hiring all the old Tory rejects.
I agree.
The old Tory... I was about to call them duffers, but they're not all duffers. And Dame Andrea Jenkins certainly isn't a duffer. What did you make of Andrea's defection?
I think in the grand scheme it means nothing. Reform don't have any power in Parliament, I'm afraid. It means nothing. Unless we can change the political system in this country so people vote and the party that gets the most votes actually gets more seats, nothing's going to change. In 5 years' time, we'll be talking about whether it's going to be Labour or whether it's going to be some kind of coalition government that takes over. It will not be Reform.
I think Farage, actually, as well, he hinted that he'd be open to lowering the voting age now to 16.
Well, again, it's interesting. Again, I'm actually opposed to that, be clear. But it is interesting. This idea that only old people vote for Farage and UKIP and Reform is, again, also absolute rubbish. It simply isn't true.
Yeah. Nigel said yesterday, did you see that clip where he walked out the Sky News interview? He said they were trying to get him to talk about James McMurdoch and his previous convictions, and Nigel said, I don't need to be here and do this. I've got 1 million followers on TikTok. I've got this, this and this. And then he said, I'm going for lunch. See you later. And the TikTok point was important because, of course, so many youngsters on TikTok and social media. And Nigel and Reform's online presence is massive. And they are getting a lot of youngsters. You not think, Will?
A bit, but he's getting half his own supply. The left wing, 16-year-olds are going to go for the left wing party 80 to 20.
I'm not so sure. I think things are changing.
Oh, not that much. Not that much.
It
would still be a net loss if you were to lower the voting age for Conservative or Reform. If you're going to give 16-year-olds.
I think you're right.
And that's been the case for 2,000 years. Young people vote left.
But I think that is still broadly true. But I don't think it's as true as it used to be.
OK.
It's just my feeling.
Good stuff. Thank you, panel. Let's move on to the Great British Giveaway, and your chance to win a whopping £50,000 in tax-free cash is the biggest cash prize we've ever given away, and it could be yours. Here's all the details you need to win.
It's our festive treat to you. Your chance to win an incredible £50,000 in tax-free cash. Our biggest ever Great British giveaway. What would you spend £50,000 on in the coming year? Spectacular holidays, a brand new car, home improvements, or maybe you'd just like to save it for a special occasion. For your chance to win £50,000 cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
All right, very good luck to you. Coming up, an Oxford Union debate on whether Israel is an apartheid state descended into absolute chaos last night, and we've got the videos as well to show you as speakers were shut down and even kicked out. I'll be speaking to broadcaster and columnist Jonathan Sakadotti, who was there last night giving a talk. You don't want to miss it. Patrick Christie's tonight with me, Ben Leo, only on GB News.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Joined by international life coach Cheryl Findlay, who has joined forces with a Liverpool business owner, Kate Hill, of sustainable sportswear brand Lola Star, to empower women and inspire women across the nation. And to celebrate this partnership with the new Lola Star collection, the two will be hosting an exclusive event next Saturday.
The sportswear brand was launched after, well, your story. You lost how much weight?
So 16 stone, which is over £220, which
wow.
I know is quite significant. But during that kind of decade-long journey, I learned a lot about myself, and I learned a lot about what it takes to be successful, to be happy, to be well, and to just live an incredible life every day.
Are you giving them goals to work towards or helping them structure their life?
Yeah, so I don't give out goals, absolutely not. It's all about whatever an individual wants. So what we do to begin with is we understand, like, where are you now? Where are you thriving? Where do you feel really happy and excited in your life? And what's lacking? Like, where would you like to feel better? Where would you like to improve? And then we take it from there.
So I'd love to take that on board. I'd love to be my true self and fulfil my potential. So have you got any practical tips on how to do that?
Yeah, so we start with clarity, right? Like, you need to know, it's such a busy, fast-paced world we live in. There's so much sensory overload. You know, it'd be so easy to be distracted. So we need to kind of quiet all that noise down and start with, where do I want to focus? Pick 2 or 3 things. Where do I want to focus? And then we define the goal. What would I like that area of my life to look, not just look like, but feel like? And then we take it from there. So that's where you would start. I actually had a cancer diagnosis in 2019.
Aye.
And I just decided if I was going to be lucky enough to be on the other side of it, I wasn't going to play small anymore.
GB News, the people's...
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Welcome back. Now, crazy story this. An Oxford Union debate on whether Israel is an apartheid state responsible for genocide descended into absolute chaos last night as speakers were shut down and even thrown out. Watch this. Unbelievably, the House voted in favour of the motion by 278 votes to 59. That's about 75% or something. One of the speakers at the debate joins me now, the broadcaster and columnist Jonathan Sacerdoti. Jonathan, thank you for joining me this evening. Your tweet, I picked it up today. You were saying that it was just an absolute shambles. Your own speech, your own talk was getting heckled and interrupted. Just talk me through the absolute chaos of last night, if you would.
I was a student at Oxford University over 20 years ago, and the Union was something quite different then. It's seen by many as the last bastion of free speech in this nation, and of course it has made many prime ministers and leading politicians and people leading in other areas of public life as well. So it was quite a shock to go back there and see that there'd been this sort of infiltration and takeover of a kind of mafia-like people who decided to try to organise an extremely biased, unwelcoming and frankly disturbing debate experience. We went there in good faith to debate this motion. Obviously it was going to be controversial, especially in a university, but they had absolutely packed the chamber with people entirely on one side. During the process of organising the debate, they'd played hard and fast with trying to cancel invitations to speakers on our side who they'd agreed to invite because I think they were afraid of their powerful message and voice. I'm talking in particular about my two colleagues who are Arabs and had an experience, each one of them, that disproved the allegations of genocide and apartheid. And then, of course, when we did arrive, the president turned out not to be chairing the debate, but actually to be taking part in it against us, despite having invited us. And he then decided to use his speech to try to be rude to us. All of this while the crowd in the room were baying, sneering, laughing, cursing in Arabic at us. The whole experience was quite shocking, and I don't think it's one that really furthers the cause of free speech or debate or education at university.
Am I right in saying the son of one of the Hamas founders was there as well, who was, what's his name? Just remind me.
Mossab Hassan Youssef, who is an extraordinary voice in the world at the moment, because there are very few people, in fact I don't think there are any other people, who could speak with direct experience from having been within the closest circles of Hamas, having been the son of a founder of Hamas and a senior Hamas figure, and then having changed to helping the Israelis to avoid many deaths through suicide bombings being carried out by Hamas. He informed on them for 10 years. Of course, he wrote a fantastic book about it, and there was a film about it as well. And over the last year plus since the war, he's been doing countless media appearances and appearances on campus, trying to explain the situation to students, to people who don't understand it well. His voice is absolutely unique. We lined him up to replace a speaker who pulled out at the last minute. The editor of the Jewish Chronicle, I think, didn't like the sound of the other speakers on the other side. So Mossab very heroically actually stepped in to replace him. And I think that the fact that the union president didn't want him there was evident after he told us he had invited him. We had cleared his schedule with him that he could come, and then it turned out he hadn't even bothered to send the invitation. So all along it was very clear that they didn't want this debate to go well. He was
booed, wasn't he? Sorry to interrupt. He was booed, wasn't he?
Extremely disrespectfully treated. He was booed. Yosef Haddad as well, who was on our team, he's an Israeli Arab who served in the IDF, spoke to the lies of the apartheid slur, also was booed and jeered. He was kicked out of the chamber by the president after some members of the audience stamped on an image that he'd brought with him of the Arab hostages being held by Hamas. Yet he was thrown out.
Hang on a second, sorry. People were stamping on pictures of the Israeli hostages in Gaza?
The Arab hostages in Gaza, the Arabs who had been held by Hamas in Gaza, taken from Israel, and they stamped on that image. The level of disrespect was just something else. You really couldn't believe it. And it really was a very sinister experience for all of us there. You know, we were very proud to be there to put our case and also to help students to try to understand things better, to try to be better informed, to try to see through their own echo chambers of lies or misunderstandings. And as I said in my speech, this was really an appeal to prejudice. It wasn't an appeal to reason, this motion. The apartheid and genocide slurs in particular are two of the most dreadful things that Israel could be accused of. We were there to illustrate how, under the rules of law, and also generally just thinking about how these things have operated over the last year, Israel has gone to extraordinary lengths to make sure that as many civilians as possible are kept safe during its military action in Gaza, despite the fact that Hamas actually makes sure as many of them are sacrificed. Hamas is engaged in the activity of child sacrifice, sacrificing its own civilians in order to try to escalate those numbers so that Israel will be condemned for those deaths. And Israel is doing better than almost any other Western nation, or better than all Western nations, in terms of avoiding civilian deaths compared to the number of combatants who have been killed in its activities. So these slurs were absolutely unjustified, but the union had no intention at all for us to get a fair hearing, and had packed the room so that, of course, we would be jeered at, treated badly, and then, of course, lose the debate as well. But we didn't lose in terms of the actual argument.
No, I mean, so 75% voted in favour of the motion, calling Israel an apartheid state responsible for genocide. I mean, does that make, by definition, the Oxford Union supporters of terrorism?
Well, you know, it's very interesting because Mossab actually asked them at one point. He is famous because he informed on Hamas to avoid civilian deaths through suicide bombings to Israel. He told them information. After he explained that to the audience, he then asked them how many people in the room, if they had had information ahead of time about October 7th, would have given that information to the authorities to avoid the deaths and the carnage and the massacres. A handful of people put up their hands. So that really did show, through a show of hands, that actually the vast majority of people in that room were supportive of terrorism, supportive of Hamas, and supportive of its actions on October the 7th. Outrageous.
Unbelievable. Jonathan, sorry you and your friends and colleagues went through that. I saw the videos earlier and I was just dumbfounded. You know, Great Britain 2024. Jonathan Sakadotti, thank you for your time this evening. Wow, OK. Coming up, I'll be bringing you the first of tomorrow's newspaper front pages, hot off the press with my panel, and we'll be looking, I love this, we'll be looking at Apple's refreshing new festive ad that goes in the opposite direction of Jaguar. There won't be a dry eye in the house. This is Patrick Christie's Tonight with me, Ben Leo, only on GB News.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well, so some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier, so with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. And same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland here. I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I said, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still, it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Weekdays on GB News. Wake up to breakfast every day from 6 a.m. Followed by Britain's newsroom at 9:30. At noon, it's Good Afternoon Britain. Followed by Martin Daubney from 3 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Hello, welcome back. The first of tomorrow's newspaper front pages have just dropped. Let's start with the Daily Mail. Actually, all the papers are dominated by that one story on assisted dying. MPs vote for a leap into the unknown as assisted dying bill passes first stage by narrow 55 majority. The Independent. Assisted dying, MPs take historic step into the unknown. The Times, MPs back assisted dying. The Daily Express, now future generations will be spared ordeals we suffer. Says Dame Esther Ranson, of course, who was spearheading the movement. The I newspaper, assisted dying set to become legal within 3 years after the historic vote. And the Daily Telegraph leads with a slightly different one. Breaking this evening, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian leader, has said that he will give up territory for peace. Only, though, panel, Suzanne, Will, JJ, only in exchange for NATO membership, which, as far as I remember Vladimir Putin saying, was an absolute red line, Suzanne.
Yeah, absolutely. Putin certainly wouldn't stand for that. But I'm interested to know what the Ukrainian people might think about this. You know, the deaths they've had, their young men slaughtered, and then suddenly having been absolutely adamant that this war has got to be won, Zelensky is talking about giving up territory. I think this is quite remarkable.
I said at the very beginning of this war, this conflict, that it was only going to end with Putin being able to take some of that land, and that it was pointless, and that the Ukrainian men are going to go to their deaths, and eventually Zelensky will have to give up some land. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, JJ's exactly right. Unfortunately, you cannot beat a nuclear-armed power that cannot afford to lose. That's always been the reality of this war. Now, the interesting thing is here, this has come after Trump has obviously now been re-elected as president. You have to wonder what conversations have been going on in the background to make Zelensky say that.
Well, that was exactly my thought.
I heard today from a source that Trump had given Zelensky an ultimatum. He said, if you don't come to the negotiating table, from January, there will be no more money and no more weapons. So you have to come to the table at least to start dialogue. And I heard that before this story came out this evening, so I think it was probably true. Trump saying that if they do agree a peace deal, the US promises even more money and weapons to deter future Russian aggression. Zelensky gave an interview tonight. He said that the NATO umbrella would needed to be instilled in Ukraine in order for peace. But yeah, Vladimir Putin, he said many, many times that is an absolute red line.
Never going to happen.
It is interesting, though, isn't it? You know, Trump always swore, he said from day one, I'll stop this war. Maybe he was right.
I think I know people think I'm a lefty that I'd be against Trump, but when it comes to things like this, he's exactly the person we need in power. He will stop this war. Next stop will be the Middle East.
Strong men respect strong men. They do not respect weak leaders.
But Suzanne, he says nasty things on Twitter, so we can't...
You know what? I always said Trump would be a great president if only he'd never gone on Twitter. Then he wouldn't have had half the trouble he'd had last time.
No, but I guess that's why people love him. They love I mean, especially in 16, they love the brashness. We'd never seen anybody like Trump before. He was a new breed of politician, and I think he is his own, you know, he's a star in his own territory.
I'll never forget when he said to North Korea, you know, my red button's bigger than his. And I was thinking, what the heck is this idiot doing? But it worked.
Yeah, he gets the job done. OK, I want to share with you this new advert from technology powerhouse Apple. They surprised everyone, even me last night, as they released a very traditional and emotional festive advert featuring a father with hearing loss on Christmas Day. Try and watch this without crying.
Listen.
Light the fire. You place the flowers
version of us that you bought today.
I'm so excited. Here you go, Haley.
Happy birthday. Look at the picture of me and you, Daddy. Look at the moon. House. Daddy, tickle me. I am a robot. What is that? See ya. Everything is easy 'cause of I love you, Papa. You.
Oh,
Ben's
gone. We've lost Ben. Oh.
It's just it's the parental thing which gets me.
We've lost Ben. It is somewhat surreal seeing a photogenic white nuclear family.
Do you know what?
on TV. I feel like I've been transported. Transported back to the 1990s.
So rare.
But not just the advert being great and the song being emotive. The fact that these earpods can act as a hearing aid for people.
I know.
That's fantastic.
It's brilliant. If only they were a bit cheaper.
I know.
Yeah.
Sorry to give Apple a 2-minute free plug tonight, but the advert was so good. As you said, Will, it's a great change to see. You know, just a nuclear family there, just normal people, no box ticking.
It's like normal people.
Stuff.
Normal people.
Well, no, like DEI box ticking, having just.
They're still normal people, though, Ben.
Come on, you know what it's like.
You know what I mean? Just totally overrepresented.
Every advert these days has got to have a mixed race couple. It's got to have, possibly even at least 6 different people from 6 different cultures in it.
But this is
bizarre.
But the great thing is now we've got actually an interesting experiment between Jaguar and Apple because they've gone in 2 different directions with their marketing. Let's see, let's see sales. Let's see which one wins.
Yeah, and also it's so pro-family as well. I mean, the birth rate. Sorry, we're going to get quite deep into this, but the birth rate, of course, is falling worldwide. I think there's a bit of an agenda for people not to have kids and families. And
this ad really affected you, didn't it, Ben?
I was on the train. I saw it on the train home last night, and I was just sitting there. People probably would have thought I was drunk or something, sobbing into my cider. But it really moved me, and it was just, it was just seeing the dads and the kids.
Well, that's it. You think about your own children.
Yeah, exactly. You think of your own children. That's why it was so emotional for me. Also reminds you how quickly children grow up.
Yeah.
Just time flies. It's crazy. Anyway, we've already discussed on the show today about Sir Keir Starmer walking across the Commons to speak to Nigel Farage. We haven't shown you the full clip, so let's take a look at the clip and then we'll discuss it. I think this looks pretty normal. I don't see what the big deal is, but lots of people today are saying, what the hell is going on here?
I'm confused. The people at home who are calling out this and saying it's terrible. I saw someone on X saying they're playing us, they're all mates behind closed doors. Are you stupid? You think there's cross-party political groups across Parliament. They all work in the same place. You go to the canteen area, go into the restaurant, go into the bars, they're all standing there talking because they all actually get along. And this is where the world should be. The 3 of us disagree. We're from different political strains, but we can all have a chat and have a pint.
I don't want to see any of you again after tonight.
Oh, well, you wanted to see last night on the show.
See ya. See you later. Yeah, Suzanne, it's people online saying they're all, it's one big club and you're not in it and that kind of thing.
Well, do you know there's something in that? It is a bit of a club. I remember when I first got into politics and started doing a lot of media when I was in UKIP, I felt very much like an outsider. And then eventually I kind of felt I was part of the club, and it is kind of a club.
Clicky.
But it's quite funny, sort of looking at that, you think, oh, Nigel's now part of the establishment. He's right in there. I'd love to know what they were talking about.
Well, who knows? Maybe the Jaguar silence. I mean,
it?
I think it's good to see because, of course, it's in Britain's interest for Nigel to be in some capacity, maybe not as an official ambassador, but as a link to the US. We know who's already organised meetings with Lammy and David Lammy and Trump's team. So
I know. If I'd have been Nigel in that situation and Keir Starmer came schmoozing up to me at the other side of the house, I'd be saying, right, how about about putting Reform MPs on some committees then? Because you blocked us from going on committees. If you think we're now part of the club, stick us on some select committees, please.
To your point, Ben, it is great how in a Trump world, Farage is the de facto Foreign Affairs Minister in the UK.
I think, well, some argue that the Labour are missing a trick by not utilising Farage with the Chagos sidings, for example. Make use of him. You don't have to like him, but just be...
Look at this footage, would you? The weird thing is not that they're talking, it's that is actually the most normal I've ever seen Starmer look.
Yeah,
he doesn't look like a robot for once.
No.
Hey, let's face it, Nigel Farage is far more interesting than the people he shares the front bench with.
And I think it was David Davis who was in the trio before he walked off. Let's have one more quick look before we go to the break. Notice how he grabs Nigel's arm as well, quite affectionately, dare I say.
He actually looks half human.
Smile there.
Yeah.
David Davis is there.
It's bizarre.
I don't think we should read too much into it. It's just...
it's the robot that has life.
Just colleagues having a chat.
Yeah.
Mine's a gin and tonic. Yeah, I'll have it.
See you in, what's the bar called? Strangers.
Strangers
See you in
bar.
Strangers afterwards.
Yeah.
Anyway, coming up, we'll have more of tomorrow's newspaper front pages, and we'll be revealing the panel's Greatest Britain and Union Jackass. Back in just a tick.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Fabio, thank you for coming in. It's great to see you.
Nice to meet you.
So you were born near Rome?
Yeah, in a very small town. It's called Serrone, about an hour south of Rome. Yeah, on the hillside.
Was it a place of excellent cuisine?
It is indeed a place of excellent cuisine and red wines. In fact, it's the only DOCG red wine of the region. Yeah.
Most of your career, I mean, this may seem self-evident, you've cooked Italian. I'm thinking that's quite a challenge to cook Italian in Malaysia, to cook Italian in Bermuda or Turkey. Was that a challenge?
It was, yeah, but I like challenges, so that's one of the reasons why I started to travel, because of my job. For example, in Malaysia, I've been sent there to twist a grill restaurant into an Italian restaurant inside a five-star hotel. And I was doing the chef training for the local chefs. And then I build the menus, I train the chefs, and then I eventually go back.
In Italian food, is there lots of innovation?
I would say in the past 10 years, yes. It used to be a very traditional cuisine, but in the past 10, 15 years, Italian chefs, they are a bit more open-minded, I would say.
Give us some examples of your innovation.
Well, hide and seek is very well around the innovation. In that bar is a bar and kitchen where we have a sherry plate concept, where we try to take our guests in a culinary journey, starting from a classic dish and then reinventing to a modern twist. Usually I like to twist the style of cuisine between different countries, different continents.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Welcome back. More newspaper front pages have just dropped. We'll start with the Sun newspaper. Not sure how I feel about this headline. Star accused of 3 sex assaults. BBC was warned 12 years ago. Greg, quote-unquote, the groper. Yeah, they've put those in quotes for a reason. A bit risky, if you ask me. The Daily Star, the gross grocer.
No quotes.
Ulrika Johnson blasts MasterChef Greg over sick rape joke. Of course, he denies all these allegations. And the Daily Mirror, MPs back assisted dying. And Ulrika Johnson again at the top left talking about Greg Wallace. Should we talk about him very delicately, quickly, panel? What's your thoughts?
I'd like to. So, once again, we have trial by media.
Yeah.
Now, this man's not yet been found guilty of anything, and I really worry that once again we're seeing the whole principle of innocent until proven guilty being kicked out, and I think that's really quite terrifying. So things will come out, and what will be, and what will happen. But I think this trial by media is so wrong. And the charity that's dropped him, I understand where they're coming from. They feel they have a reputation to
What's the charity?
It's I can't remember, but he has been dropped by a charity. I'm sorry, I'd completely forget the name of it now.
That's all right.
But, you know, I think I'd have more respect for a charity that said, look, he's been a great ambassador for us. We understand there are allegations here, but nothing's been proven yet. So until it is, we're sticking by him. That would be my line.
The one thing I would say, and I agree with the point around trial by media, if one person comes out with an accusation, then that's one thing. When 13 people come out with accusations, there has to be a bit of fire where there's smoke.
Well, you don't know that.
I don't know that, and for the record, I don't know that. But 13 people is a lot of people to make accusations.
Can people make false allegations all the time?
I agree with all that.
The charity is ambitious about autism.
Autism, that's right.
They've announced that Greg Wallace is no longer working with the 60-year-old in light of recent allegations. They said, we have let him know our decision and thanked him for his support of our work over the last 2 years. I just think, JJ... yeah, it's trial by media, and also even if he's cleared of these allegations, he's still, in the court of public opinion, been absolutely rinsed. There's no way he's ever going to go back to MasterChef, even if he's innocent.
Yeah, but what would you suggest, that the press don't report on accusations made by other celebrities about other celebrities? Of course they're going to do it. That has to happen. This isn't... We're not talking about a couple of random people down the pub. We're talking about prominent celebrities, female celebrities who have come out and made similar accusations about one male celebrity. And we can say, well, it's trial by media. It's not trial by media. People can go on social media and say what they want about it. This is the press reporting on... No, the media are not putting him on trial. The media are reporting what other female celebrities are saying about him.
They are, but the fact is he's had to stand down and he's lost his connection with this charity. I think that's a very dangerous precedent. I think you should... not be forced out of your job.
I'd agree with that.
Or forced out of your charitable role until you've been found guilty of something. Then, by all means, chuck the book at you.
And I don't think this is going to end up in a court case. I don't think he's going to end up going to court about this. I don't think that's going to happen at all. But I would say people who work in television and work in media will not read these front pages and think, oh, that's a surprise. We've never heard these accusations before about him.
But that's only people working in the media, you say?
Yeah.
What about the general public who aren't involved in our media bubble or politics? You've got some white van man who picks this up, the paper, and sees Greg the Groper. He's not been found guilty of anything. He denies all charges.
No investigation.
He's been called a groper on the front page of the Sun.
The Sun newspaper would not put this headline on the front if they were not quite convinced with the story.
Yeah, that's probably the case, but my point stands, innocent until proven guilty. And I feel increasingly in our society that very, very important principle is being eroded.
But I don't think
deeply concerning.
But I don't think he's going to end up going to court about this. I don't think anyone's going to press charges.
But there is going to be an investigation.
There will be an investigation by the BBC.
Consequences of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okie doke. I want to show you another clip I saw yesterday. I'm full of them today. Yesterday was Thanksgiving in the US, of course, and Donald Trump posted a meme on his X account featuring a scene from the film National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, but with a political twist. Watch this.
If this turkey tastes half as good as it looks, I think we're all in for a very big treat.
Save the neck for me, Clark.
Okay, Adam.
There's the Trump dance. You could say Mr. Trump absolutely roasted the Democrats this Sunday season.
Oh, very good.
Very good. Isn't AI just so mad now? Just all this kind of, all these video graphics and things. Yeah, sorry, just thought I'd share that with you. It tickled me in a very juvenile way. Should we get on to Greatest Britain and Union Jack? Suzanne, your Greatest Britain, please.
So my Greatest Britain is actually a group rather than individual. It's the Samaritans. I think we've had a very difficult day for a lot of people in Parliament, and the Samaritans are out there working hard 24/7, day in, day out, to support people who are lonely, depressed, disabled, ill, whatever it might be, and they do a magnificent job.
Great. Will?
Edwin Rayner, retired tropical fisherman who's found a second career as a TikTok sensation. 450,000 people now listen to his wonderful singing voice.
Should we play the clip really quickly?
On TikTok.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go.
He's picked up a contract with Disney. Good for Edwin.
What a guy, 93. JJ, your Greatest Britain.
Mine is Apple for that advert.
Yeah.
Nice and simple.
We know who's going to win now, don't we?
I'm going to go with Samaritans. It's been a day talking about dying and suicide and so on. You know, especially coming up to Christmas, it's a particularly difficult time of year for a lot of people. So, yeah, if you need help, please seek help from the Samaritans and other organisations. Samaritans win your Union Jackass.
Louise Haigh, for thinking she could be an MP when she just got a criminal conviction. I think it's absolutely appalling.
Hypocrite. Will?
Tahir Ali for suggesting that we should have blasphemy laws in this country. It's reprehensible.
JJ?
Pep Guardiola, because Man City are just falling apart. They had a 3-0 lead and they end up drawing.
Are you a City fan?
No, I'm a Spurs fan.
Are you a Spurs fan?
Yeah.
Oh, no, off you go. Get out. Get out. Who's my Union Jackass today? So who's Man City?
Tahir Ali.
Tahir Ali.
Louise Haigh.
Louise Haigh. Tahir Ali is my Union Jackass because...
It's a good choice.
I don't know who you think you are trying to promote blasphemy laws in this country. No religion is immune from criticism, ridicule, or whatever else in this country. And I think it's an all-out dangerous slope, and it's an attack on free speech. So, yeah, there we go. This is my last show. Patrick is back on Monday. You'll be pleased to know. I've been here for 2.5 weeks. It's been a bit of a slog, but I've loved it. Thank you for your company, and I've read all your emails and your comments on your say this evening saying thank you and well done. I really do appreciate it. I've read them all, so thank you very much. Coming up next is Headliners, presented by Cressida Weston. Cressida, what's in store tonight?
Hello, Ben. I think you've done a fantastic job these past 2 weeks, if I may say so. Coming up on Headlines tonight, we've got Nick Dixon and my favourite scamp, Lewis Schaefer, everybody's favourite scamp. We're going to be talking about the BBC licence fee going up again. Boo. You should watch GB News instead. We're also going to be talking about English and Welsh racism against each other, which is a new one on me. So join us at 11 o'clock for all tomorrow's news tonight.
Lovely, can't wait. Yeah, that English-Wales story absolutely got me going. You know, is calling a Welsh person a sheep lover racist?
I've heard worse than that.
I don't think so. OK, that's it for tonight. Thank you again. Patrick's back on Monday. I'm on Breakfast next week, covering for Eamon Monday to Wednesday, if you can be bothered to get up that early. And, it's your weather coming up next. It's going to be a cold weekend, wrap up warm. What's your plans this weekend?
Wrapping up warm.
Wrapping up warm,
yes,
indeed.
definitely.
Right. I'll leave you to it. Enjoy your weekend. Here's Headliners, and see you next week. Bye-bye.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us, and it's going to be much milder than it has been for the past few days. Not a lot of sunshine around. Most places, certainly tomorrow, will be dry. Low pressure sitting to the west, high pressure sitting to the east. That means our winds are coming up from the south. There is this weather front draped across the country at the moment, fizzling out as it crosses eastern England, so just a few spots of rain here, but it's made for a very wet day across parts of Scotland. That rain heading its way up across the Northern Isles. Further showers following on here, but most other places having a dry night. A lot of cloud around. That will keep those temperatures up. Still pretty chilly out there this evening across the east, but by morning, 6-7 degrees Celsius, and in the west, well, we start the weekend in double digits, and for most of us, a very mild Saturday. For most of us, though, it's also going to be a fairly cloudy Saturday. A lot of that cloud sitting over the hills as well. So some poor visibility on some of the higher routes. The hills, though, acting as a bit of a barrier. So with some shelter, parts of northwest England and northeast Wales may well see some good breaks in the cloud. And same goes for northeastern parts of Scotland here. I suspect we should see some good spells of sunshine as we go through the day. But for most, it will be predominantly cloudy. That cloud, as I say, tending to sit around, particularly over the hills. But it may break up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland. The odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas. Getting very windy on Saturday night across the northwest of Scotland. Still gusty here on Sunday. A bit more rain on Sunday. This line will work its way from west to east, and then another band of showery rain will come in from the west as well. So, yeah, it will be a bit wetter on Sunday, but still it won't rain all day. There'll be some brighter spells coming through. And yes, the wind's still coming up from the south, so Sunday also looking very mild.
we can expect clear skies, leading to a light and warm day ahead. Lovely. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Imagine getting a call to tell you that you've won £50,000 in tax-free cash, our biggest cash prize of the year.
Oh my God.
That's a big surprise.
Oh my God. This is amazing.
I'm in shock. That is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
For your chance to win £50,000 cash, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
The latest Channel 4 Dispatches documentary has revealed details about the royal family's finances, including reports that private royal estates have received millions of pounds of income from public bodies and charities.
Yeah, it's been claimed that the Duchies of Lancaster and Cornwall portfolios have generated almost £50 million.
Well, the contracts with public bodies said to include a £37 million agreement with the Ministry of Justice, an £11.4 million deal between Guy's and St Thomas's NHS Trust. This is what appeared on the programme last night.
Charles and William aren't telling you about their secret millions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for paying your rent every now and then.
Their private estates, the Duchies of Lancaster and Cornwall, make Charles and William £50 million a year. But they have repeatedly refused to reveal exactly which properties they own.
Can we have a report on the list of properties?
I don't see why. I'm not really shocked that they're making money. That's the whole point of them, isn't it?
Morning, and morning, Stephen. Absolutely, I'm not shocked either. And also, as a former butler, I was also a duchy rentee. I used to rent one of the properties, and we were always aware of the property portfolio. I don't think it's kind of a bit news thing. Obviously, part of the, if you like, the business side is these two duchies, Cornwall and Lancaster, and the late Queen obviously was the Duke as well of Lancaster, and now you've got the Prince was obviously, or the King, as when he was Prince, had the duchy, and these properties, portfolios as well. I mean, obviously they make money. I mean, but they've been around for, I think they go back to George III, if not before.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, it's 11 o'clock, which means it's time for tomorrow's newspapers tonight. Join us over the next hour to find out one more reason why you should watch GB News more than the BBC, what the students at Cambridge University are really learning, and the shocking truth about what builders think of attractive women. I'm Cressida Wetton, and tonight we have Lewis Schaefer and Nick Dixon taking you through tomorrow's top stories. This is Headliners. But before tomorrow's news, let's go to tonight's headlines with Sophia Wensler.
Good evening. These are your headlines at 11 o'clock. Ukraine will ask NATO for membership next week, according to a letter seen by Reuters news agency. The letter reflects Ukraine's renewed push to secure an invitation to join NATO, which is part of a victory plan outlined last month by President Volodymyr Zelensky to end the war triggered by Russia's 2022 invasion. Meanwhile, in another interview tonight, President Zelensky said that he was willing to cede territory to Russia to end the war. The Ukrainian president said for the first time that his country could give up land temporarily in exchange for a NATO umbrella over the territory Ukraine still holds. And some breaking news. Exit polls suggest Sinn Féin and Fine Gael are neck and neck to be the most popular party following Ireland's election. The exit poll suggests Sinn Féin have picked up 21.1% of the vote, with Fine Gael picking up 21% and Fianna Fáil on 19.5%. The poll has a margin of error of 1.4%. Opponents of assisted dying are vowing to fight on after Ken Ledbetter's bill passed its first Commons hurdle today. The vote, which followed 4.5 hours of debate, saw 330 MPs in favour, with 275 opposed.
The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 275. The ayes have it, and look!
Details show the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was among those who voted in favour of the bill. Legislation would allow terminally ill adults to end their lives with the approval of 2 doctors and a High Court judge. While the bill has sparked division, several stages remain before the bill becomes law, and a number of MPs indicated they could still vote against it if safeguards in the legislation were not strengthened. The Met Police has apologised to victims of the Westminster so-called honey trap scandal after it accidentally sent an email which named all of them. The force also said it was referring itself to data watchdog, the Information Commissioner, over the breach. Police launched a probe after flirtatious messages were sent by someone calling themselves Charlie or Abby to as many as 20 people, including MPs, staffers and political journalists. And Greg Wallace has been dropped as an ambassador of a charity after stepping down from MasterChef amid allegations of inappropriate sexual comments over 17 years. Last night, the TV presenter thanked fans for their support after 13 people, including broadcaster Kirsty Walk, made claims accusing him of using sexualised language on MasterChef in 2011. Ambitious about autism has now announced it is no longer working with the 60-year-old TV host in light of recent allegations. Production company Benije UK says it's launching an external review, with Wallace fully cooperating during the investigation. His lawyers insist the claims are entirely false. Those are the latest GB News headlines. Now it's time for Headliners.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Hello and welcome to Headliners, your first look at Saturday's top stories with 3 comedians. Before we delve into the front pages, let's have a quick taste of what Lewis and Nick will have to work with on Saturday's front pages. The Daily Telegraph has Zelensky, I'll give up territory for peace. The Daily Mirror has MPs back assisted dying. The Daily Mail has MPs vote for a leap into the unknown. The Express, now future generations will be spared ordeals we suffer. And the iWeekend has assisted dying set to become legal within 3 years after historic vote. The Daily Star has The Gross Grocer. I think that's about Greg Wallace. OK. So let's start with the Express, please, Lewis.
OK. Hi there, Cressida. Good to see you.
I like you said, please. You're just hoping he will start with the Express.
You know what she called me? I'm not going to even say what she called me on the thing. I thought, was it like close to scamp or something? My favourite...
Scamp? That's a term of endearment.
I heard something else.
Oh, right. I see what you were mouthing at.
Oh, OK.
I didn't understand that right.
So you meant scamp? Oh, OK.
Yes, you're a cheeky scamp.
No, you know what it is? It's because I'm getting so much hostility from other people. people on the program, so I'm not going.
Don't point at me. They'll say it's me when you look at me.
Well, it has been you in the past. Everybody.
What does the Daily Express have on the front cover, Lewis?
There you go. Now the future generations will be spared ordeals we suffer. What is the ordeal? The ordeal is dying. If you want to, and this is what the issue is. Thanks to our three-year campaign, this is the Daily Express. They should be totally against this assisted dying thing. It's basically murder. When somebody else is helping you die, when someone else is helping you die.
Well, so we've had the first vote today, and we've had 330 MPs in favour, 275 saying no. So it's not. Yes. It's not a runaway win, but it's healthy.
It's healthy. It's a healthy.
Ironically. And of course, Keir Starmer is in favour of it.
Yeah, of course he is, because basically that's the death party. Everything that Keir Starmer supports is death. It's they support COVID vaccines. They support climate change. They support.
I don't remember death being on their manifesto. That's another.
It is. They're like the pro-abortion party.
You're supposed to say vaccines save lives whenever he talks.
Oh yeah, that's. You're supposed
Thank
to
you
say.
very much. Right.
Vaccines save lives, Lewis.
That's what
we all took three or four here.
We did not. Anyway, that's not what this story's about.
I didn't take any,
Nick,
obviously.
I know you're not in favour of this bill.
I'm very against it, and I think this is incredibly foolish and short-sighted from the Express. They're boasting about campaigning for it, which is obscene, and they will probably come to regret, because it's going to be horrible. Look at Canada. I've said it before. An autistic man in his 30s, bullied, he wants to be euthanized. A woman who had fibromyalgia, actually she was just poor, she said she had fibromyalgia, they killed her. Why wouldn't that happen here? Oh, we have safeguards. Do you really, in this totally secular, materialist culture that's totally utilitarian, the people that brought you the COVID response now bring you death, and you trust it? Absurd. Look at Matthew Paris in The Times. Your time is up will never be an order, but yes, the objectors are right. It may one day be the kind of unspoken hint that everyone understands, and that's a good thing. That's what's coming.
Don't we have a friend? My friend Nabi, she comes from Japan, and she says this is what they go up to people and say, you should...
I know Nabi.
Yeah, you know Nabi, she's lovely. And she says, you know, that in Japan, when they're not happy with you, they say maybe now's the time to commit suicide.
Lewis, you are one of the arguments in favour of it, of course. But this Express headline, it's really, it's claiming that it's going to be compassionate, isn't it? That's what the argument is for this. And your arguments are kind of at the other end of the spectrum.
Because to me, and maybe I'm wrong about this.
Well, he knows I'm very against it, so Lewis said he was going to argue in favour.
I know, I can't, though. I think it's really bad. We don't want our government... I don't trust our government to do away with people. Do you?
Which is a really...
No, I don't. It's very difficult. I mean, to argue for it, of course, it's all this compassionate stuff. What's her name? Ledbetter, the MP that brought this bill, Kim Ledbetter. Yeah. She's talking about being really proud of a historic step towards greater choice and protection. Yeah. And you can't argue. I mean, it is another choice, isn't it? And it's protection from a horrible death, but it's... Look, I'm trying to straw man.
It's not protection from the state, but notice when the people say... Remember what people who are against the death penalty, they always said, well, I don't think the state should have the power to kill someone. Well, now you've given them that, so you've taken away that pillar of your argument. But notice in our anarcho-tyranny society, it's the innocent that will die, but we won't be able to kill the guilty because we don't have the death penalty. So I'm the opposite. I want the death penalty, like the majority of Brits, for child murder, terrorist murder and serial murder. That is the majority. YouGov polled that. They want the death penalty. We're not allowed that. We can only have the death for innocent people. That's the society we're in now.
I want the death penalty if I'm in control of it. But if...
That's the worst idea I've
I know
ever heard.
exactly how you feel, Lewis. Can we have a look at the Times, please, Nick?
Times has MPs back-assisted dying, and it's the angle that you were just mentioning there, Kim Ledbetter, Labour MP. She's really proud and really pleased with this, which is... Obviously, many opinions are available. To me, disturbing. But she's proud she's managed to start the process towards making this legal. And it's true, many people are in favour of it, if we're being objective. I question whether they are making an emotional argument and they've thought it through. I understand it's very traumatic when people are dying and you think you want to end their suffering. I do understand that. I'm not a monster. I'm just talking about the flip side of it. And it's interesting, as you say, Starmer backed it, as it says here. Sunak backed it. Corbyn was against it. So I now stand with Jeremy Corbyn. That is, you get the date and time because that's the only time you're going to hear me saying that on this show. And there's another story here about the Notre Dame, however you say it, cathedral being restored, which is great because we need beauty. See, we're in this utilitarian society, but humans need beauty to prosper. And so this is a great thing. And they've got rid of all the soot and they've restored it. And we don't have this kind of thing anymore. We don't build these things because we've lost our sense of aspiration, our sense of beauty, and our connection with God. We need this kind of thing back.
It's very beautiful, isn't it? I went into St Paul's Cathedral for the first time in the last couple of... I went looking for God. I didn't find him, but I did get some interior...
Because it's a big building.
...design techniques. Yeah, it's very moving. Have you been?
No, there was a price tag on it.
Lewis Schaefer, it's donations. Anyway, I think this looks fantastic.
I think it looks a bit, you know, it's tragedy that it caught on fire, and they've redone it in the same way. So you got to give them. It's not better than it was before. Old is always better. I'm 67. Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of old, Alex James. I didn't want to be the fat one in Blur. He wasn't, was he?
No. But he got very into cheese in later life, so maybe that's what he's alluding to.
He has a chiseled jaw even now.
Is he fat now? I don't know if he's fat. I wasn't a big Blur fan. I was more on the other side, the other band. Oasis. Actually, I didn't care.
Yeah, you couldn't remember their names. So the other band. There are two available bands. You like the other one?
I'm way into Oasis now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm way into...
You grew up on banjo music and bluegrass in the woods. Yeah, that's how old you are.
No, we didn't.
No buildings.
They didn't even have that. We basically had a rock. Here's the point. The point is the worst thing you can do as a rock star is to be fat. And that's what he's saying. He didn't want to be the fat.
The worst thing any rock star's ever done.
Yeah, you can't.
Gary Glitters.
Yeah.
Overweight.
Overweight. People still listen to the music. At least he's not
Too
fat.
many carbs.
And because fat is horrible. I'm somebody who's I lost 22 or 3 kilograms, like 50 pounds. Yeah, don't smile at me.
I think that's fantastic.
I look
well
amazing.
done.
I take that back about Gary Glitter. I'm not sure he was overweight. Elvis, towards the end, was a touch overweight.
Yes, and no one liked him at that time. I grew up
People loved him. He was the king of rock and roll.
He was fat. He was the most beautiful man in the entire world.
That changed really quickly.
What?
You changed your mind.
I think it was a flashback.
No, he was beautiful, and then he became fat. And then he became fat.
OK. Anything else? Shall we move on to the eye weekend, Lewis?
Yes, this is more about assisted dying, but they have an interesting. I don't know whether we're going to have time for this, but this woman Haig, whatever her name is.
I think we're going to look at that in the next section. We'll look
at that in the next section. But the truth is,
I thought you had something exciting to say about Russian hacking software.
Do you know something? They're not our friends. That doesn't mean we should be bombing them.
OK, fair enough. Nick, anything on the eye?
Not really. I mean, you know, it's assisted dying again. It's the Russian hacking thing, which we all hoped Lewis had something on, but he really didn't. And then it's Hey, which we're doing in the next section. So
OK, all right then. In that case, let's go to the Daily Telegraph, please.
Telegraph has Zelensky, I'll give up territory for peace. And Zelensky's tone has changed. He's gone from war, total death to whatever you say, Donald, basically. And now he wants this NATO umbrella. It won't be joining NATO, but they'll help them out with this transitional period, and they'll later talk about getting back the given up land diplomatically is the plan. And Trump, there's this story about they won't be allowed to join NATO for 20 years, which we've heard about already. And apparently Trump will just flood Ukraine, like pump Ukraine with weapons, give them loads of weapons. I didn't know he was going to do that. He's going to end the war by giving them loads of weapons. That's what I've heard. I also heard Sebastian Gorka say something like that. So that's Zelensky. There's another bit on assisted dying from Tim Stanley, which is pretty interesting. He's quite against. He says he compares it to the Third Reich at one point, and he just says this is a sort of moral Rubicon, I'm paraphrasing, that we've crossed because we've just suddenly, casually given the state the ability to kill people, which we've never had before. It's a huge change. I don't think people realise how big this is. Maybe.
It doesn't say it here, but there was a headline of his I saw earlier that said something like Britain is a different country today than it was yesterday, or something like that. He thinks it's really monumental.
It is that monumental.
I think I haven't really thought about it until today. I've not been thinking about it. It's a very, very bad thing. If people want to not be living, they could close their eyes and they.
Well, we had trouble with you in this comment before, Lewis, because it's not actually true.
Have complaints been made about it?
Yes, it is mainly people tweeting me about your behaviour.
They just tweet at you because they like you?
No, it's definitely because they don't like you.
Can I just say for balance that 60% of Reform MPs voted for the assisted dying bill? So it left me with a quandary because I voted for Reform. People said I was attacking Reform. 3 of their 5 MPs voted for it, which I was stunned by. And I don't know where to go anymore.
I feel like this all the time because I thought I stood with most people. No, we'll never go for it, and I'm just I'm in the minority. It turns out. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. OK, coming up, that's all the front pages dealt with. Still to come. Find out What's the next reason to think twice about not watching the BBC as much? Whose Kemi had a ruck with about arts funding? And what was so popular that Labour decided to scrap it? This is Headliners, only on GB News.
Dubes & Co. Weekdays from 6 p.m.
This is a topic very close to my heart. I have become fully convinced that social media, smartphones are one of the primary causes of mental health problems in children and many other serious problems beside. Lots of governments are starting to talk about this, but the Australians are well ahead in their use of legislation. What do you think about this issue?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, I've got 3 young children and I'm really concerned about... I mean, they're too young to be on social media, but I'm really concerned about what lies ahead for them. I'm not sure I support what Australia's doing, not because I don't think it's a good idea to ensure that age verification is right. I'm just not sure that the age 16 is appropriate. But that's progress. If we effectively, as I do, accept the point that we need some sort of control, then we can move to a proper debate about whether that's 16, 14, 13, whatever it may be. And, of course, there are age restrictions on things like Facebook. I think, from memory, it is 13.
Yes, but it's a tick box.
But it's a tick box, so all you can do is you can just knock. If you're 11 years old, you can just predate your date of birth by 2 years, and you can get on. I think what Australia is proposing is interesting because it will stop young people, maybe without their parents' knowledge, short-circuiting the system because they're going to be asking for proper age verification and ID. That's definitely something we should do in the UK because it's enforced in the existing law. Query, is 16 the right age, Miriam?
I completely agree with it. It's something I actually said should have been done before. And I think what is good about it is that for a long time, a lot of governments have been saying that the actual social media companies should take more responsibility, but they're not going to because it hurts their bottom line. The most voracious users are younger users. So they will pledge that, oh, I'll put the tick box in, but the kid is the one who's going to actually tick the box. So doing something like this is saying that, OK, we will put in legislation that damages your bottom line, and I think it will force the hand because they've said it's only 12 months and they will reevaluate it.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Weekdays on GB News. Wake up to breakfast every day from 6 a.m. Followed by Britain's newsroom at 9:30. At noon, it's Good Afternoon Britain. Followed by Martin Daubney from 3 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Headliners. You've been leaving us all your lovely feedback in the break, and I'm looking at your say. Somebody here says, why, oh, why won't someone tell us the price of the newspapers? That's Stuart Barrett. So, bit of an idea there for something you could maybe do.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant idea. Is that what Stuart said?
That is what Stuart Barrett thinks about Headliners. OK, I'm still here with Lewis Schaefer and Nick Dixon. I'm Cressida Wetton. Beginning with Saturday's Guardian. It's not Black Friday at the BBC, is it, Lewis?
Well, it is Black Friday. It's interesting you'd say that, because they're asking for more money. Usually, is that what you're saying? They usually ask for cuts.
Yeah, there's no sale on. They're not saying...
It was a clever joke about it not being a discount. You just ruined it.
Yeah, because I was thinking black, meaning things are, like, murky and depressed. They are depressed.
That's not what it means.
I know it's not.
It's a good point, though. I've always thought Black Friday. It doesn't sound very uplifting. Anyway...
Am I supposed to read the script beforehand?
Yes, you're quite right. You should read
BBC
it.
licence fee to rise by £5 to £174.50 from April, in line with inflation, which is not in line with inflation because it hasn't risen in many. It used to be £159, and so it hasn't risen that much over the last couple of years, because it went up 9% last. I think it hasn't gone up.
I'm just laughing because you're happiest reading out the price of things.
Hey, am. Because I'm constantly being told, get the numbers down, be specific. No one cares about any of this stuff anyway.
They want to see your raw charisma.
They just want to know. They just want...
Eddie.
It's food. He puts it on.
But we don't want to hear about Lewis's raw meat. We want to hear about what initially sounds like, oh my God, the BBC have put their prices up. But as you quite rightly said, it's not really that much.
It isn't that much, but it's 174 pounds. That's too much money to be forced to pay. It's a tax. Of course, this is in The Guardian, and they're pleased. But because there's been 30% inflation, it should have been even higher. But at least it's going up. And the fact that Labour says, they said this, and the BBC said, we're committed to delivering trusted news, the best homegrown storytelling, and those special moments to bring us together. It's all a lie. It's a lie. I don't want to say don't pay the thing, but it's a tax. What do you say?
Yeah, don't say that.
Sorry.
But just for balance, it's not a lie. It is, though, isn't it? That's the problem. Yeah. That's the problem. It's like the assisted. How can I disagree with you?
That's what's wrong with the television in this country. Why do we have?
Why are we on the television, Lewis?
Yes.
Get off the television.
Well, because you've got other job opportunities.
But you haven't.
And so does
That's
Cressida.
the tragedy.
No, I can't do anything besides.
You're here. Yeah. The point is,
That's why. Can I just say? Yeah. That's why it hurts so much when somebody says, you know, Lewis, we should be more prepared. This is all I've got. This is
all you've got.
This is all you've got, and this is your attitude. Nick, you would say it.
Well, I just want to say that the BBC... It's, to be honest, I sound like Lewis. It's the BBC. It's all a lie. It's a centralisation. Basically, I feel that the BBC it's on the way out gradually. We all know this. I'm not trying to be mean. We all know this. The BBC know it in their hearts.
Yes.
And the moment that the old media, as I now call it, ended was the Joe Rogan Trump interview. That was the death of old media.
Yeah.
And the funeral was the election, because we saw the mainstream channels, they couldn't keep up with the pace of the states coming in. They kept having meltdowns, people like Emily Maitlis, because it was going the wrong way for them. No, it's the old media's dead. It's all about new media. GB is sort of part of they're a curveball, because they're kind of in the new media, even though we're on telly.
Well, if things keep going with the advertising, we'll be a new media.
I don't know what that means, but I denounce whatever he just said.
Moving on to the Independent. Starmer's lost his first team member, Nick. Someone's already gone.
Yeah, Louise Hay resigns as Transport Secretary over stolen phone fraud offence. Now, this all goes back to over 10 years ago, 2013. It was a strange incident. In her 20s, she was mugged. And it was a night out, she's mugged. She reports to the police that she's lost her phone. She then finds her phone and presumably doesn't know what to do. I'm adding that part. She said she found the phone later. It was a work phone. It was then activated, turned on, and that alerted police that, oh, you've still got the old phone. We've given you a new work phone. You've still got the old one that you reported missing. So technically this was deemed to be sort of fraud. But she claimed she had bad advice. She pleaded guilty. She didn't ever get to sort of explain it properly. And so she felt she was sort of hard done by, but technically, you know, it was it was fraud of some sort. So Starmer allegedly knew this. This is the controversy, or an element of the controversy, in 2020, and yet he still gave her the office. So people are saying, well, that's crazy and short-sighted, especially given Labour's very sort of by the book, follow the rules.
Well, this is it, isn't it? His lovely quote, you can't be a rule maker and a rule breaker, doesn't look very good here. Or are we being a bit harsh? Because it doesn't seem like a major offence, does it, Lewis?
Well, it's you know, I think, well, what they say, you know, it's, yeah, you shouldn't be a rule breaker, rule maker, but there's another saying, it takes one to know one. So, you know, she's a criminal.
She's not a criminal. She's somebody who has had a conviction.
Well, it was spent. It's a spent conviction.
Yes, but she went into court and said, I did that, or she did, you know what I mean? She was told to do it, but she went in. I mean, what's shocking about this story is, number one, the police actually could find her phone. What happened to my phone? When I lost my phone, my Apple IV, I think it was a 4 something, back in 19...
Yeah, I got mugged for my phone.
Yeah,
the police didn't even do anything.
Didn't do anything.
Not even an email.
Well, you do raise a good point. It doesn't seem like a major issue, does it, in today's criminal world? This seems pretty minor to me.
It is minor. It's not a major thing. It's not like what these people are doing, which is stealing what Labour normally does, which is steal billions of dollars and give it to people who don't deserve it. But so I don't feel bad for her. She was kicked out because of what she said about P&O. Remember what she said about P&O?
Well, yeah, that was controversial. She got them in some trouble. They're trying to do the P&O deal, and she had heavily criticised them. So in that way, you might say it's a relief for Starmer. He sent the shortest letter in reply to it ever seen. Some people were saying he probably ChatGPT'd it. He was like, thanks for your service, bye. But the only problem for Starmer is it's 4 months in, now he's lost someone fairly major, so this is an issue for her.
Definitely.
And yeah, okay. Sorry.
Okay, Daily Mail now, and it turns out one of my panel is statistically 3 times more likely to be stopped by the police, Lewis.
I know what you're talking about, and that's wrong, because I am rarely stopped by the police, and perhaps they should. Foreign nationals are up to 3 times more likely to be arrested, and I'm a foreign national in parts of the UK. So basically, they don't have all of the data to say that all those immigrants that are flooding into the country are like way more. They're like, there's so few of them, and there's just a huge percentage of them, 43% of them in one part of the country. I'll tell you what part that is.
41.5% in Cambridgeshire.
In Cambridgeshire and they're just 15% of the population. So there's a lot of, but then again, it takes a while to get used to this country. You don't know you're making a mistake. They never tell you. Like, we've been sitting here, there's so much stuff we can't discuss, and we're supposed to know we can't discuss it.
Certainly, I've not understood anything you've said yet on this
yes,
story.
But you do. No, I don't know what you're denying.
Well, I think what you're gently saying is that possibly having large numbers of people from other cultures might lead to some tensions.
I don't want to defend them.
Well, the numbers say, 1.5% were not UK citizens in Cambridgeshire of the arrest, despite them comprising just 15% of the local population. Now, The Guardian or so on would probably say, yes, because they're being unfairly targeted, but, it's up to you to decide. But, yeah, they came about this because, obviously, the ONS has adjusted these statistics to find that we didn't just have a crazy level of immigration, we had a super insane, crazy mental level. And so, because they've already done models, they're able to adjust it and then figure out how many people probably have committed crimes. But this is what you have. This is what we've decided to do to the country. And even Keir Starmer, I know you will have covered this, is now saying it was deliberate. The country was deliberately flooded with immigration under the Tories. And this has been a far-right conspiracy from 10 seconds ago. So it's this temporal gaslighting, I call it. That's my term. You know, when we weren't allowed to say the Wuhan lab was where the obvious Wuhan virus came from. It wasn't from the virus lab, it was from the wet bat. But then we were suddenly allowed to say it when Jon Stewart said it. This is very similar. We weren't allowed to say that immigration has got out of control and seemed to be deliberate until the Prime Minister's saying it. And then all the journalists are suddenly going, why is it so out of control, sir? It's terrible. We're addicted to immigration. So suddenly we're allowed to say it. And this is where we are. The regime has panicked, I think, and realised we've got to do something. And so now they've accepted, if you can't beat them, join them. We've got to address immigration.
OK, we've just got a short bit of time to cover this one. Controversial arts funding in the Times now, Nick.
So kneecap, Badenoch funding block on Belfast rap band was unlawful. That sounded almost like rap, that whole sentence. It was bizarre. But anyway, this is Kneecap, who are just a bunch of lovely lads from Belfast. They have to be called Kneecap. They're a hip-hop trio. And they got £14,250 in a legal settlement, which they're going to give to 2 youth organisations, one nationalist and one unionist, because they want to bring the people together, Lewis. And,
that is very weird.
Yeah, well, hey, they're great guys. But the point is, Kemi Badenoch said, look, they shouldn't get this money. This is mad because they're against the United Kingdom. They don't think it should exist and stuff. And then they lost in court, the government, so they ended up getting the money again. So that's where we are, and that's basically the story. I don't know what else to say about it.
Well, and it's the new government that have reneged on this and given them the money, isn't it?
And they've called them out for that. They say that, this is quite funny. Badenoch spokesman says, yet another cowardly decision after giving away the Chagos Islands. Now you give away 14 grand to Kneecap, and they're the same.
That was the only part of the article that I sort of understood. Is like
I believe you.
What Kemi is sorry. What Kemi the people don't like when you talk to me that way.
They don't know that it's fun though. That we're mates.
What's your comment?
This case is not about whether the band promotes violence or hate in the UK. They don't care if they're promoting violence in the UK. This is what Kemi, the person who's speaking for Kemi, said. It said it's about whether the government ministers have the ability to stop taxpayers' money from subsidising people who neither need it nor deserve it. So this isn't an arts issue or a violence issue. It's just like saying, boy, Labour's just giving out so much money. Who are these people?
Who are these people? OK, still to come. What's the latest culture wars lingo you might need to know? And are the English and the Welsh at each other's throats? We'll see you shortly. This is Headliners only on GB News.
Evening. Yes, it's time for your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend is upon us, and it's going Up a little as we go through the day, so you may see skies tending to brighten. But a showery rain will drift its way across northern Scotland, the odd shower elsewhere in the west, but many places just having a dry day. And it will be mild, double digits certainly, and many places getting into the teens. Where we see a bit of sunshine, those temperatures could be a little higher. Still quite breezy, particularly in western areas, getting very windy on Saturday night across the